चलो चेक चेक वन टी हेलो चेक वन प्ले करो
Good morning. The morning after the dinner normally has a thin attendance, so but I think we have committed people here, and there are some joining virtually. So keeping with the trend, we will start on time. We are due to start with the education session. We would request Marco Campello and Jörg Franke to please come on dais and chair the session.
Okay, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Depends where you are. So I'm Marco Campello. I'm going to be co-chairing this session with Jörg Frank. So I'm a clinical associate professor at the New York University in New York City, USA. I've been trained and I was born in Brazil. So I'm all North and South America. Jörg, as is the head and chair of the Department of Orthopedics at the University of Magdeburg in Germany, among other things, just for being succinct. So we have a great, interesting program. I just want to thank everybody, Professor Chabra, as well as all the Indian committee for being so welcoming to us. So this was not done just me and Jörg, but we are having a whole education community behind us. Jörg is the chair of the education committee, and Michael Piccirillo from Switzerland is the co-chair. As you see, the three top ones are going to be introducing a little bit more because they're going to be talking today. And then we have also Margareta Harvinder, that you already know, Christina from Portugal, Jan from South Africa, who spoke yesterday, and Cristiano Menezes, who's going to be our host next year in Brazil. So this committee started just a little bit after the Rome meeting. And the idea behind it is, and you're going to see around, is to bring the information and push it forward in terms of spine education, as well as awareness for the G20 group of what should be done. In this 2.5 years, I think, right here, we've been very active. And the idea is to go from what we've been, and somebody spoke yesterday, for eminence-based education to evidence-based. So the world is changing, so our education has to change as well. So what our mentors and tutors taught us are good, but we also have to keep up to date with the evidence and apply it. So it's shifting from our clinical kingdom to actually center into the patient and what the patient needs. And that's the main goal of this education. So we have an amazing group talking today of how medicine or health should be taught. And we're going to go over from ideas or or some controversial things on how to do in education to make us think how to deliver this this information to clinicians and the population in general. So again, as I said, it's not enough just to be a good and memorize and what is supposed to be how you treat your patient. You have to see that you treat the patient, you learn well, but you have to be the competency to change it when the things are not working. We cannot be doing the same thing over and over again. We have to change the knowledge, the skills, and etc. And then we want also to hold people accountable to what they're doing, right? So we have to be able to have the skills to bring what the patient needs. And that's very important. It's not one size fits all. Not even my hat does that. So, and that is, with that, we change health in general. We are here to advocate for the patients. We're not eradicating low back pain, but we can do a lot to decrease the suffering and disability. We have the knowledge, we need to do it. And that's one of the things that this group is about, to bring this knowledge. So we started pretty much with trying to come up with the AdCon. We have several iterations. So AdCon recommendations started initially to build the SMART recommendation. Everything's SMART, but it's to come with clear single statements for recommended action and activity. We're trying to outline the problems for the recommendations that we address and define a potential solution in more detail. Clear, concise, and no ambiguous information. We had and wanted to link all this information in evidence. And if the evidence is not there, how can we look for it or strive to look for it? This activity translates to solve national issues and a time period. We had a time that we had to put a period for action and activity to take place. It's not for the future, it's tomorrow, right? So we have to act much faster. We're trying to look at what resources needed, what need to be engaged and consumed, and how well easily can action activity be scaled and take place in X, Y, and Z places. What is the return on investment and objective? I would say again, return investment has to do how much people save, not what it costs. We have to change the mind. So this group is not, although a lot of us are educators, but we are here not to produce the knowledge, but we are the brokers, basically. We are trying to bring all the information together so we will be able to link people or groups or organizations together by, looking at where pilot sites tests can be occur if we're sponsoring or facilitating a research, committees and task force, how to integrate with other task force and committees within Spine20, bring industry to talk, what do they have to give us in terms of information and education. We are connecting with other societies in educations throughout the world, and also bringing NGOs in the medical field or patient representative. So we're looking at the existing knowledge. we are bringing third-party new knowledge to the public and to the powers that may be. We are trying to go, as you see, we're getting little by little close to governments, or to little bit, they hear us a little bit. Before we didn't have that. And we are fostering new knowledge and encouraging, bringing new perspectives that we didn't have before in the field of spine. I can tell what we heard from Jen yesterday. We all have seen the suffering while we're seeing clinically, but we never could do anything, right? It's a bit similar to the psychological one. People shied away. We saw that it was there, but we didn't want to do it. So I think we have to look at in a person as a whole. So here I want to introduce the people that are going to be talking today. And I will apologize because I don't want to butcher everybody's name. So I have to cheat a little bit here. But well, I'm sorry, because I don't have the look to see. But the very first one is my dear friend, I have to say. So I'm biased, is Jamil Busari. He is the Dean of Health Professions, Education at the Horace Duber Hospital. And he's part of the University of Maastricht, and from the Netherlands. But he's lucky enough to live in Aruba. So I don't feel bad for him. Jamil has been involved with this group from early on. And I think you're going to have quite a bit of interest or his talk, because it's very, I wouldn't say disruptive, because I would be stealing somebody's presentation, but it's very, very cut edge and very, very interesting. From Jamil, we're going to have afterward Jérôme Laroche. Jérôme is an assistant professor at the orthopedic surgery at the University of Toronto in Canada. He also has been quite active in our group. I want to say that he's been also instrumental in conduct our webinar. The last thing we had, since our inception, we had done ebook talking about the recommendations, etc. From the ebook, we went to a webinar that happened a couple of months ago, where Jérôme will talk about the summary of this webinar, which was about education and what were the important aspects of education, medical education, clinical education for the practitioners, and then Ala Ahmed, which also was part of this webinar, will also summarize not only what are the key concepts that we have in the medical education. When I'm talking medical, it's for the whole clinical education, health related to spine. Summarize how can not only we can get the concept, have what is important to the content, but how can we deliver? We are very good, I guess, to produce this knowledge. We're not very good, and I'm saying we in general, to convey for the clinicians that see day in, day out the patients, what is the new thing to do? What should be attempt? What is the evidence? And how to incorporate? So we wanted Inala, who is a professor at the orthopedic department at the Palestine Polytechnic University in Palestine. He also has several other appointments throughout the world, from Africa to US, as a professor in orthopedic surgery. And he's going to be summarizing how we should deliver it. And this has been part of a group that we done through this webinar from people all over the world, and what were the barriers and the facilitators for that. So they will summarize to us today. So then we're going to have a different perspective. We got Erin McCracken from Medtronic. She's the Vice President International. I believe she's from the USA. And Erin will be talking about what the vision of the industry in terms of education and how they will partner with us in terms of to foster and improve our education, in terms of knowing more, helping us also to look into areas that the gaps that we haven't been able to answer. And lastly, Jason Hannon. He's the President and Chief Executive Officer of Mainstay Medical Holdings, which is a new industry. And he will be talking about how they, being not as long as they're fairly new, and I believe they are based in Ireland, they will be talking about how they are doing their partnership with clinicians and researchers in terms of to improve our knowledge. So I'm very excited to hear what they have to say. And we have the next several minutes. I hope you guys will enjoy as much as I enjoyed the speakers. Jörg will be doing afterwards the question and answer, and then we'll close.
Yeah.
Thank you. I think the first one is.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Good morning from my side. Thank you, Marco. And you all know Marco, obviously, right? So therefore, I keep the introduction very short. Yeah, I'm equally excited about our program, and I think too that it's very, very important to have our colleagues and from the industry integrated and see what their vision on how to bring the message to the patient and to us in order to have a combined approach. That would be nice, and therefore we invited them for this session. And as we are a little forward in time, so I would ask to bring up Jamil's talk. I think it's pre-recorded, and I hope Jamil is on. But it's, you know, in Europe it's rather early. I think it's, I don't know, close to 5. So we hope he's already on, but you know, I wouldn't be surprised if Jamil would already work. So please put up the talk from Jamil.
Good morning, and it's a pleasure to be addressing to you at the Spine20 conference in New Delhi, India. It is a pity I cannot present to you in person. Nonetheless, I will be spending the next 10 minutes talking to you about the interprofessional training and its impact on value-based healthcare. My name is Jamil Busari. I'm a pediatrician and a member of the Rehabilitation Council of Eurospine and an educational advisor to eDisc. I have no conflicts of interest to disclose, and I will start off by talking about how interprofessional training can impact value-based healthcare and taking us through a couple of fundamental concepts that are of relevance for this topic. It is important for us to understand that when we talk about healthcare in general and training of professionals, there are two systems that are important for us to know. On the one hand, formal educational systems, the universities, the medical schools, the other healthcare professions, institutions that we have to attend. And on the other hand, we talk about the healthcare delivery systems where the professionals practice or have to perform. In the middle, where both systems intersect, is the domain of health professionals education, which is relevant to those of us who are here today in New Delhi. So what are the major issues affecting healthcare delivery and educational systems at the present time? These issues include the technological explosion with the advent of artificial intelligence, for example, and how that has been, and robotics, and how that has defined the way we are performing care, how we have been relying more on other forms of adjunct therapeutical options as opposed to human beings performing the healthcare services themselves. We have the emergence of prosumers. These are consumers of healthcare, but who are also involved in healthcare delivery activities. Take, for example, the wellness industry, where those who are involved in wellness and in healthcare delivery are not necessarily healthcare providers, but consumers of healthcare. Look at another issue is the demand and supply of healthcare and the disequilibrium. Consumers of healthcare are making claim or demanding for services even at the primary care level. The cost of care, the intensity and complexity has increased over the years, resulting in the need for a different way of coordinating and delivering care, hence the need for systems-based practice. There's been a shift also in the focus of what patients really demand, what they need, and from individual holistic approaches of healthcare to a more holistic and integration of healthcare systems in the provision of services. And finally, not to forget the generational shift that we have seen emerging over the years, both in the delivery of healthcare by the professionals, but also the demands from the consumers of healthcare on the other hand. So when we talk about quality of healthcare, it is important for us to bear with the end in mind. We have to, specific concepts that we have to take into account are the capacity, that we have the right number of healthcare professionals attending to our patients. Are they well trained, their capabilities? Can we sustain them? Can we keep them in practice to avoid them, the brain drain, for example? And bringing all of these together, does it contribute to excellence in the quality of healthcare and the culture of our practices? Hence, in 2007, the Institute for Healthcare Improvement in the United States, IHI, came with a proposal for the triple aim, where there was the emphasis on population health, the experience of care, the outcomes of healthcare, and how we match these two concepts with the costs involved and the value of healthcare being delivered. Over the years, we've seen a transition from a triple aim to a quintuple aim, where we moved away from just the improved patient experience, the better outcomes and lower costs, to focusing on the clinician well-being in 2014, the quadruple aim, and now in recent years, the importance of healthcare equity, as that is also relevant to the conversation we're having today in India. How do we make healthcare accessible, affordable, and how does it suit all the patients who are reaching out for healthcare services, such that we can serve our patients fairly and equally. All of this is expected to result in better health and in our communities, but also improve the economy. A healthy nation is a wealthy nation. So when we talk about quality in healthcare, it's important for us to understand that health systems need to provide services which are measurable, that provide true value, that integrate or amalgamate the different services, paraclinical, clinical, administrative, and other supportive services with the ultimate aim of providing the best healthcare available, that there is evidence of innovative evidence-based training and research, and that is being integrated into the delivery of services. And at the end of the day, there's a demonstrable impact on the quality of care in terms of the cost of healthcare delivery, but also the accessibility to healthcare in our communities. Brings me to the definition of value-based healthcare delivery as proposed by Michael Porter, Harvard Business School professor in 2006, in which he defined value-based healthcare delivery using 4 pillars. And the first pillar being how efficient patients think. managed. Also, the second pillar being how providers of care perceive that the process of healthcare delivery supports them, providing up-to-date and qualitatively high healthcare services. The third being how the provision of training and research contributes to innovation and improvement of care, based on the 2 points above. And finally, the fourth pillar is that our healthcare organizations and healthcare systems have to manage costs and generate revenue at the same time without compromising the 3 earlier mentioned points. When all these 4 pillars are managed successfully, then we can talk about fulfilling the criteria or conditions for value-based healthcare delivery. When we talk about value-based healthcare delivery, is also to take into account who are our stakeholders and what are their common goals and opposing interests. The stakeholders in healthcare delivery in most countries are the government, healthcare institutions, the payers, and the healthcare providers. And in the center, we have the patients who interact with each one of these stakeholders. And you can also see from this diagram that each of these stakeholders also interact back and forth with themselves, with each other. It is this dynamic that determines, at the end of the day, the quality of healthcare, and in the context of this conversation, the quality of spine care that's being delivered to our communities. So what is interprofessional education? How does it fit into this conversation? Having talked about value-based healthcare delivery. Interprofessional education is the starting point of interprofessional healthcare or collaboration. Now, interprofessional education is a situation where students from 2 or more healthcare professions come together and learn during all or part of their professional training with the ultimate goal of cultivating collaborative practice for improved client or patient-centered healthcare delivery. And there are 4 competency domains of interprofessional education which have been identified, being the value and ethics on the one hand, the roles and responsibilities for collaborative practice, interprofessional collaboration, and team-based care. Now, as I mentioned earlier, how does this relate to interprofessional collaboration, which is a logical follow-up when we talk about interprofessional education? And interprofessional collaboration is what happens after training, whereby a partnership emerges between a team of care providers and the patient in a participatory, collaborative, and coordinated approach to shared decision-making around health and social issues, with the ultimate goal of providing value-based healthcare delivery. So interprofessional collaboration, there are certain elements that are of importance. I'll just mention a few. It promotes more cooperation. It helps coordinate healthcare more effectively, provides shared responsibility while maintaining autonomy, generates and promotes trust and respect amongst the healthcare providers, pushes back stereotypes, and results in optimal patient outcomes. So the need for educational reform. Why do we need that? If we look at what happened in 2010, Cook and Irby and Brian made a call for a reform of medical school and residency. And why was this necessary? Because 1, our roles as healthcare professionals are changing. 2, educational goals are being redefined in their totality to match the current needs of healthcare in our communities. The way we're teaching is changing, and of course, the focus of healthcare in particular is also changing. Later on, Frank et al. In their last paper of 2010 also reported that healthcare professionals for a new century have to be trained differently, and they presented this groundbreaking paper in the Lancet. And what was the main message from that paper? That 1, the focus of instruction should move away from being informative to being transformative, and that our instruction should be not only on learning the skills of the trade, but focusing on the outcomes. So we should be looking at objectives moving from information skills to leadership traits, and our outcomes moving from experts to change agents. And to achieve that, we need a multi-systems approach where when we take the epidemiological and demographic transitions into account, the professional differentiation, population demands, and technological intervention. What are the consequences, taking this into account, what are the consequences of all of these changes for training? That we need more systems-based learning that entails networking within and across teams. There should be more emphasis on the quality of care, cost effectiveness, adequate distribution of services amongst generalists versus specialists, investing in digital literacy, and shifting, like I said, the focus of training from treating patients to coaching patients. This ultimately will lead to patient-centered care and shared decision-making, and ultimately patient empowerment. So to achieve all of this, it requires a need for a new strategy. This new strategy will focus on, we'll have 3 areas of focus, which is instructional, institutional, and learning technologies. So when we talk about instructional, what is important to take into account? We have to start asking the right questions, what to teach, so there should be curricular reform, how to teach, new instructional methods, when to teach. Are you going to be doing that synchronously or asynchronously, remote or within classroom settings? And whom do we have to teach? Do we have to, are we focusing on diversity, or are we increasing accessibility? The second point in instructional is we have to make the right strategic shifts from closed system education to open formats, from standardized experience to respond to teaching instructions that are responsive to the diverse needs of the healthcare professionals and our patients. And we have to move away from front-loaded education, like pumping information to healthcare professionals, to that of a lifelong learning, which is more experiential. Secondly, institutional changes. The strategy for institutional transformation will entail that we change the reform, curricular reform, from science-based to system-based educational and curricula. So curricula that are based on scientific knowledge to competency-based medical education. Our learning environments should move away from university to health and education systems that are remotely and not dependent on the concrete institutions. And we should be thinking about the typology of our healthcare professionals, from generalists to specialists, but really looking at terminologies like interprofessional healthcare professionals. Finally, we also have to change the strategy of our learning technologies, where we shift away from the standard classroom type of teaching to remote education, online taking courses, taking courses, hybrid educations, blended learning, and e-learning. So in conclusion, we need to redesign our curricula to focus on competencies and outcomes. We need to extend competency-based medical education to include systems based on interprofessional education. We need to focus on what matters most. Do we need more specialists, or do we need to expand our generalist base? We have to integrate our learning technologies. And finally, we have to adopt the education for life principle, use that as a guiding principle, and move along with the changing times. With that, I want to end my presentation, and I thank you for your attention. I'll be happy to take questions after this. These are my contact details, and I wish you a wonderful continuation of the conference.
Thanks, Jamil, for this interesting insight in what's coming next in education. So that's something very interesting, and we probably have to change some habits, I believe, in the future. But what we want to do is we first, go through our presentation, then we do a rather question and answer session afterwards. So I would like to introduce now, and has been already, Jeremy LaRouche, and Jeremy is talking about our, the results of our first breakout in our e-workshop, and he's professor, as said, in Toronto. And please upload the presentation of Jeremy now.
Hi, I'm Ala Azmi Ahmed.
I'm
a member of the education committee, and
they are combined. Okay.
A summary about the virtual workshop.
So obviously, it's Ala first. He presents, and they do a combined session.
This virtual workshop was chaired by Dr. Jeremy LaRouche from Canada, and And the main aim of the virtual workshop was to share educational best practices, including curriculum mapping and curriculum delivery. So we can overcome the existing curriculum fragmentation by creating an integrated curriculum. And this was done by inviting all spine care stakeholder groups to engage in a debate on the spine curricula, so as we can identify existing resources or opportunities towards the creation of an interprofessional educational resource that can be shared among all spine care stakeholder groups. And that included inviting academic societies, foundation, educational agencies, and medpecs, and 75 registrations received and 40 online participants. And we had the breakout session, discussion topics. One was related to curriculum mapping, and one was related to curriculum delivery innovation, which I was chairing. And this delivery innovation was mainly to recognize the innovative technologies that can be used to deliver curriculum in a high impact. The moderators of curriculum delivery innovation session was representing people who are highly experienced in different aspects of spine delivery. Dr. Emre Akragulo as a surgeon, and Marco Campello as a physiotherapist, and Miriam Ullman, educationalist. So the breakout topics on curriculum delivery innovations were knowing from the panel speakers about what are the curriculum delivery innovations and what are the challenges related to curriculum delivery innovations, and how can we overcome these challenges, and then to identify the potential projects that would include creation of interprofessional educational resources that can be shared by all spine care groups. So we looked at projects proposed by the participants with poor results. So the curriculum delivery innovation projects were 3 projects. The first one was resources to explain how to use technology appropriately. And the second project was to put the spine curriculum accessible for everyone and get funding for that. And the third project was raising awareness for all available technologies across the profession. For example, using virtually not only for the surgeons, but also for the nurses and other spine care. And we can realize from the voting that nearly they had equal percentage of votes, each project. So what are the next steps for the curriculum delivery innovation? And it will be through Spine20 EdCom that will look into the feasibility of any of the proposed 3 projects in curriculum delivery innovations and potential publication of the proceeding of the virtual workshop. Hopefully, we'll meet next year with a report from the EdCom about implementing one of these 3 projects. Thank you very much.
Yep, thank you, Ala. Actually, the presentation of Jeremy, or is Jeremy online to present? Question to the technicians? Huh? Is there anything on? Okay. So somehow we lost Jeremy. So it's probably, because it's a late night in Toronto, Pierre, I believe. Okay. Maybe whatever is going on in Toronto. So we don't know, we lost Jeremy for a reason, but that's fine. So then basically there's a little more time on our other perspective. And now I'm very happy that we, kind of have Aaron with us, VP Medtronic, and she will kind of, we ask her to kind of deliver a speech on the kind of first side towards how how the topics should be presented, and how are we able to educate, at least our center, which is a patient, over maybe us and others, in order to kind of feel better, like we learned from Jamil today. And therefore, at least, in our thoughts, it was interesting to hear what major industry thinks about it, and maybe, if there are fields where we are able to couple and do better in the future. So how would you like to bring now Erin's talk, please?
Good morning. My name is Erin McEachran, and I am delighted to be here today, virtually speaking to you about medical education. I work for Medtronic, and I am the Vice President of International. Now, many people have asked me exactly what that means, and that means that I run the commercial business for everything for Medtronic, cranial, spine, and enabling technologies outside China and the US. I reside in London, and I'm very, very happy. I want to thank Michael Piccirillo, and I want to thank Aug'23 for inviting me here today to talk about medical education. It's certainly a big passion of mine, and something that I believe if industry, societies, government, clinicians, if we all work together to create advocacy in Spine20 through education, I know that we're going to have a positive impact across on spinal care. I wanted also to just share the mission of Medtronic, because I think it follows really well when I read the introduction from Harvinder, and it was really well written, of course, to alleviate pain, restore health, and extend life for patients. And when we create our innovative technologies, that's certainly what we're looking forward to doing. Now, across Medtronic and our division, and just our division alone, because we're a large company, these are the 18 specialities that we work to educate clinicians and hospital staff across the continuum of spinal care. So you can see, and you all know, that there's many different disease states that we work to educate clinicians. Now, one thing that I constantly think about that's really important, it's really important that we think about this continuum of care for medical education across the patients, the surgeon, the providers, and the payers. And I think in order to empower our patients to have a superior patient care journey, for the surgeon to make sure that they can leverage data, and of course, that's our future, is understanding how artificial intelligence and all of our innovation can come together in a simple way. For our providers, we want to make sure we're reducing the high cost readmittance of revision surgeries, and of course, that's very critical in spine. And then for the payers, we want to make sure that we're able to drive new surgical techniques and to optimize and improve patient outcomes through data. Now, what is our role? And I had to think about this and put this on paper a little bit. What is our role in the industry for surgeon education and for educating in general? And for me, advancements in surgical techniques, and when we talk about lateral position surgery, when we talk about, of course, many different modalities, we as industry have to be responsible for educating on these new techniques. We talk about hands-on training and continuing medical education, the CMEs, and we think about access to cutting-edge technology and collaborative feedback. This is really important. And as I'm learning and continuing to launch new products, it's critically important that our clinicians and our staff and our hospitals are really well trained across imaging, across navigation, across robotics, and across artificial intelligence, and bringing it all together in a very simple way is complex. And so I think our job specifically in spine care for medical education is very, very important. Now, we invest in three ways across our medical education continuum, and we think about the learning pathways, we think about innovation, and this has really hit us in the middle when we went through COVID. When you think about where we evolved from being more digital, Medtronic Academy came to life, the video recording capabilities, remote proctoring. I think a lot of great things came through COVID from an education perspective, but we also realized that we can't rely all on these digital capabilities. And so VR and AR and XR, the modeling, the simulators and touch surgery, how do we bring that together in a palatable way at the right time for our communities? And when we think about partners, we have our scientific communities, we've got distinguished faculties, we have our centers of excellence where people can travel to. But that's not as easy as it used to be in the past, you know, when someone could just walk into a hospital and take part of the surgery many, many years ago. And of course, we have the skills in the simulation labs, which are excellent, but do have a very high cost barrier. So what are the challenges when we think about surgeon education? Number one, you know, I really want the most important thing that we take away from my 10 minutes today is I really believe that we have to partner, that the government have to partner, the hospitals need to partner, societies need to partner, and industry all need to partner together. We're all under cost pressures and we're all under more pressure in general than we used to be. And so, you know, some of the challenges that we're having with our education is how do we, you know, not have limited access? How do we, you know, make sure we have the realistic hands-on training for the right people? But for young surgeons, often, you know, we hear quite frequently, especially in the socialized hospitals, that they don't have the budgets they used to send surgeons to training. And so how do we pick up that barrier? You know, the mentorship, there used to be, it's a critical role, and it's something that we need to be even more important, especially with the enabling technologies that continue to come. When we think of limited diversity and inclusion, I was just in Japan a few months ago, and really I believe that I learned only 2% of the spine surgeons are female. And how do you evolve from 2% to 10% and to 15%? And then, you know, the technological advancements, when we think about educating surgeons and when we come to congresses, just shipping robots and O-arms, I mean, they're 800 kilos each, and just being able to do that and to take part in everything that we want to take part in is a barrier. So we're thinking of how we really partner together. And of course, ethical considerations. We know that we have to strike a balance. We have to provide adequate exposure, but we also need to make sure we take into account the patient welfare. And that's not always simple and is different in different countries, as you know. So I believe that together, our partnership with societies, we can be extraordinary. And I really believe that we have great partnerships across Medtronic and with societies. But one thing I will say is, you know, every society needs financing and they have different ideas of what good collaboration is. And I think those meetings where we really talk about the needs and the priorities are hugely important. You know, often when we put a booth up at a meeting, it can cost, you know, upwards of 500,000 to 1 million. And my critical brain thinks, well, I wish we could just donate some of those revenues to the societies just to educate surgeons, or how could we do that better? And so with all the pressures of shipments and how do we think about really, you know, thinking about what's got us to where we are, but how we can really be creative and be more innovative in how we work together. I just wanted to mention these 4 things because I think they're important. The surgical techniques and the advancement in MIS and robotics and integration of AI, that's a really specialized training modality. And that's one that many surgeons are keen to learn. And we need to continue. We do a tremendous amount. We have a big lab in Orsi in Europe, and we're working to do more across the rest of the world. But those labs are really important. And how do we increase, you know, the interdisciplinary collaboration to prioritize patient care? And then I spoke about earlier, but how do we think about VR and AR and simulation? How do we get that to more surgeons so they can practice in more complex procedures while having, you know, the cadaver workshops that are, you know, how do we strike the right balance of doing all of those things? And then one thing I really am passionate about is a lifelong learning journey. And you know, you become a surgeon, you study for 20 years, but there's so much to learn and to continue on the latest research and the technologies. I really think our opportunity is around diversity and inclusion, around leadership development. There's many studies out there. As a clinical leader, that is much harder to be a clinical leader now than it was decades ago, because of the agilities that you need and the pressures that are out there, and all of the early surgeons that you have to teach. So wanted just to think about some of those pieces. The last thing I just wanted to emphasize before my 10 minutes is up is really that I believe it's a tremendous honor to take part in Spine20. I really, when I read the agenda and I saw the care that was taken and all of the great speakers, I just wanted to say it's an honor to be part of industry and to have this opportunity, and really just for us to continue learning from each other and partnering. There can't be a split between, the government reducing costs, the hospitals reducing costs, us reducing costs. We have to think those early surgeons and how to serve them. And I think the best way to serve them is to be speaking together and to collaborating. And yes, appreciate the opportunity. And I think Jason is after me, so wanted to welcome Jason and say thank you for the opportunity this morning.
Thank you, Erin. So very interesting perspectives, and actually I like the way that almost everyone now talks about partnerships across maybe former borders, and let's now have Jason's view from kind of a new company with a very modern and interesting technology, how he sees maybe a potential partnership with us in order to get better education done. So please give the talk of Jason.
My name is Jason Gannon. I'm the CEO of Mainstay Medical. Disclosure is that I'm an employee and, of course, receive compensation directly from Mainstay Medical. Thank you, organizers of Spine20, for including me, giving me a chance to talk with you about a topic that's near and dear to my heart, education. So it relates to, historically for me, spine surgery, now with a therapy that is very cross-functional in nature. So I'm going to share a little bit with you. More important, this talk is intended to share a bit about the introduction of novel disruptive technology into our space, which isn't the easiest thing to do. And the question is always whether the technology that you're bringing to clinicians requires a lot of education or not. And just this is a graph that many of you have seen before, thinking about how adoption of new technology happens. And there are early innovators, there are early adopters, and you can lay this on the timeline in trying to figure out what an adoption curve of new technology is going to be, and how long it's going to take. The key is, if you're truly introducing something disruptive, it's going to take longer than you think. It's going to be more expensive than you think, and always education is the key. The more impactful Bill Gates quotes from me over time has been that people overestimate how much change is going to happen in 2 years, but underestimate how much change can happen in 10. And I'll tell you, as a person in the industry bringing disruptive technology to the market, this only happens through great partnerships, because education is difficult. We have to say the same things 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 times before people genuinely take it on board. And the more credible the speaker, the quicker people take it on board. And the credibility is directly tied, of course, to people's willingness to listen, which is often independence. So I'm going to give you a very brief background on our technology. I'm going to keep our technology completely out of this talk to the extent possible. This is just for context. So what you're looking at is an implantable neurostimulator that stimulates the medial branch of the dorsal radius nerve to innervate and gain contraction of the multifidus muscle, a muscle that's often associated with chronic mechanical low back pain. So not neuropathic pain, mechanical low back pain. The therapy is intended to rehabilitate the multifidus muscle, allow it to perform its function of providing stability to the lumbar spine. When it works, the patient then resolves and heals from many of the underlying sources of pain. The only point here of understanding that piece of the technology is it's very cross-functional. Across the world, Many spinal cord stimulators are implanted by interventional pain physicians, neurosurgeons, spine surgeons, but very heavily from interventional pain physicians who we work with regularly. At the same time, all of these patients, mechanical, long-term chronic low back pain patients, end up seeing, and oftentimes seeing multiple times, spine surgeons trying to figure out the root cause of their problem and whether there may be a solution for the patient. So we work very closely across all of those specialties. And for obvious reasons, it's a neurostimulator, it's functional in its nature, and like I said, it requires partnership. This is all about education. The implantation procedure itself is relatively straightforward, frankly. So as we think about education, and if I just personally think about the importance of education, it's all about partnerships, academic institutions, key opinion leaders, reputable societies. And I think industry has to decide what level of control we're willing to give up to, particularly to societies, to the education process. Most companies aren't willing to do that, frankly, because they want to control the message. They know the power of marketing and they want to control the message. I'm a firm believer that we have to be willing to give up some element of control to partner with key opinion leaders who will lend your credibility, frankly, the independence of organizations to help do the education. If you believe in underlying science, if it's not a marketing project, and particularly when it's cross-functional across specialties, it's almost impossible for industry to do a good job. And when you go back to the comment I made about early adopters, middle adopters, laggard adopters, whatever it may be from a marketing perspective, that timeline, at some point, it's financially impossible to get enough education out if industry is doing it on its own. So it has to be through partnerships. And this just represents an example of an interdisciplinary approach. Across specialties, our therapy happens to be unique, heavily involves physical therapists who try to diagnose having muscle dysfunction, potentially chiropractors, neurologists, because we have to identify new findings. I'll skip right to a picture here. Here's the uniqueness with a disruptive technology like ours. We have findings on MRI that we train people to look at. This is a standard MRI, but most people don't notice where fat has infiltrated into the multifidus muscle. More and more people are paying attention to it, but we all know, unless there's a therapeutic to treat it, it's difficult to rely too much on those findings. So we're training the radiology community to identify this, to provide it to the clinician who's going to treat the patient. And at the same time, you see on the right here, physical assessments. Multiple physical assessments can be done to test for underlying multifidus dysfunction. That's an entirely different set of education, led by strong physical therapists, on into the clinical practice, training into the team, right? All of this are examples of disrupting the way technology is delivered to all of you as clinicians, and it cannot be done effectively by industry alone. And I give you this as an attempt by us to rework the patient journey. Who is this patient? How do we diagnose them? And it is, if you read closely, it's not a jumble. It's a clear walk of how these back pain patients, and for us, for the several thousand who've been implanted with our device, on average, they're 14 years of chronic pain. They've gone through everything, conservative care, certainly through primary care, to specialists, to spine, to neurosurgery, to pain management. There is a way to diagnose them effectively. I just showed it to you on the prior slide. The only way it gets adopted into clinical practice is through education. And I believe it has to be education performed heavily by societies to increase the basic level of knowledge. So this is the last core piece of the video I'll share with you. But what you're looking at here is the recovery curve from the patients with our therapy. And here's the uniqueness. You're seeing a slow progressive recovery. This is something that stimulates the nerve to get contraction of the muscle so the muscle can perform its function. This is absolutely a spinal cord stimulator. The expectation is not that the patient has their device programmed and turned on and has an immediate reduction in the sensation of pain. It takes time. And you can see here, over many months, the full impact of the therapy isn't until 6, 12, 18 months of usage. That is a completely different paradigm with how patients like this are treated today. Most of them don't get surgery. They're not great candidates for typical spine surgery. Most of them are on drugs. Almost all of them have been on opioids with physical therapy. So in that paradigm shift, think about the points of education, physical therapy, referring physicians, nurse practitioners who deal with these patients and triage them, all the clinicians, implanting surgeons, interventional pain docs, everyone, that just completely brings together the need for education. If we are trying to disrupt the way patients are treated today, novel technology, which is exactly what we happen to be doing, it has to come through partnerships. So I applaud the Spine20 group for putting this together to at least open the discussion. Like I said, there's no way for industry to do this on their own. And when we do, it becomes too heavily marketing based and not clinical enough, not educational enough. And so hopefully this is the beginning of a longer conversation, but glad to have a few minutes to share my perspective and hopefully I'll be alive to take any questions. Thanks very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. So actually to open up a Q&A session, I'd like to know who's online. Can you? Oh, very well. Hello, everybody. Aaron is there, Jason is there, Jamil. We are Jamil is there. Oh, thank you very much. For good morning or good night or wherever you are. So thank you very much for giving you the insight into what we could do in the future. And I would first like to open the floor if there are any questions to one of the speakers. Yeah, Pierre. Okay. Do we have a mic for Pierre?
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Pierre Côté. I'm an epidemiologist and I'm a professor at Ontario Tech University in Canada. And I have a questions for Aaron and Jason. I've spent my entire career ensuring that evidence-based treatments were part of education curriculum and integrated into clinical practice guidelines. Now, the data that you've presented today or your approach to education doesn't require that your intervention be tested according to the state of the art of randomized controlled trials or other research before you promote them into your education program. Why is that?
So who would like to start, Aaron or Jason?
Aaron, if you want to, or I am happy to.
Okay, so Aaron, please.
Sure. Good morning. I'm also from Canada, so nice to meet you, Pierre. Number one, evidence-based medicine is certainly important, and maybe it wasn't clear in my presentation and something I probably took for granted. But of course, we would not educate our products unless they were FDA approved or through the MDD and MDR approval. And I think that's certainly something that has become more rigorous for us, and that we've invested a lot of revenue to make sure that the evidence that's needed is reevaluated and scrutinized across MDD and MDR. So I certainly think that might have been overlooked as not added into the presentation because I didn't focus on that, but I do believe that evidence is obviously critical and that we wouldn't be educating prior to something that's been proven. Actually, most of our education is done on pieces that have been in the products that have been in the market for many, many, many years. And we continue to collect evidence on those. And I will say, as I lead international, something along with evidence that's becoming more and more critical is value-based care and how we articulate, and we're spending a lot more of our resources on how do we educate not just on a device or a modality or a speciality, but how do we come across with our societies talking about value for money. And I think that's critically important and goes along through the continuum with the evidence. So thank you for the question.
And Jason's, and then we have more to discuss, I guess. Yeah, Jason, what's your view on that?
So I agree with everything that Aaron just said, so I won't add much. This talk was intended to be how to bridge education gaps and how to get education out more broadly. We happen to be, the therapy I have that I work with today happens to be, already have 2 randomized controlled trials behind it. It's been through the most rigorous PMA and MDD regulatory pathways, so very, very much focused on evidence, both basic science, frankly, and clinical. The real question I think for today is, when you have evidence-based technologies, still, how do you get education out broadly so that clinical practice guidelines can adapt? And that's really the question, and I think that's what we're here to talk about.
Yeah, Pierre, again?
No, as a follow-up, as I said, I don't know where the evidence is. And as we know, in FDA criteria are, from a regulatory perspective, I agree with you, but from a scientific and a patient care perspective, are much lower than what is required in order to demonstrate effectiveness and safety. So I will leave it at that, and I thank you for your responses. And I would encourage to actually partner with universities investing in research funding, such as in countries such as India, to test your technologies before they are promoted to practice. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, Rajani?
Good morning, and this is a question to both Erin and Jason. I'm a physiotherapist from India. It's so welcome to see that industry is chipping in and coming in such a huge way in medical education for the clinicians. But when we keep the patient in the center, we believe that patient education as well as the clinical education both have to go parallel. And in that perspective, I'm just curious to know that how keen is the industry in considering in investing or partnering in patient education and related research in spine care, particularly in the developing countries like India, which promises to be a growing consumer of surgical as well as the medical industry related to spine care. Thank you.
For good custom, we would start with Jason now.
So happy to start with that. My career prior to this was in spine surgery. And so it's in my mind, it very much depends on the technology you're bringing to define the partnerships that are most important. Our current therapy that I was talking about before is extremely patient-centric in the sense of most of these patients have been through conservative therapy. They're sitting with physical therapists in the community. Their access to care is either opioids or continued physical therapy, which they have failed. For our segment of industry, the entire thing goes through community-based education, physical therapists, clinicians, patients, direct patient education. That's all we do. I think it's very technology specific, whether it's something that actually can, whether it makes sense, frankly, to educate patients directly or rely entirely on the clinician. I happen to be in a space now where I honestly would say a third, roughly, of our marketing budget is direct patient education. That's going to take us right back to Pierre's question, which is, are you educating at the right time? Is it evidence-based? Does it bring value to the care continuum? But I think we have to be willing to be in the middle of these partnerships. And the comment I made on the recorded presentation is that requires industry to give up control to clinicians, to societies, to academic institutions who will decide what's appropriate. But certainly the willingness to invest is there with the right therapy.
Thank you. So Erin, I'm sorry, but Jamil raised a hand on that. So we probably, kind of would like to hear what he wants to say. Jamil, please.
Thank you so much. I'm going to be a bit disruptive here. I'm not from a surgical specialty. And my focus is actually on value-based healthcare and transformative education. And central to all of that is the equity issue. What I miss here when we're talking about educating professionals and when we're talking about spine care is we might have all the evidence proving that these technologies do work, but from an equity point of view and accessibility, how does that serve the majority of our patients who really need that? These are high-tech, high-fidelity, innovative procedures, probably. But how do these technologies and the evidence serve the masses, the majority of people who need care? I see a mismatch there, and that I do struggle with. I mean, it's great to have these techniques, but how is it working? How is it building? What sort of collaborations are we building to serve our communities around spine care? And knowing that a small percentage of these patients really needs surgical interventions, a large majority need non-surgical interventions. So, I mean, I'm putting it out there. Maybe you are going to you have responses to that. These are probably questions that the audience might want to ask that I'm asking right now, but I just felt the need to put these questions out there to the audience and to my co-presenters.
Erin?
Sure. Thank you, Jameer. Maybe I just wanted to finish off on the physical therapy one. I was an athlete and I skied for Canada for many years, and I used physical therapists many days, and I just want to say a huge amount of gratitude to that. And I think actually, as I was hearing your question, I think we can do better there. I think a lot of times in our education pathways, we rely on our clinicians a lot and rely on their partnerships in their countries with their physical therapists. And so I'm going to think about that. But Jameer, back to your question, I've also thought about what you just said, and it is provocative, but it's a very, very important topic. And as I'm leading international, and I know that actually Jason used to do that in his past world, so I'm sure he'll have some good perspective. It's clear that different countries have different incidences of spine care. And what I mean by that is when you look and you do back of the napkin calculations, if you look at some countries across Europe, they do surgery way more often than other countries across Europe. And if you look at the United States, they do much more surgery than most other countries. And that can relate to incentivization and many other issues. And I think we could talk probably for hours on this topic alone, but you're correct. Our devices cost a lot, and that often the access to many countries and to many patients isn't as good as it could be. And I think maybe what I can say today is that we're very open to those conversations and that we need to do better. And that I'm hoping that once, our artificial intelligence and robotics and many of the things that we're working on becomes more mainstream and goes from the early adopters to the mainstream, that we can work on making those devices more cost effective so they can have more access to patients. And certainly something that we're thinking about as an organization and where we need to do better. But I think that we do need to speak in forums like this and smaller meetings on how we get there, because there's a big gap and we do need to do better. So thank you for the comment.
Thank you, Erin. Any more questions? Yeah. Lisa, please.
Good morning. Thank you both very much for some interesting and provocative discussions. I'm Lisa Roberts from the United Kingdom. I'm very encouraged to hear how much your companies are investing in education, and we thoroughly appreciate that in the spine community. But given that such a tiny percentage of patient population with spine pain end up actually having surgery, I wonder, do you have any plans to invest in education for other aspects rather than just such a tiny percentage? I'd welcome your views on that. Thank you.
I have a quick comment, and this will actually tie to Jamu's question before for me. I think the question is, what can we have an impact on in a reasonable term? And speaking as a smaller company, good luck for us dealing directly with an equity issue, which I take as an access issue, meaning government entities, pricing and availability, regulatory pathways, that sort of thing. To me, it's a question: how do you create the need? The need is what this group can do, and what societies can do, and we can do is improve the definition of clinical pathways. who needs what therapy when, who needs what conservative care when. In the spine world, for those of us, and there are many of you who have spent our entire careers here, we have done a poor job in the last 25 years of really creating clear clinical pathways. If it's clear that a patient is, that standard of care is therapy X when a patient is at time Y, then it's easier to go lobby governments and pricing and everything else to create access for that. Without the clinical pathway, that we're having the same arguments we all have now. And I think it kind of ties to the question that was just asked, at least for me. We're a single therapy company, so the ability to invest meaningfully outside of that is limited. We just happen to be one where our patients don't get surgery today. So it's all about educating that small sliver who do. And it is a very small sliver, I agree.
Any other comments? Maybe I'm pretty interested, you know, on kind of having initiated this discussion. I like it very much, you know, kind of there was an interesting publication out, you know, which compared the technical trials on spine versus the indicative trials on spine. And there's a clear mismatch. You know, we have tons and millions of publications on therapies and techniques and whatever, but we have very, very little, you know, kind of publications on indications, surgically as well as non-surgically. And Pierre, you probably agree, you know, a lot of, you know, what we do now, you know, surgically, there's no proof that fusion works, right? In what patient? And, you know, kind of taking through the therapy for scoliosis patients, there's very little proof that it works at all compared to the core set or the base, right? And it's done all over the world. And it's in the literature, and that's even the textbooks, and it's even the curricula that you should do physiotherapy for scoliosis patients with very little effect. So therefore, you know, that would be my idea. Using AI and other technologies, that will work on the indication part in order to get the right treatment to the right patients, and maybe do not get any treatment to the patient where we see he's smoking and obese and doesn't run around. Right, that we learned yesterday, and I learned that I have to eat a little more red meat, you know, kind of. But I partnered with Pierre; he doesn't eat it at all. So together we are good, you know. But I have to work on my side. So that's the point. You know, I would rather see us not looking for a specific good idea to use a tech or to kind of where to use a technology or a treatment pathway or whatever. Rather work on the fact with AI and those technologies together to find really the good indication, whatever it is, if it's surgical, if it's, you know, non-surgical, if it's no treatment at all, just move around. That would be my idea. So, and I would like you three to comment on that. And Marco has a comment, I see.
No, I was going to ask something, but no, go ahead, because I would like to see what Jamil what in terms of putting it together in terms of the interprofessional. And I think it's very important what you said in terms of surgery has, the evidence is not always there, right? And how do we change this? How do we actually change this paradigm and learn from, I think we have to learn also from the industry how to be a really good lobbyist in the governments, because they do a better job than we do. So, and Jamil, and also the whole panel, if you can comment on it, because I think Jason spoke pathways. We have had pathways, and we haven't been able to make the clinicians try to hear them.
Maybe I add, you know, there's, you know, kind of the evidence for a lot of conservative care is not there, you know, and we do things, you know, which probably are not right for that patient, because, you know, we have to get the patient out of that term unspecific low back pain. You know, if we get it into the term specific low back pain, we know what the reason for that pain would be, and that together,
or we think,
you know, that we find the right reason for that pain. Yeah, but that would be a good idea, and that's the thing I would like, that we partner on that. But you know, let's start with Jamil, please, your comment.
Thank you. Yes, I'm unmuted. So these are my thoughts. First of all, I just want to quote one of the comments from my dear friend Pierre Coté, and he says, "Treatment is only indicated if it is effective and safe." And I would just want to add another point to it: if it's also affordable, because if treatment is not affordable, then you can, I mean, it might be the best treatment you can think of at that point in time. It's not going to make that difference happen. What I want to encourage us to do from a transformative point of view is to start thinking of alternative therapies or innovative approaches, more in the area of preventive therapy, because all of these interventions are usually what happens after the fact. So maybe we should start thinking of researching into how can we at least stop, prevent, mitigate situations where low back pain or indication for surgery are going to emerge. That would really truly serve lots of communities who are not privileged enough to have access to some of the treatments, high-tech treatments we're talking about. Not that it's not important, but in terms of accessibility. I do agree with Erin's point that, robotics and AI, we're working on it, making it. But before we get to the point that all of these interventions are affordable and can really be upscaled to reach communities in Africa, in Asia that really need it, but where most patients are found with low back pain, then, I mean, we're talking about ages. What's going to happen to these people before we get there in terms of scalability? So I think that we should be having conversation. That's where the transformation comes in, transformative education. How are we going to educate the different teams, surgical and non-surgical, to be able to effectively serve our communities in a way using the available evidence that is affordable to prevent low back pain? Those are my thoughts. I don't think they're going to be answers that, I mean, solutions for right now, but I think that is the conversation, the frank conversation that we should be having with one another at this point in time, because AI, robotics and all that, fantastic. But if you go out into the fields of Africa, they go out in the fields of Asia, or Latin America, it's abracadabra right now.
Erin, what are your thoughts on that?
Excuse me, I just was coming off mute. I guess my main thought is that this is an incredible conversation and it needs to, continue happening and go into much further depths. I think I am very excited about, we're collecting a lot of data and a lot of evidence on patients that are using our innovations, and that will help us understand the beginning part of the equation. But I think we do need to focus on the indication piece. And whenever I listen to surgeons speaking at congresses, and I continue to be amazed at how often we get that wrong, and the wrong patient is having the wrong intervention. And I think that's really sad, and I think we can do better there. But I do think we need to do better together, and we need to understand how we can shape the beginning part and not necessarily the surgical intervention. And I spend most of my days thinking about surgery, and I'm grateful for surgery. But I think it's a great point, and I don't have the answer certainly myself, but I'd love to continue that conversation. And I love the word transformation. I think if we can have transformation in education, often I think we think about things, how we've done them the past 20 years, and we continue to do it all over again when we get our budget every year. And I think we can do better. So I'm going to leave this talk inspired, and I'd love to come back to the table with you all and continue this conversation. Thank you for the good provocative discussion.
Jason, any additional thoughts on that?
Yep, I just have one thing I would add, which is the literature is pretty clear. Well north of 80% of back pain is not surgical. We don't have evidence that there's a surgical indication for it. The problem is that 80+% doesn't come with a very clear explanation of what care they've had that has failed, what diagnosis needs to be placed next, and what's the potential indication or therapeutic for it. Like when I say clinical pathway, that's what I think about. And I think no matter where you are in the world, there are some basic things that can be done with back pain that aren't done systematically, whether that's functional movement, how people move on a daily basis that can take strain off of what they do in their back. I mean, there are things that can be done systematically. I just think, honestly, I don't think we do a very good job as either an industry or a larger back pain clinical community in defining those things. And until you define those things better, in my mind, you don't go down a surgical pathway, because we all know you don't know which surgical pathway that person should be going down.
Thank you very much. So what came to my mind, it's really, I mean, if we talk about, the prevention part, right? Is that really part for us as clinicians and, for the industry? Probably not. Probably it's rather a governmental part, to provide enough potential, let's say, or money in order to do that for the community. And we learned from Rajani yesterday in some areas in India, there's nothing at all really in the prevention and the primary care. And probably even in Western Europe, there's not enough money on the prevention part, and it can't be the part of the industry, or maybe even us as clinicians in the departments, to provide that care. So actually, it would. I see, the need that we kind of have a bigger partnership on getting a better pathway, right, Jason? That we may prolong the pathway into the first intervention conservatively, or just by whatever motion treatment or whatever, and then kind of prolong it to its low back pain part and surgical part, when we need the technology, which is very good for that. So, but Marco is urgent.
No, I just want to know if there is any question from them, because we are running. Yeah, there are 2 questions. And then I have one more question for putting Jamil in the spot.
Okay, thanks. I'm admittedly an outsider, but I might have a question for the room. How do researchers in this field maintain impartiality given industry interest in investing in spine research? And then I'm wondering, because the moderator, if I'm interpreting correctly, noted that surgeons might have trouble parsing the difference between industry sourced research and academically sourced research. I'm wondering if industry education of surgeons is part of the problem when it comes to parsing the difference.
Oh, is it a question for me?
Maybe, yeah.
Okay.
It's more a question for researchers and surgeons.
Yeah, we are influenced. We are all influenced. You are influenced even by your institution and maybe, some governmental studies, which I found, especially if you talk about, the kyphoplasty trials where, much in question for maybe the other influence, the other bias. So we are all biased by our whole life, our whole education, and therefore it's very, very difficult to stay fully independent. At least for me, I try to be as open as possible, but I can't tell for sure that I am. Yes, of course, because bias is everywhere. So you see, the really independent institution who does the right trial for the question. So actually, I rather feel if we work together, maybe we get the better result at the end, as we try with the Eurospine to partner, with the industry on providing the education that, even our, let's say, independent education, surgically and non-surgically, can be provided through a platform which is provided by the industry, and then we are responsible for the content fully. So that's one.
Let's
Yeah, there's another question.
Yeah, very good morning to all of you. I thought this is a proper platform to speak. I am from one of the medical colleges and I have been teaching students. What I have realized that all these companies, though they are helping us in different ways, research, neurotechnology, but our segment of it should be going to the trainees who are doing a clinical, training. That is important, clinical training, where how to examine the patient, and decision making is extremely important. I think this clinical training has taken a back seat, and all these technologies and digital science has taken over. I will tell you now, a first year MS student, he diagnosed that this is a case of 3-level disc and I have to operate all 3 without examining the patient. because he has seen the MRI. So this is a very difficult situation, and it is very difficult to actually control it unless the mentors are provided some resources where they go out of the way and teach. There are people, they go to remote areas, teach the candidates there, teach even the patient. Now in our country, where this is not a very resourceful country, where a clinician cannot say that I cannot teach the preventive measure. You have to, because you have taken the responsibility of that patient, and preventive as well as diagnostic thing, clinical diagnosis I am proudly talking about. It has to be stressed upon. And I will just put my point to the all companies people. They should allocate some amount for the clinical training of the residents. And I think this is going to a long way and prove that, all these technologies, they come very fast and they go down, because this has not been properly tested. It has been not been properly tested on the really required. If you operate on a non-indicated patient, the result is not going to be that. So my humble request is there, part of it should be allocated for the clinical training of the new generation. Thank you very much.
I couldn't agree more, kind of go to the least, have a good investigation of the patient.
I just want to make one point, because I think and Jamil, you're off the route because we're supposed to finish right now. When we're talking about prevention, since 80% we're preventing disability. We are trying to prevent that the person go in that path of no return. It's pointless to prevent low back pain because we were wasting our time. However, I must say there are some information, and I think you can do research even if you believe that something works. There are designs and ways that your hunch or your preference will be minimized or have little impact on it. But for that is academic researchers that do research. And that's the way we are held for this type of standard. Everybody else should too. I'm so sorry, but
Marco, I just want to chip in. Just please indulge me. I think we have to emphasize the importance of interprofessional collaboration and interprofessional education. We have to step away from silo expertise. We have to start, embracing what all practitioners bring to the table. Thank you for indulging me.
Absolutely. And I think that's one of the things. I was going to ask about what you mentioned about academics and detailing and market, but for next year in Brazil, I hope you've been there.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you very much, Jörg.
Yep. I thank you all very much. I think that was a good start. Actually, that's what we thought about, that we kind of maybe the platform for having those discussions and maybe starting, having interprofessional education more in the future. And I invite all of you, having a follow-up discussion in Brazil next year.
And follow us. We will be producing things throughout the year. Aaron, Jason, nice meeting you. Jamil, such a pleasure. I know you guys are ready to go to bed. So have a good one.
Thank you all very much. Bye-bye. Who's next? Oh, yeah. Yeah, Sami, you are on.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. We're so happy being here today.
I have 2 minutes or 3 minutes to introduce our symposium, which is discussing the role of standardization, or standardizing the spine practice and achieving the value-based care. We know how complex is it. Over the last 2 days, we were discussing the challenges that healthcare system is facing when it comes to provide the best care with very limited resources. We're having and chairing this meeting, Prof. Frank Hanziora, and then we're having also Professor Cristiano Menzies from Brazil, and we have Dr. Yahya Al-Gahtani from Saudi Arabia. Our keynote speaker is Prof. Alexandra Rush from Switzerland. She's from WHO, and she's involved heavily in the rehabilitation package and WHO projects. Reem Al-Bnayan, she's a healthcare leader in Saudi Arabia, and she's been involved in the projects of value in healthcare for the G20 countries. Dr. Hanas Bayil, she's a board member in the SSS, and she's a health leader in Saudi Arabia. We have Scott Kreiner, who's a physiatrist by background, and he's been involved heavily in the developing the clinical practice guidelines in North American Spine Society. And we have also Robert Mithers, who's the current president of Brazilian Spine Society. We have from Brazil as well, Matthew. We have from India, Matthew Burgess, who's an expert in the field, and we have also Luis Eduardo here from Brazil. So we welcome all the speakers today, and we will be starting with our keynote speaker, Alexandra, discussing the WHO package and rehabilitation. Thank you.
Yeah, I hope you can hear me. So maybe
yes.
You can. Oh, okay, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you for your kind introduction, and I'm extremely happy to have the opportunity to present here on the work the WHO rehabilitation program has done over the last 5 years with the development of the package of interventions for rehabilitation. And I want to discuss in my presentation whether this resource has a potential to achieve that everyone has access to evidence-based rehabilitation. And sorry, I can't move my slide. Sorry, I'm not able to move my slide. Let me stop sharing. And just a second.
Do we have the slide here?
Give me just a second whether
Yeah, go ahead. Take your time.
Oh yeah, okay, now it works. So I want to put the development of this package first in the context, and with the universal health coverage objective, I don't tell you anything new, but actually this sentence or this overall objective, that's also the overall objective of WHO in general, to achieve universal health coverage, and amongst others for rehabilitation, which is considered as one of the essential services. This of course has informed the vision of WHO's Rehabilitation 2030 initiative, which was founded in 2017. And both together, they explicitly call that everyone has access to evidence-based rehabilitation. Now, with the milestone that we have achieved early this year, with the first time ever resolution on strengthening rehabilitation in health systems, now member states have a specific call. And as you can see in my slide, I've just selected one of the different calls, But this is specifically important when we talk about the development of the package, because here it says that member states are urged to integrate and coordinate the provision of high quality, affordable, accessible, gender sensitive, appropriate and evidence-based interventions for rehabilitation along the continuum of care. And please keep this in mind when I continue my presentation and introduce you into the package of interventions for rehabilitation, which has the overall objective to support ministries of health in the planning, budgeting and implementation of interventions into their health systems. And the information that is useful to support them in this process includes the information on essential interventions for rehabilitation, but not only information on the interventions, also information on the required resources, such as human and material resources, because for the planning, it's not only important to know about the type of information, but also what are the costs. And the idea of the package of interventions for rehabilitation was exactly to develop this information. Now, the package is available with an introduction, but then it has been developed for 20 conditions in total. And these 20 conditions are organized according to 7 disease area specific modules. So first, that gives you the information that we try to identify health conditions across different disease areas that are amenable to rehabilitation, but that also offers another opportunity. And I want to refer to, and I think it was Jerome Bickenbach yesterday, when it's about how to develop benefit packages. It's not necessarily the need to develop those packages specific for specific health conditions. Another opportunity can also be to combine conditions into the disease areas, because interventions that are relevant to specific disease area are often very, very similar. And if you implement a package for, let's talk about neurological conditions, and you also provided that information yesterday. If you implement a package for traumatic brain injury, just as an example, many of these interventions are also relevant to people with spinal cord injury or multiple sclerosis. And so the package can also be used using the disease area specific modules and identify those interventions that are relevant to many conditions. It is also important to know that for each of these modules, and within the modules for each of the specific health conditions, we have web annexes that provide the information on the evidence that has informed the development of the specific packages. First, with showing what kind of resources have been used, but then also the web annexes provide evidence tables that show the level of evidence, the quality of the evidence that was available to inform the decision-making process. Here, for this audience, of course, and it has been discussed yesterday as well, also very much in detail, the spinal cord injury package. We have 2 packages that fit into the spine care, the low back pain and the spinal cord injury package. The low back pain has specifically developed for chronic primary low back pain, whereas the spinal cord injury package, it has been developed independently from the cause, whether it's based on injury or disease. So I think that is important for you to keep in mind. Now, let me go into the details. When we talk about evidence-based rehabilitation for all, what does this mean? We know, and you probably know, that we estimated about 2.4 billion people around the globe have conditions that could benefit from rehabilitation. Now, I want to refer to the WHO Rehabilitation Needs Estimator. Yesterday, it has also been discussed that for advocacy, it is important to specify the needs. So how many people are in need of specific interventions or packages? And the rehabilitation needs estimator provides such information. And as you can see here, we know that in 2019, there were about 570 million people who could benefit from rehabilitation. And for spinal cord injury globally, it was about 21 million people. Of course, the number of spinal cord injury compared to low back pain, which is the leading cause for disability, but also the leading cause for people who are in need for rehabilitation. So for spinal cord injury, the number is low. But I want to address another important aspect, and I think it was also addressed yesterday. Spinal cord injury is a good example that rehabilitation, the benefit of rehabilitation, is not only to improve and maintain optimal levels of functioning, it also effective to prevent secondary conditions and thus to decrease mortality, because we know without appropriate care and appropriate rehabilitation, life expectancy is maybe around 2 years. Whereas if people have the appropriate care, and that includes rehabilitation, people with spinal cord injury can have the same life expectancy as people without conditions. The Rehab Needs Estimator also offers the opportunity to look into country-specific data, and I show you here the data for India. So where in 2019, about 68 million people could have benefited for rehabilitation, and about 2.6 million people could have benefited for rehabilitation for those living with spinal cord injury. And these numbers are high, and specifically because we know that in low and middle resource contexts, often less than 50% have access to rehabilitation. I think we all agree about the need to do more for rehabilitation, that everyone has access to it. So let's talk a little bit about evidence-based rehabilitation and whether the package has a potential to help with providing information on evidence-based rehabilitation. Just very brief information how the package has been developed. It is not a clinical practice guidelines. That is important. If we would have started to develop clinical practice guidelines, probably we would have needed 10 years to do this for 20 health conditions. We took a different approach, but a similar approach. So we try to make use of existing clinical practice guidelines. And there were some benefits compared to clinical practice guidelines. First, it was clear that the content of the package of interventions for rehabilitation, it needs to be comprehensive, taking a biopsychosocial perspective that is relevant to rehabilitation. And what we realized, and just some insights into the work that we have done, many clinical practice guidelines are not necessarily comprehensive. They often target a specific component, but they're not necessarily comprehensive. And the same is with the preparation, and here just with the people who develop the package. Often clinical practice guidelines are national. What is good and what is important from the national perspective. But the benefit of the package was that the group who developed the package was international. It represented a multidisciplinary workforce, and most importantly, the members also represented the low and middle resource context. However, there are also some red flags because we realized for many conditions, and I think I can say it was also a little bit for low back pain, there is a lack of high quality international clinical practice guidelines. And as this was primarily sourced, there was some lacks on having the information on evidence-based rehabilitation that are comprehensive. And this is what you will find when you study the packages. Several of the interventions across the different health conditions are based on expert opinion. Important, that does not mean that there is no evidence for it, but there was no evidence included in clinical practice guidelines. So let me give you a flavor of how the package looks like. And I share the example for low back pain. And I want to refer to a comment that was made yesterday. The list of interventions that are included in the packages, it presents the needs and not the wants. And I like that the term that was used yesterday. So it's not an exhaustive list of interventions, but it's a list of essential interventions. And I also want to refer to Jamil Busari, who just mentioned in previous discussion that interventions need to be effective, safe, and most importantly, affordable. And these were already some criteria that the members of the development group had when they had to agree on the interventions to be included in the package. So they always had to keep in mind the interventions to be included need also to be feasible to be delivered at a low and middle resource context. For each of the interventions, as mentioned earlier, you can go to the web annex to find the information on the level of evidence that was available to make this selection. I don't show the example for spinal cord injury, please apologize for that, but I would need to show several slides because the needs, of course, they are very comprehensive, and the list of interventions is much longer for spinal cord injury compared to those for low back pain. So now I think you also had some time to look at the interventions while I was talking. As mentioned earlier, the package does not only provide the information on the interventions, but also to related human and material resources. So first, you can see this is just an extraction. It's not all interventions, but I just want to show you how the package looks like. And you can see material resources, and for low back pain, no assistive product has been included. That is, of course, different for spinal cord injury. You can see the minimal equipment that should be available in a setting to allow the delivery of the interventions. And let me give share some thoughts about the occupation. The list of occupations that is included in the package, it could be considered as a core profession at the core rehabilitation workforce, and occupations that are relevant across the different health conditions. It's not the exhaustive list of occupations that are available across countries and occupations that are able to deliver the interventions. But our idea was to provide ministries of health also a list that helps them from the planning. In the list of occupations, it is not prescriptive. In the end, countries need to decide who is the workforce that is available in their setting, who should be involved in the delivery of the care. When we talk about access, it is very important that the package has been developed to be available across all the different service delivery levels. That was also already discussed yesterday. And I want to highlight that the specific purpose for this package are the service delivery levels that I've highlighted now. That does not mean that rehabilitation should not be available at the community-based services. Not at all, that would be wrong. But as you can see how we understand it here, that the community-based services are often delivered by the non-rehabilitation workforce. And here I just want to inform you that at the moment we are also developing another resource, a basic package that will be available, and that will include interventions that are specifically also feasible to be delivered by the non-rehabilitation workforce after a training. However, I also want to highlight that we need to invest, and then we need to have a specific focus on the primary level, and that was also mentioned yesterday. Why? Because this is where people have the easiest access to. For many people, it is more expensive to travel to a first level facility or a secondary referral facility, and travel is more expensive than having the interventions itself. Again, that does not mean, and we are fully aware that it is essential to also have rehabilitation integrated into first referral level. And for many of the conditions, it really would be extremely important to have those highly specialized rehabilitation facilities. But we need to have a specific focus on the primary level. It is also extremely important to know that the packages have been developed to be used along the continuum of care. Many of the people who are in need for rehabilitation have long-term care needs, and not only at acute situations, but even after having rehabilitation in the acute or post-acute context. And again, the long-term care is often provided at the primary care level. Now, what are the uses of the package of interventions for rehabilitation? In the list that I'm going to show you are just some. The list can be much longer, but I just want to offer some for discussion. And let me start with the decision makers. The package of interventions can be used to evaluate existing packages if available at all. And again, we know in many countries, those packages of care, so those health packages, benefit packages, does not exist. But if they exist, they can be evaluated. And after that, or if no packages, benefit packages are available until now, the package of interventions for rehabilitation can help to develop those packages that should be integrated into health benefit packages. However, it can also help to develop national guidelines if they are not available until now, and guidelines provide more information, more recommendation. And in the previous discussion, it was also a lot of discussion about pathways. Those could be integrated then into the national guidelines, taking into account the specific context of a country. How can service providers use the packages similarly like the decision makers to evaluate the service delivery and the type of interventions at facility level, and to use it to improve and to make sure that the quality of the service delivery is high in quality in terms of that the right interventions are being delivered to the people in need. It can also be used for those who plan new facilities for rehabilitation to use information on the material resources to plan to develop the minimum status of the equipment that needs to be available, and as well the minimum rehabilitation workforce that should be available. Academics, and again, this was also discussed, the package can help to develop the curriculums for education and training, also for the continuous professional development of the rehabilitation workforce. And last but not least, it can help to give some food for thoughts for the researchers to identify research gaps. I've already indicated we have realized there is a gap of high quality clinical practice guidelines for many of the conditions that we have included in the packages. And so this, and together with the information from the web annexes that can help to inform future research agendas. Of course, there are challenges, and I just mentioned two. Funding. We are aware, well, while there is some funding, but the funding is inadequate. And many of the services that are sometimes available in countries, they still need to be paid out of pocket. And WHO will soon launch another resource, a rehabilitation in health financing, that will provide information on opportunities, how to integrate rehabilitation into health financing, because rehabilitation needs to be integrated in here. Otherwise, we will not be able to make a change. And another huge challenge, and I assume you all would agree, is the workforce that is not often available in countries, or in many countries. It's only the physiotherapist who is available. And it was also mentioned, we need to have a multidisciplinary rehabilitation workforce to allow the delivery of these interventions that are included in the packages. And WHO has two important resources, the guide for evaluation of the rehabilitation workforce, and the rehabilitation competency framework to also support strengthening the rehabilitation workforce. And I want to end now, even if WHO and specifically now with all the new products that have been launched just 4 weeks ago, and the package of interventions is just one of those that have just been launched, we have a huge number of products and tools that can help countries, but still the demand is not as we would like to have, as the demand should be. And so advocacy is still needed. And I mean, Spine20, what Spine20 does is amazing. And I want to congratulate to your initiative to work on the advocacy. And the very important initiative that it was also launched just 4 weeks ago is the World Rehabilitation Alliance, and Eurospine, one of the core members or initiators of the Spine20 initiative. Eurospine is a member of the World Rehabilitation Alliance, but I think we would agree there is a lot that needs to be done to increase and to drive the public demand and to increase the political will that all what we know, what we have, will be used by countries to implement rehabilitation into their health systems. At the end, I want to stop with a quite busy slide, but I want to thank you, of course. I want to share the link where you can have access to the package of interventions for rehabilitation. But most importantly, I also want to thank Tashi Tokbai, the regional advisor from WHO Regional Office, the focal point for rehabilitation, and Mohamed Ashil, and sorry if I don't pronounce your last name correctly, Bapir Rambarat, I hope I did quite well, who is a focal point for rehabilitation in India, who should be in the audience. And I also want to thank them because they will also are willing to answer all the questions when you continue your discussions after this session. Thank you so much. And I'm looking forward to the panel discussion later.
Thank you very much, Alexandra, for this very nice talk. And this shows the collaboration that we are looking for, and following the examples of some of the packages that have been done in the WHO. Next speaker will be Dr. Scott Kreiner from Arizona. He is a director of interventional spine and sport medicine, and he is in the board of the directors in both North American Society and Spine Intervention Society. He will be talking about the role of clinical practice guidelines in standardized spine practice.
Hello, my name is Scott Kreiner. I'd like to welcome you all, and thank you for inviting me to speak on the role of clinical practice guidelines in achieving standardized spine practice. Currently, I'm living in Phoenix, Arizona, and serving as the Director of Interventional Spine and Sports Medicine at Barrow Brain and Spine. I'm also an assistant professor at the University of Arizona College of Medicine, and I'm on the board of directors, currently serving as the second vice president for the North American Spine Society, and I'm on the board of directors also for the Spine Intervention Society. I have no relevant disclosures regarding this talk. This talk will discuss the importance of having universally adopted clinical practice guidelines for spine practice. Value-based care, and this approach to guidelines at the institutional, national, or global level. Statements that include recommendations that are intended to optimize patient care. They are informed by a systematic review of the evidence, assessment of the risks and harms versus the benefits of alternative options, and may include calls for value-based recommendations as well. Historically, we used to make guidelines by consensus. Back to my first guideline in 2009, we sat around a room and asked questions like, how do you believe we should recommend an X-ray before an MRI in patients with back pain? We'd all raise our hands and have a vote. If we could reach consensus, we'd make a statement. There was no formal systematic review of evidence, just a bunch of doctors who were knowledgeable trying to help make recommendations that made sense. There was no consistency in how grading systems were used or in how strength of recommendations were made. Because of this, we often ended up with recommendations that were inconsistent or even conflicting with other organizations. Over the years, standards have been implemented and the process of developing guidelines has become much more consistent. In 2011, the Institute of Medicine, now the National Academies of Medicine, published clinical practice guidelines we can trust. From this, we have some current standards, which include guidelines and their recommendations must be informed by a systematic review of the evidence. The process for developing guidelines must be transparent, and the process must minimize biases and conflicts of interest. And the guidelines must have a rating of evidence and a strength of recommendation that are consistent. How does the guideline development process look? First, we form a multidisciplinary group with interest in the subject. Then we define the scope of the project. For example, what diagnosis are we looking at? Will we include all ages of subjects or just adults? How far back will the literature search go, etc. We also develop a definition of the diagnosis that will serve as a basis for our search. We then ask clinical questions. These questions can either be background questions, such as what is the incidence of acute spondylolysis in teenage athletes, or we can ask foreground questions, which are better to develop a search strategy for. For example, in teenage athletes with acute spondylolysis, does the addition of a bone stimulator to bracing increase the likelihood of bony healing when compared with the use of a brace alone? We then develop a search strategy and perform the literature search. Once the search is completed, we do a title and abstract screening to help remove duplicates and articles that do not answer our clinical question. We then pull the articles that pass the screen and they are reviewed by the group. During review, evidence is analyzed and data is extracted to help guide making recommendation. Recommendations are formulated. We find it best to do this in person. Once completed, the document goes through a process of internal review, followed by an external review process. Once finalized, the document, or at least the recommendations, are published. The goal is then to have the guideline appropriately disseminated so that recommendation implementations can be made. As we talk about guidelines, it is important to note that they are not intended to represent the standard of care, to act as a fixed treatment protocol, to prescribe a type, frequency, or duration of intervention, to supersede professional judgment, or to be the sole source of treatment decisions, Treatment should be based on an individual patient's needs and the provider's professional judgment and experience. Guidelines are tools to assist practitioners in improving the quality and efficiency of patient care. They also represent the best judgment of a qualified team of experts based on the best available evidence. Implementation of guidelines can affect quality, value, and standardization of care. But it's important to know that when adopting guidelines, you should make sure that you are only implementing trustworthy guidelines that follow national standards. When done right, this should reduce the variability of healthcare, improve diagnostic accuracy, promote evidence-based effective treatments, and discourage ineffective or potentially harmful interventions. When we think about guideline implementation, it's important to know that it has a big bang for the buck in spine care. Spine pain remains the leading cause of disability globally. In 2020, 610 million people suffered from low back pain globally. And that number is expected to increase to 843 million by 2050. Because of the scale of the problem, implementation of guidelines in this area can be very impactful. However, implementing guidelines and disseminating them frequently is difficult. We don't have great methods to ensure communication across practicing healthcare providers, and even when provided with a guideline, overwork and clinical responsibility can delay or prohibit practitioners from reading the document. They also may have lack of knowledge, skill, or resources to implement some recommendations, and there is frequently no motivation to change established practice patterns. Also, there's sometimes inadequate reinforcement to encourage implementation, and as well, these documents can be complex, making understanding recommendations difficult. With these problems, how can we successfully implement guideline recommendations at an institutional level? Well, let me say that research is still needed to determine the effectiveness of specific strategies, but we have some potential options that have been identified. Again, we need to make sure that we're implementing the right guidelines and make sure that they are trustworthy. Guidelines can be taught, though, and disseminated at the staff and physician meetings, and can include training for practitioners and for patients. Guideline recommendations can be incorporated directly into facility workflow, taking the burden off the caregiver to adopt, remember, or understand guideline recommendations. Consider developing a multidisciplinary team at your institution and a leadership structure that is responsible for implementing guidelines. Encourage communication amongst providers and provide technical support and resources during implementation. Once implemented, audit and collect feedback, and that should be used to improve your quality. Again, similarly, the research is still needed, but there's some options at national and global levels to increase implementation. One is driven by societies, and they're instrumental in marketing guidelines and developing educational materials that can be used at institutional levels. Additionally, global and national healthcare pathways can facilitate implementation, and using key opinion leaders as spokespeople to help promote guidelines can cause broader implementation. My key takeaways from this talk should be that guidelines are not intended to be a standard protocol, but can help standardize practice and improve patient safety, equality, and value of care. They should be used in combination with providers' professional judgment and individualized patients' needs. If implemented, spine-related guidelines can have a big impact throughout the world. And though there are barriers to implementation, strategy at institutional, national, and global levels can have a big impact. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Now we're moving to the next talk by Dr. Hannah Speyer. She will be talking about the importance of standardized outcome measures in supporting value-based care. You're welcome, Hannah. You're not very well known to all Spine20 team. She's a member of Saudi Spine Society and deputy editor of Journal of Spine Practice and former president of Saudi Physical Therapy Association. And she's also recipient of World Physiotherapy International Service Award in Education. You're welcome, Hannah.
Thank you for the introduction, Dr. Sami. I think it's recorded, so.
Hello, everyone. Greetings from Saudi Arabia. This is Hannah Al-Subayl. Assalamu alaikum. Today, I will be talking to you about standardized outcome measure. And the goal of this talk is to focus on the importance of standardized outcome measures in supporting value-based spine care. But before we start talking about the importance, we need to define the outcomes. What do you mean by outcomes? They are broadly defined as measurements or observations used to capture and assess the effect of treatment. So value-based healthcare, just let's remind ourselves, outcomes is an integral part of value-based healthcare. The modern healthcare system now, there is a shift from practitioner-based observations to patient-centered value-based transactions. And the healthcare approach now is focused more on delivering high-quality outcomes while controlling costs. And this is the main aim, and all revolving around the patient and to provide patient-centered care. It is also, there is a shift towards from volume-based care to value-based care in modern healthcare systems. So outcome is an integral part of this ecosystem. The challenges that we are usually facing in healthcare provision or healthcare in general, is that related to outcomes. Usually there's varying outcomes in different domains, in research and registries or clinical practice, which hinders the informed clinical decisions or findings, synthesis, or comparisons or benchmarking. Also, the definitions of outcomes diverse, and the measurements, this can hinder the synthesis and application of research findings. Not only that, but also there is usually bias in reporting outcomes. So researchers, they might not report everything, but be selective in their reporting, which forms a challenge in using this information. So how can standardization actually solve the outcome problems? Well, standardization will help in enhancing quality and comparability. It will reduce research waste. It will reduce data heterogeneity. And if these outcomes were selected based on relevant stakeholders, it will be relevant to the population and to the health condition. Also, standardization is valuable for clinical audit and evidence synthesis enhancement. It will also decrease risk of outcome reporting bias, and it will ensure that all research outputs provide useful and usable information. So these are the how can standardization solve the outcome problem. So value-based, to unlock or to promote value-based care, the standardization will reduce the unnecessary variation, and it will build data infrastructure to support not only research, but also clinical practice and quality measures. And also it will support patient-centered care and provide more value to patients. In order for us to select which outcomes or which outcome measures are relevant and useful, this is a framework that has been there since 2001, which is the International Classification of Function, ICF. And the 5 domains are the most important domains to measure in order to, that is relevant to any health condition, including spine conditions. And although it has been accepted globally, this framework, but it's not the application or the use of the ICF in clinical practice or in research or in registries is not as common as the acceptance or as we would hope for. So there are different initiatives or number of initiatives globally, and these are some samples of initiatives to standardize outcome measures and to come up with core outcome measures and select the most appropriate tools to measure these outcomes, such as COMET or COSMIN or the CDISC and other initiatives. Also, these initiatives highlighted or provided a framework, like, for example, the Agency for Healthcare Research and Quality provided a framework on how to select the core outcome set. By identifying the characteristics of participants or disease or provider, identifying or specifying the treatment, specific treatment that is required, and then define and agree on the outcomes of this treatment, whether it was survival or clinical response, etc. So this framework helps organizations set core outcome measures for health conditions or for populations or for certain interventions. Another important framework is the selection of the tools. How to, once we decide about the core outcomes, so how can we select the appropriate tools for these outcomes? And this is this flow chart on the right is a good algorithm on help us selecting the appropriate tools, and this is provided by Cosmin. So these are examples of different ways of actually standardizing the way we select the outcomes and the way we select the tools to measure these outcomes. Another example of standardization of outcomes is the ICF core sets and the core set projects provided number of core set items of ICF core set for different conditions, and like if you, when you see the list, there are a number of sets that are relevant to spine. For example, the spinal cord injury core set or the ICF core set for low back pain. And there are studies that have validated or attempted to validate such core sets, like this study, for example. They compared using ICF-based assessment versus using general the conventional assessment in low back pain, and the results were very promising. And using ICF-based assessment actually promoted shared decision making and hence promoted patient-centered care. So there are positive results based on when using ICF-based assessment. Another, initiative that provided like foundation for to define and identify the globally the appropriate outcomes or definitions of outcomes is the rehabilitation initiative. And just recently, there was the launch of the package of interventions for rehabilitation. Specifically, I'm showing here the musculoskeletal condition which is relevant, including the low back pain package for intervention for low back pain. Here they provided definitions and descriptions of assessment, which is the first step towards unified definitions of what outcomes are we measuring and what are the tools, the definition of tools or the operation definitions of the tools used for assessment. So if we are going to have global standardization of outcome, there are so many challenges, and we need to consider these points. First, global standardization, it has an advantage which would promote knowledge sharing and effective intervention and cost reduction. Core outcome sets is very important. However, there are several barriers that the different environment and different clinical environment and the clinical settings and different cultural barriers, as well as the lack of protocol transparencies and also the financial challenges. Collaboration and identifies overlapping outcomes domains. So if there is collaborating organizations, there might be some outcomes that are measured differently. So this will they may reduce implementation of measure and hinder the implementation of these measures. The transparent study protocols would aid in choosing suitable outcome measures. And if we can succeed in defining a core outcome set, this will encourage deployment of these outcomes globally. And also, it's very important to point out that it is vital for successful outcome data collection to have training on medical informatics. So the outcome of this session or of this symposium is this recommendation. So Spine20 calls on G20 countries to support the development, implementation, and evaluation of standardization processes for spine care delivery system encompassing genomic, psychological, social, and cultural dimensions of population health needs. And here, outcome definition and coming up with defining a core set of outcomes is a foundation for in order to have standardization of processes and globally. Using this framework could help spine institutions and spine experts to agree together on core set of outcomes to reach this recommendation or to implement this recommendation. This is the recommendation, or this is the suggestion to start a working group in order to standardize or come up with outcome measure core set. Thank you for listening, and I'm open for questions if there is time for questions.
Thank you very much, Hannah. And we will have the question and answer at the end of the symposium. Now I am honored to present Dr. Matthew Fargas. He is the head of the department in the St. Stephen hospitals here in Delhi. He's also very distinguished in his practice. Mainly, he also participated in road safety and prevention of injury and road accidents. He will be talking about the challenges that we faces to implement the standardized clinical practice in very limited resources areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for having me here. And thank you, Dr. Chabra, for allowing me to be present here. I'm not sure if I'm the right person, but I will try to do my best. Disclosures none regarding this. I'll start with a disruptive statement. I don't agree with the limited resource settings alone, because resources are always limited all over. There is no setting where resources are unlimited. But whatever we do in whatever situation, it has to be scientific and evidence-based. So as a planet, we are seeing this huge climate change. So we need to have a paradigm shift from optimal resources to sustainable resources, now to regenerative resources. It is not going to work out. We are not going to last forever. We have to assume limited resources in every activity that we do. I'll start with a story which is very painful. And I've repeated this several times. Some of you may have heard it before, but it is not got over me. I was called in as an expert witness in a sessions court. The judge was there. The defense lawyer was arguing against a compensation being given to a worker who had died. He was a poor laborer falling into a construction pit, had quadriplegia, was admitted in a medical college, had stayed there for a month. Down the line, he became septicemic with a bed sore, and he was shifted to my hospital. He was very sick. He was in shock. He died the next day. And the difference was from the insurance arguing against compensation. And the difference was asking me, what was the cause of death? I said the cause of death was cervical spine injury with quadriplegia. Now, what is the cause of death written in the death certificate? The death certificate said immediate cause of death septicemia. So this is septicemia, this is not quadriplegia. So I said, sir, honorable sir, this patient would not have had bed sores if he did not have quadriplegia. And if he did not have bed sores, he would not have had septicemia. The cause of death, primary cause, is quadriplegia from the injury. No, what did it say there? So it says septicemia. No, this is not acceptable. Septicemia is the cause of death. Quadriplegia is not the cause. And the judge dismissed the plea that he needs a compensation. I almost cried there. I didn't know what to do. And I haven't got over this. Poor laborer, the insurance would have paid millions to those people who are in the Bollywood industry trying to advertise for their product, but not willing to give probably just a few thousands to this poor worker. Needs education at all levels. There are challenges, plenty. Implementing and standardization. You heard the CPGs and the standardization care, but do we know the science right? The grading, the systematic review is based on the understanding we have the science right. Unless we have the science right, nothing will work. So standardization, first challenge is to have good science for developing our systematic reviews. I did a PubMed search yesterday looking at NICE guidelines or Cochrane reviews on spinal cord injured guidelines. Your search was processed without automatic term mapping, 0 results. Yesterday, we had a discussion on low back pain. Bed rest versus no bed rest still being practiced. The journal paper came out in 1995, NEJM. NEJM 1995, 25 years down the line, we still haven't been able to implement a simple thing that bed rest is not required for low back pain. We have not been able to do that. Isn't that a challenge? You have crash fund trial talking about methylprednisolone for severe head injury, multicentric trials again. Still it is being practiced in many centers. Consensus-based guidelines is, and evidence-based guidelines is the challenge for the utilization of standardized care. I did a study on low frequency vibration, looking at tractor driving farmers and farmers, because majority of the population is agricultural farm. So we looked at community-based study, 50 tractor driving farmers and 50 non-tractor driving farmers. The tractor driving farmers, all of them complained of backache. MRI's comparison, the non-tractor driving farmers had worse MRI pictures than the tractor driving farmers, but they had no backache. I mean, you need to have your science right when you're getting the pain thing. Again, yesterday was a discussion on back pain with vitamin D deficiency. We did a study in our hospital, and lo and behold, what did we find? Because of pollution, the frequency of ultraviolet ray that is required to convert ergosterol into cholecalciferol is not reaching ground level. So even if you sunbathe all day, you will not get vitamin D in your skin. It is not going to work. Adults and children all are deficient. Yes, I did find some standard guidelines, some practice guidelines from the American College of Surgeons with a lot of details. All the details are there. But what is missing? Guidelines for long-term care, guidelines for integration into family and community, guidelines for occupational rehabilitation, guidelines for inclusive education. That is a challenge. We have a Machiavellian dilemma. How do we implement it? Do we implement it a benevolent democracy versus benevolent autocracy versus a democracy? How do we implement? How do we take it? Democratic processes, remember, take a longer time, but the results last longer because all stakeholders are part of that decision-making process. So don't fret if it takes time. It is worth it. And it is more important for heterogeneous societies than homogeneous societies. Homogeneous societies, it is easy to implement. It is easy to engage with people. Heterogeneous, it's not easy. So even if you have a guideline, implementing becomes a challenge, integrating becomes a challenge. Again, I repeat the homogeneous versus heterogeneity, and that can be cultural, that can be ethnic. You have all kinds of heterogeneity. Key problems which were flagged yesterday, health versus social ministry of justice inclusions. How do we integrate through? How do you have intersectoral cooperation? When you talk to one ministry, they say, no way we're going to cooperate with the others. How do you get them under one umbrella? Does it have to be Niti Aayog or the PMO? We don't know. Looking at primary prevention, we have a national program for children, child health, RBSK. And this, they reviewed, this is an older slide, 42 million children were reviewed. And do you know the most common problem, which is musculoskeletal? Spina bifida, a preventable condition. The prevention strategy was evolved in 1991. 1991. And we still have not been able to get folic acid to all these children. So you can have standard guidelines, but if you can't reach it to the ground level, how is it going to help? I don't know. We need to work on advocacy. We need to work on education to change that. Primary prevention, falls, occupational injuries, construction workers, very common. We have a metro in Delhi. My hospital was the closest to the first metro line. I saw 4 paraplegics falling from those heights in the very high-tech construction that is going on. You're riding on metros on the decks of so many of those workers. Trees and coconut trees, harnesses, such a simple thing, we don't have it. Rural electric poles, any harvest and sowing season, we have workers falling from the electric poles. Why? The pump is not working, the electricity is not there. He goes up on the pole, gets an electric shock, and he falls down, has a paraplegia, quadriplegia. So simple to have a design where you change that to an insulated cable with ground level connections. Why do you have to have that? Again, playground safety, we look at concretized playgrounds and hurt our children far more and having major problems, falling from rockets that are high. Children love climbing, they will fall down on hard floor, have serious injuries. 93% of our workforce is unorganized sector. In this unorganized sector, they do not get social security in large communities. So if you have no social security, how do you provide for care in terms of these injuries? Road traffic injuries, yesterday we flagged that about the road traffic injuries. Trying to change people by education, it's good we can't change people by education easily, because if we did, Hitler would be controlling all of us. We don't want that. Education has to be difficult, so it has to be by design change. It is by design and policy change that we change the system for our people on the ground. And we make car-friendly streets and car-friendly cities, not people-friendly streets. More people are outside of cars in countries like ours than people inside cars. Again, infectious diseases like tuberculosis, so common, I see paraplegias every day. If you recognize them early, treat them early, they won't have that. Early recognition becomes a key at the most peripheral level. You have to work on that, and that can be built in as a standard of care. Adolescent scoliosis, any number are there. A school health program can pick up adolescent scoliosis early on. So school health program, which builds up all the patients, picks up all those girls that are having scoliosis, can be picked up. School health program can pick up any number of early deficiencies. We can treat them well, but school health program alone will not help, because many of them need the complex surgery that are now described as so expensive. Any number of days, I'm telling you, yesterday also I was guiding a patient how to access for Prime Minister's Relief Fund, Chief Minister's Relief Fund, to get the implants for the scoliosis surgery. They are so prohibitively expensive, it is not possible to get them. Again, bladder and bowel mounds, any number of spina bifida children I see with bladder gone. Bladder gone, their lifespan will go down if it is not taken care of. Early recognition could, I'm doing a study on spina bifida children. The average age of children coming to me with problems in the foot is 2.5 years. So for 2.5 years, their foot has been neglected, though they have a spinal problem. So a total requirement for bladder and musculoskeletal issues need to be taken care of in the standardized care protocol. Need to prevent contractures, prevent trophic ulcers, prevent wet sores. Need for an integrated approach where the whole team comes up and chips in to save. Dr. Srivastava mentioned yesterday about polio being eradicated. It was possible because of a partnership, intersectoral coordination, government, NGOs, political commitment, financial commitment, all kinds of participation was there. And that needs to be done if we want to get to our spinal cord injured patients, our spinal disease patients. And there's a need for education at all levels, including the judicial level. The judge needed education, what I dealt with. And it's such a painful moment for me. I cried when I went back home that day, because it is so painful. Those judges, the legal systems need education and change and understanding. How do we educate them all? It needs an integrated approach, not just the doctors, not just the physiotherapists, the occupational therapists, the rehab expert. No, everyone. Standalone spinal centers are not the answer. We have to learn from our lessons from trauma care centers. In the US of 70s, in the US of 70s, they burnt out. So now you have to have built in the spinal cord care and the care for spine in multi-speciality hospitals, because a spinal cord injured patient can also have diabetes, hypertension, coronary artery disease,
A woman with spinal cord injury can become pregnant. So you can't keep shuttling them back into women's hospital and then back to spinal cord. It's not possible. Build spinal cord care into multi-speciality hospital all under one roof. All under one roof. Build capacity within existing hospitals. The Rashtriya Bal Swasthya Karyakram is a comprehensive program. Concept of district early intervention center, holistic approach includes rehabilitation for children, but it is not pushed because there are reasons for not pushing it, financial or otherwise, I do not know. Technical resources are a challenge again. Implants and equipment, prohibitive cost. Only robotic, today's fashion is robotic surgery. Everything is robotic. Everything else is passé. Every patient can, sir, are you doing robotic surgery? I'm sorry, I'm not doing robotic surgery. Need to rethink how do we make it accessible. Your assistive technology, grossly inadequate, is doled out. No question of a choice there. A democratic, egalitarian society will allow you to have a choice. But no, it is doled out to you as a charity. We need to move away from that. We need to get to the rights of these people. We have advanced technology, 3D printing. How many centers in India we have 3D printing of the technology for assistive technology products?
We have
Again, yeah. Digital education, but in digital education, we have huge problem about literacy. Digital literacy, as well as there is an application fatigue. For everything, there is an application. So how many applications will you have? You have to build in privacy, confidentiality, regulation, legal safeguards, all have to be built in. Insurance does not cover long-term. I asked an insurance agent yesterday. He said it will cover only for 104 weeks. That's 2 years. Nothing more. Sum assured plus 2 years coverage, nothing more. A paraplegia is for a long term. How do we take care? We need to build our resources in a manner that we work with data that we have, convince our policymakers, extrapolate with existing data, generate data with pilot programs, and we need to look at universal healthcare, and health expenditure is to be viewed as an investment on the long term. I'll stop here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. This is very inspiring talk, and we truly appreciate your experience. Now we will be asking Dr. Rima Nayan. She is a neurologist by background. She's a health leader in Saudi Arabia, and she's now the executive director of the G20 Global Innovation Hub for improving value in health. We welcome you, Reem.
Thank you very much. It's really great to be here with you today. Let me try to share my screen. Good morning, everyone. I would like to start by expressing my thanks and appreciation for being invited to speak at this impressive event. I congratulate the Spine20 for the progress, the impressive progress that it has made over the short number of years in which you've been working together. And you are showing a model for international collaboration in improving global spine care. My name is Reem Banyan, and I'm the Executive Director of the Global Innovation Hub for Improving Value in Health. Over the coming few minutes, I will introduce you to the hub, speak a little bit about this concept of health systems moving to deliver value, and I will attempt to link what I heard from the esteemed speakers that spoke before me, and link with the theme of the Spine20 for this year and some of the recommendations that you are making. The Global Innovation Hub is an international organization that was born out of the G20 in the year 2020 when Saudi Arabia was leading it. It's membered by G20 countries, guest countries, and international organizations, including the World Health Organization, the OECD, and the Islamic Development Bank. In our work, our mission is to accelerate global transformation towards value-based care through knowledge, experience, and collaboration. We work very closely with the G20 in supporting the discussions that are happening in the health working group, the joint health and finance group, and to support conversations that are happening in the G20, including examples like the Spine20. We heard from esteemed speakers that spoke ahead of me about the burden of spine pathology globally, and I had prepared some of the numbers that I heard from Dr. Scott Kreiner earlier on the anticipated number of having 843 million people with spine disorders by 2050, which is a massive number and huge burden. As I bridge to that, I'd like to speak for a few minutes about the concept of value and this paradigm shift that health systems are moving into, linking with some of what Dr. Matthew Varghese mentioned in the previous talk. The challenges that health systems are facing globally are massive, and they mainly relate to two factors. One important one is the rapid rate of discovery and innovation, whether it's new diseases, such as what we experienced in COVID, a new disorder with a huge set of requirements for the care of people with COVID, whether it's testing, vaccination, beds, etc. Discovery in therapeutics. In the field of spine, the example we just heard is robotics, devices, technologies, and other things. In addition to aging populations. And in the case of spine disease, it's a condition that is going to be more and more seen among people that age. Therefore, health systems must transform, and this is the century of value. All health systems globally, high-income countries, low-middle-income countries, are trying to solve for the same solutions. The concept of value is a paradigm shift from thinking about numbers, such as number of patients I've seen in clinic, number of surgeries I've done in my hospital, number of admissions, to focusing on outcomes, and not just any outcomes, outcomes that matter the most to people in our populations. How many people we've improved the quality of life. And I realize that this is the theme of the Spine20 this year, is improving quality of life. And the elements that encompass a health system that delivers high value are shown on this figure: effectiveness, efficiency, equity, and responsiveness. Largely thinking about offering the right care for the right people in the right setting, using resources optimally, and having a health system that's responsive to the needs in relation to discovery or emergence of new disorders or emergence of new therapeutics. In some work that we did in collaboration with colleagues at the Harvard School of Public Health, we looked at health systems and how they're evolving into high-value health systems. And this model shows the 10 essential elements of transitioning to a high-value health system. I don't intend to go into all of these in detail, given the time that we have today. I would be truly delighted to dive into this deeper with the leadership or the senior colleagues in the Spine20 towards implementing some of your recommendations. But I'd like to focus on a couple of them in line with the theme of the session on standardization. One is with regards to payment models. And I heard some remarks from Dr. Matthew on the coverage and etc. There are new innovative ways of financing. We call them value-based models, bundling or bundling of services, innovative financing. We produced a paper in collaboration with the OECD on new innovative ways of financing. In our opinion, financing sometimes is not the sole reason for change. However, it is an important lever that pushes all other teams, clinical teams, predominantly HR and hospital administrators, to think about the entire package that a person with a certain disorder would need. And in the case of spine care, whether we're speaking about a condition like spinal cord injury or scoliosis or other, you would think about everything that's involved in the care or everything that that individual would need, from testing to hospital visits, rehab. We heard from Dr. Alexandra Rauch a lot about the rehab packages that are required. And that type of bundling leads clinicians to get together, redesign the care pathway in order to utilize resources optimally and achieve the best outcomes that are required. The other remark I'd like to make on this is on data. We heard from Dr. Hana the importance of standardizing measuring outcomes. And with value, we think a lot about patient-reported outcomes, patient-reported experiences, or person-reported outcomes and experiences. And there is a need to develop and evolve those tools, to carefully measure them, to standardize them. And standardization is important in order for us to be able to make a judgment on how much value we're delivering, what improvements we need to make in our services, and compare from region to region within one country and from country to country on our experiences. And this touches very closely on what we heard about guidelines. We speak a lot about sharing best practices and implementing guidelines or best practices and the experiences that countries have on the ground in reality, not in the constrained settings of the classic double-blind placebo-controlled trials, is essential and is very relevant to the discussion that is happening in the Spine20. I'd like to also speak about one more thing with regards to value. We know from work that the WHO and the OECD has done, at least 30% of healthcare resources are wasted. And that's, I say at least, it's probably closer to 50%. And this waste goes in avoidable complications, unnecessary treatments or interventions, and administrative inefficiencies. A focus on this would help us relieve some of the resources that are essential for the care of people with disorders. In closing, I'd like to link with spine care. Some recommendations that we would make is to look closely in defining populations of people with spine disorders. Define them carefully, define the segments of those populations based on their healthcare needs. It's crucial to define spine-specific outcomes and use them to develop standard sets, use them to develop the optimal care pathways that you would like to see for your patients. Share best practices and experiences, and foster a global learning community. And in conclusion, I'd like to again congratulate you. And at the Global Innovation Hub, we would be delighted to continue to engage with this group. We would be delighted to showcase the experience that you've had in one of our innovation series. Dr. Sami and colleagues are very close to me, and I would be really happy to take this forward as you go forward with your journey. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Reem, and I'm sure that everybody's happy with this last statement, that we could build some sort of collaboration with you in order to keep moving forward with our goals and objectives. We're moving now, Dr. Yahya.
So the next session will be a debate. As we know that in the G20 there is developed and underdeveloped countries. So we want to see what's the difference between standardization or customization in countries that are example of congenital spine deformities in pediatrics And the group from Brazil will do the debate. Professor Cristiano Menezes, who is the past president of Brazilian Spine Society, and Dr. Robert Mibes, who is the current spine president of Brazilian Spine Society, and Dr. Luis Eduardo Carelli, who is the chief of spinal department. For you, Dr. Cristiano.
Hello, everybody. Many thanks for having us for this very interesting discussion about pediatric deformities. We've been discussing a lot during this meeting about the burden of spine disorders and economic issues around the globe. But it's very important to remember one of the key points and the key challenges we have, which is about the pediatric congenital and pediatric early onset scoliosis and pediatric deformities. So it's my great pleasure to share this discussion with two great renowned surgeons, pediatric deformity surgeons from Brazil, Dr. Robert Mibes, who is currently the president of Brazilian Spine Society and the head of the spine unit of Santa Casa de São Paulo Hospital, and Dr. Luis Carelli from National Institute of Orthopedic and Traumatology in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. So I'm going to start this discussion. We have 14 minutes for this discussion, making the first question to Dr. Carelli about congenital scoliosis. How is the diagnosis and referral of congenital scoliosis these days, Dr. Carelli?
Thank you, Cristiano. First of all, I need to say for everybody that in Brazil, the health system is universal and is free for everybody. And our system was copied. Canadian system came in the past in 80s to Brazil to learn how our system functions, and work is better than the Brazilian systems nowadays, but it's free, completely free, our system here. Care, hospitalization, surgery, implants, all these are funded by the government. We have problems, but it's free. We have 80% of people that goes to the public health system. And to answer your question, Cristiano, the diagnosis of the congenital deformities are sometimes not easy because it's uncommon for the pediatric care, and we don't have a sorting like genetic diagnosing tests for the general population, but we started to have in research genetic testing diagnosis, and we published our Brazilian group researching for the genetic diagnosis. And the clinical diagnosis started at the basic primary health systems. Physicians send patients with a suspicion to have a congenital deformity to a secondary or tertiary hospital, and most of these centers that are board certificated by the Brazilian Spine Society have the ability and human resource to do the correct diagnosis, confirm the diagnosis, and the procedure to do the treatment? It's my first talk and answer for your question.
Very nice comments. And it's very important to highlight here your comments about our public system. Because, you know, as an underdeveloped country, we do have most of the, a lot of the most advanced technology available for some, and a very heterogeneous situation for most. So we do have a universal public system, but doesn't work for all. And my question for Dr. Robert Mevis is, what are the specific cause pediatric deformities in Brazil and other countries that have public health systems subsidized by the governors?
Thanks for the question. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay. But Brazilian Spine Society performed a study in Brazil with 21 centers from January 2021 to February 2023 with kids with deformities who had been waiting for treatment, bracing, cast, or surgery in one of the centers of Brazilian Spine Society. We have 21 Brazilian centers. Kids had been waiting for over 6 months. Data was collected by using a web tool. We observed with 650 kids waiting surgery. We observed that the time to get the suggested treatment after being seen by the spine specialist was around 50 months. Up to 63% of patients wait another 20 months for treatment. The cause of delayed orthopedic treatment were delay in transferring the patient from the primary care facility to the tertiary facility in 30%, logistic problems such as threshold table training for case placement around 1%, difficult in finding orthopedic workshop to make braces in 6%, difficult in obtain pediatric hardware, a low profile hardware for surgery, and insufficient financial by institution and government around 10%. Lack of operating room schedule due to big numbers of emergency procedures, and lack of potential evocate in 44%. We have these problems. It's a little bit worse than another places who had social medicines, like Craig said, Canadian and United Kingdom.
Thanks, Robert. And even with an universal health public system, we still have a long waiting list for treatment, as Robert mentioned. Carelli, with these bottlenecks and the impact of not having the MRI available for many situations, not having the neurophysiologist available for our surgeries, add some comments on how to deal with this in a national level, in a huge country as Brazil, and for the entire Latin American region.
Thank you for your question, Cristiano. I think that we live in heterogeneous country, as you said. And you have to deal and try to standardize the treatment, the diagnosis. All of this, the standardizing, the human resourcing, you have a very very good and skilled surgeons that can deal with this situation, but have the environment with altogether necessities like MRI, like appointment with a neurosurgeon, appointment with a cardiac or nephrologist specialist, because congenital scoliosis, in 30% of the cases, we have other congenital problems together, like tetraene cordis, like diastemamelia, like cardiac defects, like congenital disease, other congenital disease. And I think because the money of the health came from the federal government, and each state in Brazil has own money to develop hospitals for children. In Rio de Janeiro, some few years ago, we have a children's hospital only to take care for children. We have some centers like the National Institute that is Rio de Janeiro. You can train surgeons, but I think the key is to have all these image other specialists all together in a children's hospital like in other parts of the world.
Great. As final remarks, as the time is a little over, but as a final remarks, how to get more educational initiatives to involve the entire region in education in terms of a diagnosis and treatment of congenital scoliosis.
For me,
any of you.
Okay,
Yeah,
I can give my opinion like a surgeon, like a health provider, and like a member of Brazilian board of directors. I think that the good way to go is have education first, not only for surgeon. Education, Brazilian Spine Society do is a lot as a seminars, course, congress, webinars, video of surgeries, project that Robert is going to talk after me. But I think education of the politicians, education of patients, education of the family. I think all of this together, you can go in the same direction.
Great. So the time is lasting. So Robert, your final remarks as president of Brazilian Spine Society, and we're excited to host Spine20 in 2024 next year. So your final remarks for the Spine20 attendees, please.
Okay, thank you. It's important that we discuss the 9 actions according to focal interview with 21 head of Brazilian spine centers to help solve these problems in Brazil. First, involve lawmakers to pass a law establishing a maximum of 6 months waiting for specialist treatments. Create a unified national list of risk progression and a list of waiting lists, because we don't have this list in Brazil yet. Create and implement new codes recognized by SUS to pediatric implants from potential advocate, for instance. The national directives to request exams such as MRI, expand telemedicine for specialist consults in remote locations, and centralize the purchase of hardware by health ministers, and establish tertiary treatment centers in Brazil to treat spine deformities. I think that this ideas is very important to help solve this problem. Thank you, Cristiano.
Thank you for sharing the experiences. We are just on time, so I'll kick back to Sami and Yahya for the great session. Thank you for having us, and congratulations for the Spine20 meeting.
Thank you so much. Excellent debate. It is very interesting that moving from like clinical practice guidelines, outcome measures, rehabilitation package, and innovation hub, and then to what's actually in the ground, what Matthew present and what our Brazilian group present. Now we are going to steal some of your time from the coffee break, and we will ask Frank Canziora, who is very well known to most of us as a leader in the spine community, to just go through the take-home message and going back to what was presented a while ago. What should we go for? Standardization, customization, or what we are actually having in the ground? Exactly what Matthew and Brazilian group mentioned. Thank you.
So thank you very much. My name is Frank Canziera. I'm from Frankfurt in Germany. I'm former president of Eurospine and German Spine Society. And although we are already a little bit behind schedule, I won't miss the opportunity to ask each and every panelist just one very, very short question. We talked a lot about standardization, not so much about customization. So the question is, do you think these are really competitive approaches, or do you think these are supplementary approaches? And if we need something like individualization and customization, which percentage of patients do we need to address individually? May I start with Alexandra? Alexandra, would you please be so kind to take it?
Yes, so the others will have more time to prepare their answer, but let me answer spontaneously. It's a complementary approach, definitely. And I think to allow a customization, and I'm talking from the rehabilitation perspective, of course, to allow or facilitate the customization of interventions for rehabilitation, to have a standardized approach in the beginning is extremely useful, because the people who are asked to customize and tailor the interventions for the individuals, they need to be aware of those interventions that are effective. And on the other hand, and taking the example of the package that provides a sets of interventions, not everyone needs the complete set. So we need to have that customization, the tailoring of interventions to the individual. So they are complementary. One does not go without the other.
Perfect. For not being prepared, it's a very perfect answer. So I don't see Scott at the moment on my screen. So maybe we proceed with Hannah. Hannah, would you please be so kind?
Thank you so much. I'll be very brief. I don't want to take people from their coffee break. It's just when we talk about outcome measures, I think we need to have certain standards similar to what Alexandra just mentioned. But at the same time, we need to have patient reported outcomes are crucial to customize the interventions, whether prevention or treatments. So it goes hand in hand, and each one complement each other. So a standard set of outcomes, whether it was clinical, but it has to include patient-reported outcome to take the patient perspective, to be patient-centered.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Matthew, would you please be so kind to take the question as well?
I think they're very clearly complementary. You cannot have customization without a scientific evidence of what you're customizing for. So the bottom line is your evidence for what you're doing, whether you're creating it as part of practice guideline or standardization, has to be evidence-based and scientifically appropriate. If you are customizing, I think the prerequisite for customization, should you have a responsibility to evaluate the outcome. Only then should you be having the freedom to customize. Because if you don't evaluate the outcome, then that is a challenge. We cannot have that. So I think you cannot take customization without some degree of evidence-based scientific practice being generated, and then do customization based on a peculiar situation, whether it is social, cultural, individual, family, whatever.
Thank you very much. And maybe finally, Reem, would you please feel kind?
Thank you. I agree with the esteemed colleagues. The nuance I would add is that there's an element of standardization that is on, on us, the healthcare team, that relates to standardizing measurement. Anything procedural can be standardized in a more rigid way. However, care pathways need to be customized for the local context. And then comes shared decision-making that is customized at the individual level. So that is the nuance that, and I do agree that the two are complementary and necessary for consideration.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. So it's just up to me to a little bit summarize the session. First of all, I would like to thank all the esteemed speakers. Really perfect, very inspiring talks, very enthusiastic talks. I think we have learned over the last day and today as well that the healthcare systems around the world are really challenged by the rising costs and the variable quality of healthcare. And so I think all our goal is to maximize the value for the patients and achieving the best outcomes for the lowest costs. I think that's very important. The trend goes very clearly to standardization of healthcare organizations and especially large healthcare systems. But we also have to keep in mind that standardization has its natural limits. I think customization and personalization is also very, very important. And to determine the optimal balance between the customization and the standardization, that's a real challenge. Finally, I think we still have a lot of work to do to implement, develop, and evaluate the criteria for standardization as well as for customization. And I think they should always go hand in hand. I think we need definitely both. So I would like to say thank you very much to each and everybody for joining the session. And I would like to make sure that you're going to the next session. It's just a very short tea break. It's 50 minutes, but it's also very interesting. It's about patient safety. So see you later.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And we were given an extra 10 minutes by Prof. Chabra. So you're having tea break for 20 minutes. So we will be back in 20 minutes from now at 11:40, is it? 11:40, yeah. Thank you so much, everyone, and I would love to see you in the future. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know what was supposed to say. Not really very sure.
Welcome back after the tea break. It's 11:40 a.m. and we are set to start with the next session on symposium, in fact, on safety culture in primary care, a way to mitigate back pain, disability, and unnecessary care. The chairpersons are Carlos Tuki, Marcus Aran, and Babu Garg. Carlos and Marcus are there online with us, whereas we'll request Dr. Babu Garg to moderate the session from here. Over to you, Dr. Babu.
So thank you, Dr. Chabra. So we move to the next symposium, which is about the safety culture in primary care, a way to mitigate back pain, disability, and unnecessary care. And I welcome my co-chairs, Carlos Tuki and Marcus Aran. So we start with the first talk, patient safety in back pain, primary care. Carlos Tuki. You are muted.
Sorry about that. It's okay now? Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry about that. I'm Carlos Tucci. I'm a spine surgeon in Sao Paulo, Brazil. It's 3+ a.m. in the morning, and I'm still very excited to be part of this, to be learning so much from all these outstanding talks. First of all, thanks Harvinder, Koji, for the hard work and to bringing us to this amazing event. So together with my colleagues, Marcus Aran and Babu Garg, we will chair the Patient Safety Symposium. And in the scientific task force, what we had in mind is to, something that's very familiar to us spine surgeons is the concept of patient safety, as we are very aware of this concept in patient settings because of surgery, of course, but the idea is to conceptualize patient safety in the patient in the primary care or outpatient setting. So the symposium title is Safety Culture in Primary Care as a way to mitigate back pain, disability, and unnecessary.
Can you share your screen? Carlos, can you share your screen?
It's not sharing?
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay.
Yeah, all good.
So sorry. So by definition, WHO definition of patient safety is a framework of organized activities that creates culture that consistently and sustainably lower risks and reduce the occurrence of avoidable harm. And we all know, we are very familiar to the idea that harm in back pain in primary care is I cannot change it. Early recognition of disability and poor prognosis risks, and early detection of proper management of serious spinal conditions. And so those are very, very popular ideas, but what exactly do you know it as from a safety patient perspective? So we brought the symposium with the very first question: what do we know about the data? So as Luke Slavomirsk, health economist and physiotherapist, in one of his papers to OECD named "We Are Flying Blind." Are we flying blind in data? And then from there, I brought Dr. Leonardo Costa to point, some directions about guidelines and where to go if we want to manage those safety lapses. And also one of the most recognized tools to educate, which is quite important to keep patients safe in primary care. So we brought Dr. Eric Werner to speak about campaigns. And last but not least, Dr. Bojraj, who does an amazing work in rural areas in India, in primary care, and his Spine Foundation. He also has a series of 5 or 6 papers with local data, which is very impressive for us in developing countries. So the recommendation of these patient safety is to call upon the G20 countries to be aware of these safety lapses and name them as such. And from there, once we conceptualized patient safety in primary care, we might move on to the future in patient safety in primary care, with maybe metrics and safety lapses management initiatives, mapping the health environment and navigating the patient throughout it. Education, why not? But those are topics for next year's Spine20 2024 in the amazing city of Rio. So from here, I hand over to my co-chair, Garg. Would you please take it from here? Thank you.
Thank you, Carlos. So we move to the next speaker now, Luke Somsky, and we'll be talking about the economic, financial, and public health burden of the outpatient safety lapses.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. I'll just share my screen as well. One moment, please. It's a pleasure to be with you. Thank you so much for inviting me. As Carlos mentioned, I'm a health economist, a former physiotherapist, and I I've done a bit of work with the OECD. There we are. And I've been asked to outline the financial and other burdens of safety lapses in outpatient care. This work happened in the context of a series of papers that were commissioned from the OECD by the annual ministerial summit on patient safety. The first one looked at healthcare generally.
Can you make it in a slideshow mode?
Oh yes, is it not? Okay, I tried to do that. Hold on, I think I know what to do. I have to use two monitors, you see, and then and then it will. Okay, is that better? Or is am I sharing? Hang on, I might not be sharing the right one.
Okay, no.
It's okay now? Okay, good. So 3 papers looking at healthcare in general. Then the one in 2018 looked at primary care. This was the one called Flying Blind because we found very little data, very little metrics to inform the study. Wrap everything together and take it to the next stage where we would recommend the interventions and initiatives that are most cost effective at reducing safety lapses. In between, there are other papers focusing on governance, focusing on long-term care, but these are the 3 key publications, and they're easy to find on the OECD website or on Google. I think Carlos did mention some definitions. This is the boring part, but we have to kind of agree what we're talking about. So just very quickly for you there, the concept of harm is an impairment or deleterious effect. It's important to consider that it can be physical, social, or psychological. So patient harm is and it can also include, you know, errors of omission, so absence of an indicated medical treatment. We often forget that. And the patient safety is the overall reduction of risk of harm to an acceptable minimum. I don't subscribe to the idea that we can eliminate all harm, that we can get patient harm to 0. I think that's unrealistic, and I think that sort of forgets how risk-laden healthcare is, and what we're actually trying to achieve is making people who are often very sick better. But we can certainly reduce harm a great deal compared to current levels. So from those 3 papers, I just want to present some highlights to you that we have across the several healthcare settings and the various analyses that we did. So safety lapses contribute to over 3 million deaths per year. This is a global figure. Most of those deaths are occur in the developing world, so in low and middle income countries. In terms of the burden of disease, some work by Ashish Jha, who I'm sure you've heard of, great physician academic from the United States, estimated a few years ago now the 64 million Dalis worldwide every year. This puts patient harm in the same league as tuberculosis, HIV/AIDS, and type 2 diabetes. And it happens to be a remarkably similar figure to what was recently estimated for low back pain, 63.7 million Dalis a year by Wang and colleagues. So it's a considerable disease burden, and throughout our papers we did refer to it as a public health concern, as a public health issue that should be as much a priority as some of those sort of more high-profile diseases that we globally trying to eradicate. It has a huge financial toll, financial impact on health budgets. So we estimate that around 12 to 13% of everything, all the money that's spent on healthcare, is consumed by treating the sequelae of patient harm. So managing patients who have been harmed with further treatment, further diagnostics, and resources thrown at the ameliorating that harm that was caused unnecessarily. And if we look at care settings individually, most of that financial cost comes from the acute sector. 3.3% of all spending is devoted to treating harm in the non-acute sector, and the long-term care is 3.9%. So effectively, only about 87% of what the world spends on healthcare. This chart is more focused on the developed world, but I think the same story would fit similar story in the developing world. We are only using shy of 90% of all the resources to actually treat people who are sick. The rest goes on treating people who have been harmed while we were trying to treat them to ameliorate their illness. So it's quite a sobering statistic, and a lot of waste, and a lot of that is preventable. Looking in terms of the broader economy, also we did some analysis and a little bit of modeling, drawing on some burden of illness, cost of illness studies. And we estimate that patient harm globally exerts about a 0.7% per annum brake on economic growth. That might not seem like a lot, but over 1 or 2 decades, this amount compounds to tens of trillions of dollars. A lot of money. If you want to reduce it to dollars, it's which a lot of people do in economic analysis. It certainly again underscores the fact that this is a big problem, and it should be a priority for everyone, for policymakers, for practitioners, for patients and consumers to work together to eradicate. Looking more at the flying blind part, so the outpatient setting, which is what we are talking about mostly today. So a lot of healthcare encounters globally happen in the non-acute setting, in primary care, in ambulatory care. So if we include allied health in this, it's well over 10 billion encounters, healthcare encounters per annum. If we apply the 1 in 10 figure, which is usually bandied about, which is usually raised in terms of patient harm, I mean, that's a lot of harmful episodes of care if that figure holds globally, and I think it does. We're talking about 20 to 25% of the general population is harmed during these contacts at some point in their life. The harm can be minimal, but it can also be quite severe and sometimes result in permanent disability or death. So that's a quarter of everybody at some point will encounter some harmful incident when accessing outpatient care. It accounts for 40% of that global burden of disease figure I showed you in the previous slide. And in this setting, the biggest problems are diagnostic error, medication error, and delayed treatment, partly maybe because of diagnostic mismanagement, but also because insufficient access to care. So illnesses that could be managed quite well in a timely manner are not, and this causes problems down the track. Safety problems in primary care in developed countries account for 6% of hospital admissions, we estimate. So again, that's a huge amount of unnecessary healthcare resources used on things that could be prevented, rather than on managing people who are sick, who became sick or unwell in the normal course of their lives. And in primary care, the preventability estimate is a lot higher. We found in our research up to 80% of adverse events in primary care are preventable. Generally, when we talk about acute care, this is a fluid figure. It changes with technology and so on, but it's about 50% are considered preventable. It's a lot higher in primary care. So there's a lot of opportunity to do good. Excuse me. I'll just show you this chart from the study This is the unnecessary admissions to hospital for these 5 diseases or these 5 conditions as a proportion of bed days in OECD countries. So we see the average, obviously 6%, like I said on my previous slide, but quite a wide variation based on OECD data in 2014, with Turkey being above 10%. And then at the lower end, we have France, Norway, Israel. Of course, these data have to be taken with a grain of salt. There are different methods used, but broadly speaking, 6% of all bed days consumed by things that could have been managed in primary care is not such a great outcome for patients or for health systems. When we asked experts what they thought was the best way to measure harm, because obviously the first step is measuring how big the problem is and having a reliable metric to compare between periods or between countries, between healthcare providers. The most popular choice was reporting by patients. So patient-reported incident measures or outcome measures, those sorts of things are considered perhaps the most urgent and also perhaps the most reliable in this setting. We're talking about the outpatient setting here. Mandatory reporting by professionals was also quite popular. I'm not sure if I agree with that choice, but this was voted on by a panel of 27 experts, global experts. And then we have periodic medical reviews, medical record reviews, trigger tool methods, electronic records, flags in those, and administrative systems as well. Excuse me. In terms of what metric to use, well, this is a bit difficult in primary care because it's not easy to divide it up into individual episodes like you can in hospital care. So the panel of experts suggested various things, and here we have the low income and low middle income countries and high income countries, so slightly different, but we found basically a temporal measure. So what percentage of people experience harm every year was quite popular choice, and or per encounter, or a per capita count as well in the high income context. Low to middle income, it was more the temporal and the proportion of patients one that seemed to be the most popular. This is very important as well. Again, metrics measurement is probably the first step to improvement, so we need to get this right. In terms of the interventions in primary or outpatient care, we found the four things that stood out, really, 4 themes. First of all, if we have a global perspective, it's access. I mean, a lot of places around the world, there still is not enough access to primary care, and a lot of harm occurs because people are not even able to see a doctor or a healthcare professional in time. Number 2, there needs to be more patient involvement in not only indirectly in their care, but also in designing the systems that keep patients safe. There needs to be a co-design between providers, between policymakers, providers, and patients to make up some ground. Education and training is hugely important. I think with the emergence of back pain as one of the biggest global disease burdens, conditions with the biggest global disease burden, with drawing on my own background, I was always astonished how often healthcare professionals did not really know how to even advise patients what the first steps are in managing back pain. So I think when we're talking about this particular condition, education and training becomes even more important. And this is undergraduate or training during the undergraduate, but also postgraduate ongoing training. Techniques do change, technology evolves, so it's important to constantly update people on what the latest theories are and what the evidence says. information infrastructure is critical because most harmful events happen because of lack of communication or lack of information reaching the right person at the right time. So now in the digital era, this could be a whole seminar on its own, but it's critical to enable people to receive data, receive information at the right time. To communication between patients and providers is critical and has to be timely. So the era of fax machines and letters should be over, but it isn't. It's still used in a lot of countries, and things are missed. And the last one is oversight, better governance, better incentives, and better measurement. Really, as well, it falls into that category. And as policymakers, we need to have a really hard think about how to improve these things in this setting. So the diagram there is the schema we came up with the Flying Blind report. Everything is underpinned by leadership and culture. Then we have the governance, the human capital, and the information at the next layer. And then obviously the apex of the whole structure is, and obviously should be, the patient in terms of involvement, empowerment, and helping us identify where the problems are and when adverse events occur, because the patient is always there when things go wrong. So why not ask them? That was a very quick overview. I think I look forward to perhaps unpacking some of this in the discussion. If you have any questions or would like some of these links sent to you, please don't hesitate to get in touch with me at either my personal email or my university affiliation with at Menzies Institute. I look forward to the discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Luke. And now I invite Leonardo Costa for his talk about the effective approach to back pain patients in primary care settings.
Hello, everyone. Are you listening to me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good. Just let me get my slides here. Just give me a sec. Hello, everyone. Firstly, I would like to thank the conference organizers for inviting me for this talk.
You're not able to see your slides.
Yeah, I was about to open my slide, but it seems that someone used a recording bit. You can use the recorded version if you like. You can just play. Hello, everyone. Firstly, I would like to thank the conference organizers for inviting me for this talk. My name is Leo Costa. I'm from the University City of São Paulo from Brazil, and I'm going to talk about effective approaches to back pain in primary care. This is a picture taken from the global burden of the diseases, and it compares the ranking from 2019 to 1990 of the conditions that are mostly associated with years lived with disability. You'll be able to see good improvements with regard to nutrition deficiencies, for example, and infection diseases, which is absolutely wonderful. On the other hand, there was no improvements whatsoever with conditions such as musculoskeletal disorders. If you take a deep look on this picture and separate it with the detailed data, we also can see that back pain is the #1 condition in terms of years lived with disability, which shows that more attention is needed for this condition. And that's why we are all here. Interestingly, it seems to me that we cannot blame a possible lack of evidence for back pain. We know how to diagnose, we know how the prognosis of these conditions, and we especially know how to treat those patients. I did a quick search yesterday on PubMed, and I found nearly 3,000 systematic reviews nearly 6,000 randomized controlled trials, and about 100 clinical practice guidelines for patients with back pain. And the number of these papers are increasing every year. So it seems to me that the problem is not evidence. It's that most clinicians simply ignore the most updated evidence. And this can be easily overcome if you read the right publications. For example, I'm going to use it today, recommendations from only 3 articles used in the Lancet Low Back Pain series, and I strongly suggest you to read all of them. The Lancet series in back pain are composed by 3 articles and a commentary from 33 experts from all clinicians across the globe. These experts had a series of meetings, and they compiled the most updated evidence in terms of why we need to take care about back pain, about prevention and treatment, all challenges, evidence, and promising directions, and also what we should be done in the future in terms of implementation and about new directions for science. I'm going to also use those 2 clinical practice guidelines that were written from the American College of Physicians and the American Pain Society. I know quite well the first author, Professor Roger Chow, and he once told us during a conference that these guidelines, especially the imaging guidelines, were on the top most downloaded manuscript published in 2011 and 2012. Unfortunately, this information did not change practice at all, which is a big concern. So basically, I'm going to read out for you the recommendations from those clinical practice guidelines and the Lancet series for back pain, which basically means that all clinicians during the consultation must take a careful history and physical examination, and must be able to categorize patients with low back pain in one of those 3 groups: non-specific low back pain due to radiculopathy, and patients with back pain associated with another specific cause, for example, cancer, inflammatory diseases, infection, fractures, and etc. Most of these diagnostic hypotheses can be done during history and physical examination. And obviously, for a small fraction of these patients, we will need some additional tests and exams for confirming the diagnosis of cancer, fractures, and tuberculosis and infections conditions, for example. This is the imaging guidelines, and I strongly suggest for all you to read. And I'm going to actually summarize these guidelines for you. So the first recommendation from the imaging guidelines is that clinicians should not obtain imaging or other tests for patients with non-specific low back pain, because imaging is unlikely to be helpful, and on the contrary, it's very likely to be harmful for these patients. This table in front of you summarizes a range of systematic reviews of randomized controlled trials of routine imaging versus usual care without imaging. All clinical trials have exactly the same conclusion. Imaging does not change outcomes, but it increases costs and it's likely to be harmful. So all results from this table crosses the null hypothesis, which means that you won't change outcomes, okay? So be very aware about this. However, there are some cases in which imaging can be useful. For example, we can recommend imaging for patients with major risk of cancer or infection, for example. For example, patients with unexplainable weight loss, or patients with fever, and then we must use imaging for these patients to try to confirm or rule out cancer or infection. We also need to recommend imaging for patients with signs and symptoms of Caldecott syndrome, or patients with severe or progressive neurological deficits. We also could consider imaging After a trial of therapy in patients with minor risk of cancer, risk of inflammatory diseases, risk of compression fractures, patients with signs of radiculopathy, and signs of spinal stenosis. But only after a trial of therapy. Just be aware of this. On the other hand, imaging can be harmful. You can easily label patients. For example, you now have a disc herniation, for example. From this point, a patient with disc herniation can feel distressed with this diagnosis and avoid exercising, for example. And then he becomes sedentary, and there's a lot of comorbidities associated with this. This patient, for example, can start having fear of movement, and this is very problematic in terms of quality of life. This patient can also become hypervigilant and anxious about this condition, and maybe has nothing to do with the disc herniation that we found on the MRI, for example. There is strong evidence showing that patients who are submitted to imaging are more likely to go for invasive procedures and surgery. And I have to rephrase: unnecessary invasive procedures and unnecessary surgery, because you prescribe unnecessary imaging. Finally, we can have the obvious consequences of unnecessary imaging, like exposure in patients to unnecessary radiation, and also there's a small likelihood of have a reaction to contrast, for example. Following that, the diagnosis, we need to do evidence-based information for patients. For example, information about the expected course of back pain. Most back pain has a favorable prognosis, and we need to calm down patients given these sorts of information, because back pain can be very painful in the first days of acute back pain. We also need to explain about unhelpful beliefs and try to make patients as active as possible, trying to do as much work as you can, like the household activities and exercising as much as possible. Try to be a normal life as normal as possible. And also some effective self-care options. And I would like to mention the Old But Good back book can be used to provide information for patients, and maybe things like superficial heat to relieve pain. With regard to medication, the two classes of medications that should be endorsed by clinicians are muscle relaxants and non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs. Those graphs below come from two manuscripts published in The Lancet a few years ago. The opioid one was like 3 weeks ago, showing that paracetamol and opioids are no better than placebo. So please avoid prescribing those two. But what if patients do not improve? You should consider that 30% of patients with acute low back pain will become chronic, and these patients can benefit to treatments written on this slide. It's important to state that most passive therapies are not indicated for back pain, such as TENS, shortwave therapy, laser, and ultrasound. On the other hand, passive therapies such as spinal manipulation, massage, and acupuncture can be useful and are endorsed by most clinical practice guidelines. But not only these. Most guidelines recommend also exercise therapy, and it could be any type of exercise, like you can use it on a swimming pool, for example, or therapeutic exercise, or specific exercise such as Pilates and yoga, for example. For patients who have back pain associated with psychological symptoms, we should consider cognitive behavioral therapy and, the most severe cases, interdisciplinary rehabilitation. So my take-home messages for this talk is that we must use the most updated messages from reliable evidence-based sources. For example, papers from the Lancet series, the Cochrane reviews. There are lots of Cochrane reviews in back pain and good clinical practice guidelines like the ones that I mentioned, but not only these. For example, the European guidelines for back pain, the NICE guidelines, and others. The issue seems to be implementation, not evidence. So we need to start implementing or de-implementing useless treatments and useless procedures. And I'm quite confident that if we follow those guidelines, we could have a clinical environment with better outcomes, lower risks, and lower costs. So I'd like to thank you again for conference organizers, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Leonardo. Next, we move to the next speaker, Eric Werner, and he will be talking about how media campaigns they might impact the back pain approach and management in primary care. Is he online?
Eric, could you join as a panelist? You need to accept the request which the IT people are giving to you. Professor Eric? Professor Eric, you need to be elevated to the panel so that you can share your presentation. Please accept the request being sent by the IT team to you. Bhavuk, meanwhile, could we carry on to the next talk?
Yeah, so we move to the next speaker, Dr. Shekhar Bhojraj, and he will be talking about the how to address the back pain safety in low and middle income countries in primary care settings.
Good afternoon, everybody. Are we at the Spine Foundation qualified to talk on this topic? There are three aspects: back pain management, low income group of underprivileged and the unaffording, and the primary care setting. So I feel that on all these fronts, the Spine Foundation could have something to contribute. The Spine Foundation was founded 25 years ago, and it's presently celebrating the Silver Jubilee. And the basic vision has been setting up a comprehensive spine care program for the unreached and the underserved populations of rural and urban India. Some statistics which I'll quickly go through: more than 70% of India's population lives in the villages. Problems in our region are basically lack of affordable private insurance and self-paid healthcare. The government health schemes do offer schemes which are free, but they are substandard, and there is a lot of out-of-pocket expense which is there. As you can see, the primary health centers and ambulance services and transportations are on paper there, but not functional. The concept of CHE, which is the catastrophic health expenditure, is very vital in our country. A small illness, especially a spine problem, could get an entire family below the poverty line and drive these families for hazardous outcomes. We have seen all these statistics in the previous slides, and I'm going to. So why work on spine problems? Is it because we are spine surgeons? No. We have seen lots of literature and in the previous paper that it's a global burden of disease and it's fast increasing. Just an example of a tribal girl in the periphery of Maharashtra, the local state, who had to travel almost 460 kilometers to get a spinal injury treated. And that's the health minister getting aware of the situation. The Spine Foundation, since its inception 25 years ago, has specialized in management protocols which are specifically geared for the have-nots, which happens to be the topic of today. The whole aim is to initiate spine care setups in areas where affordable and rationalized spine care is not available to the unreached and underprivileged. Although it's a spine surgeons group, we completely appreciate the need for conservatism, and 8 out of 10 patients we see are treated conservatively with the evidence-based rehab programs. This is done in collaboration with multiple organizations, and one of them is the ASSI, which is representing today. We also have what is called as the Association of Rural Surgeons of India. How do we do it? It's basically a team effort, and it's a group of 40-50 spine surgeons from all over the country with delegation of duties and decentralization. A typical working module consists of conducting camps, local surgeon involvement, assessing the needs of that population. In a particular area, there may be sickle cell, there may be TB. In other areas, it could be mechanical back pain. Identifying local setups where we could start these, small efforts or initiate efforts, and then setting up systems and teams. The success of this venture lies in turning them into turnkey projects for handover eventually. We don't intend to be there forever. So it comes down to empowering the local village health workers, identifying local doctors who are interested and who could cooperate, and of course, developing financial self-sustainable models using available government schemes which are on the rise now. The COVID period did teach us a lot of things, and one very important thing was the telemedicine, because we used to travel almost for a day to reach in interior tribal areas. But with telemedicine, we are doing clinics with the local doctors now and avoiding these long trips. As I mentioned earlier, although most of us are spine surgeons, we value conservatism, which is 80% of the work. Quickly going through some of our work in the rural area. It all started around 20 years ago in Aug'23. You must have heard of this place, which is manned by Padma Shri couple, Abhay and Rani Bang. We are going to listen to Dr. Anand Bang, who's their son, today later in the next session. The entire work is done through the health workers. She is Kazubai, who is a village health worker, who basically popularized the program which was acclaimed by WHO on infant mortality. And their work on infant mortality improvement, the rate, was published as a combination of 19 original research articles in Journal of Perinatology published in the US. A few slides about what we did over the last 17-18 years in Aug'23. This was the initial phase where we conducted clinics. We stole electricity from lampposts and conducted clinics late in the day. These are the mobile clinics. It was a double-decker approach, mainly the service front, but we also concentrated on the research front and worked on getting some of these details about prevalence, risk factors, and natural history. This is some of the realities where patients have spine problems, the type of work they do, the life they live, carrying weights on the head, bending down, working women, daily wage workers. So group discussions with villagers over the last 2 decades, trying to find out what the real problem was. Also respecting the local remedies like herbal medicines and other branding and other things which were popularized, which were of great use, especially in non-specific low back aches. The key was reaching out, because sitting in a place in an NGO hospital, we did not get a patient coming 35, 40 miles from interior. There's such a picture of a tribal lady who was found with a cauda equina lesion in the bed with a small bed sore, who had to be lifted off and brought to the NGO hospital. Things have improved now, and we now have outreach mobile medical units which reach out. As we all know, more than 80% do not need surgery. They just need rehab and conservative care. 15% need some sort of, we just heard in a very good talk just before on the red flags who need investigation. And out of those, maybe 10% need some sort of surgery. A few of them have to be picked up and brought to the metros because they need advanced surgeries with ICU backups and spinal cord monitoring. So this was the pre-online OPD, pre-COVID era, where we used to go and see almost 400-500 patients. Conservative care, which is needed in more than 80%, is provided with interactions and discussion with the village health workers and their training programs, initial surgical camps, and now we have state-of-art theaters in the periphery. Constrained innovations is the key. And initially, we had very basic radiology setups with drying the X-ray films on trees and things like that. So lessons learned so far from these rural outreach programs was to identify the red flags and avoid unnecessary expenditure. The ongoing research project, which we started in 2010, around 13 years back, has yielded useful data. We don't have time, but there are a series of almost 7 to 8 international publications on the work done in Gadchiroli. Dr. Anand Bang is one of the co-authors, and he's going to talk to us in the post-lunch session. So our dream with the rural area has been to manage rationally, publish the guidelines, and set up role models in developing countries. Coming to the urban areas, if you visit Mumbai or Calcutta or Delhi for that matter, you will have migration from villages. So there are basically villages inside the metros, and the problems are real. This is one of the NGOs we work in central Mumbai. Some of them are actually worse than some of the villages with real needs. And many of this population is uninsured because they are migrant population, the workforce for major work, and they need care. So this is the NGO where we work through the urban health workers. This is one of the peripheral hospitals which we have adopted for last 13 years in Mumbai since 2009, and the foundation is working there. Some of the statistics. These are the patients, some of the village patients, the foundation subsidizes their travel with one relative, and we work on them. We have state-of-art theaters here for the poor patients. Complex surgeries are also performed in a small percentage of these patients. Meticulous record keeping. So plan of action is upgrading services at the primary health centers, upgrading and transfer of teaching staff and residents, and developing strong linkages with the peripheral hospitals and teaching hospitals. A final few slides on developing a model for comprehensive spine care. While I was listening to the morning talk on the WHO package, I got some glimpses of something what we have been doing for the last 20 years. Setting up a model of comprehensive care involves identifying the needy and willing areas all over the country, awareness, camps, triage, counseling, surgeries if at all required, and then finally handover. We have developed what is called as a 5-filter concept, which looked very similar to the WHO package. And filter 1 is a village health worker, ASHA workers, and community health workers. and educating them and making them aware of the basic spine problems and making them aware of the red flags. Nowadays, we have also started delivering rehab measures through the health workers by physiotherapy assistants. Filter 2 is the primary health center medical staff unit with doctors and nurses. So these are the training sessions for the village health workers. These are the education of the primary healthcare doctors in the interiors. This is the filter 3. We are going to listen to the talk on marketing. I think in the small places and remote areas, the local newspapers and radio channels are very important to spread the awareness of what we have to offer. These are some of the PHC doctors being addressed. Filter 4 is the established orthopedic setup, which we set up in the place, in the NGO or the local civil hospital. And the 5th filter is the urban hospital or the metro hospital I showed you. So now we are spreading out, and the 3 types of areas where we spread out: the NGOs, the non-profit organization setups. The second is the government, civil and district hospitals who do not have a medical college. And finally, the government medical colleges who have the orthopedic departments and a good rehab team. We normally try and avoid corporate or trust hospitals because there the filtering of the needy and the affordable becomes a challenge. Few examples of where we have been. This is interior Maharashtra, Ambejogai, Akola. The advantage of some of the medical colleges that we can teach the local interested people. So the handover becomes much easy. We can move out and move to a new center. This is one of the colleges in Kolhapur. We just came back 2 weeks ago. Ratnagiri, which is a coastal area in India, again adopting a municipal hospital which did not have any spine, any orthopedic care even, which we did a hand-holding. So now in the last 25 years, we are now, this is the latest center in the middle of Himalayas. That's another area which is very difficult to approach. This is beyond Dehradun, where we have adopted a mission hospital. It's called Vivekananda Mission Hospital. Last 2.5 years, we have been working there. We have taken on ourselves to start 5 new centers out of these 6 in the coming 6 months in Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, West Bengal, Karnataka, Goa, and Orissa. So lessons learned and future dreams, scaling up the model to as many places as possible. That makes us imperative to hand over the existent ones. We are setting up what is called as a National Center for Comprehensive Spine and Musculoskeletal Care at Gadchiroli. We are in the 4th year, and I think Dr. Anand Bang, who's speaking to us today, will speak about it. Critically evaluating and studying the comparative outcomes, and I was very impressed by the talks on the outcome analysis. We have had big problems in analyzing outcomes, especially in these areas, because a person comes 35 kilometers almost picked up, and once the patient is, last 2 slides, once the patient is better, he disappears in oblivion, and to get an outcome becomes difficult. So we have now special teams to reach out and find out how they have done. So we thank the foundation, thanks all of you, and especially the organizers for giving us this opportunity to introspect, convey, connect, sensitize, and hopefully excite. We invite you to, I have got some literature on the foundation, the journey for last 25 years. If you're interested, please pick it up. We also have some newsletters. And I would like to be a regular member of the such G20 meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We have Dr. Eric now. Yeah. You can share your screens, Dr. Eric.
Okay.
Yeah, all okay.
All good? Am I on?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for this invitation. I'm going to talk very briefly about some media campaigns that we have been doing in different countries throughout the world, and discuss whether this can be a way to promote good behavior, good sickness behavior for people with back pain. I'm going to do this by talking a little about the rationale for media campaign. I'm going to present some of the campaigns that have been done throughout the world. I'm going to present a systematic review on media campaigns, and then finally discuss how this may impact on the primary care management of back pain. It all started somehow like 30 years ago with the great back pain researcher Rick Dio from USA, who presented 7 myths about back pain. These are myths that people hold, that are regular, that people hold, and beliefs that they have about back pain. It's like the best treatment for back pain are like laying down, taking it slow, that you need an imaging, that you need surgery, and it's dangerous to carry loud weight, for example, and so on. These are myths that people still hold, and we believe that they prevent from like doing the right things when the back hurts. So the assumption is that knowledge impacts behavior. We thought that if people were aware of the got rid of these myths, got rid of the misconceptions about the back pain, if they had better knowledge, they would also be capable of doing to behave in line with what we know about back pain. So the first campaign from the late 90s were in Australia. Rachel Bookbinder, who conducted this campaign. It was a great campaign throughout the whole county south in Australia. They used great billboard posters and TV commercials, and had a huge budget for this campaign. So inspired by that, also Scotland had a campaign in 2000 throughout Scotland, a little smaller scale that says only radio commercials, but also a lot of pamphlets and interventions at workplaces. We did the same thing in Norway, 2002 and 2005. We had the Active Back campaign, where we also used radio commercials and billboard posters and interventions, mostly to the healthcare providers. And then Scotland, 2005 and 2008, Doug Ross conducted a campaign, also mostly with radio commercials and posters. So what are the results from these campaigns? Almost all of them changed beliefs among the general public. It definitely changed the beliefs about the healthcare providers, but only Australia were able to show any differences in terms of sick leave. They claimed to a reduction of 20% on the sick leave due to this campaign. What has to be said about that is that Australia didn't have any control during their campaign, so we don't really know what happened in the other counties throughout Australia during these years. In Norway, we did have a control county, and although we did see a quite significant reduction in sick leave also in our intervention counties, we also saw the same reduction in sick leave due to back pain in the control county. But this is the only campaign that has been done with a control. So lately, also France made a campaign only some few years ago. They also claim that they have a positive shift in beliefs in the general population, although this is limited to 2 out of these 7 myths. They did report a decline in sick leave, but this is based on the GP's own reporting on their practice on sick leave, and they did not have a control group. In 2020, we conducted a systematic review on the effectiveness of mass media campaigns and included 18 studies from 7 mass media campaigns on back pain. And like the ones I just reported from, all studies actually detected a positive effect on low back pain beliefs among the general public, but the behavioral outcomes were mixed and what we say dependent on campaign characteristics. That means that the larger campaign reported more significant change in behavioral outcomes. That is mostly in regard of sick leave due to back pain. But as I said, Norway is actually the only campaign that has been conducted with a control. So in my mind, this is a limitation of those studies. But I think it's fair to say that a big scale campaign to increase the awareness. The bigger campaign makes more people aware of the campaign and receiving the messages. Definitely TV is a better medium than radio and pamphlets. These campaigns have been conducted when social media was not so common. In the French campaign, they also used social media, although that didn't change very much when it comes to the efficiency. Although, as I said, they do claim to have a reduction on sick leave, but this is self-reporting sick leave by the GPs. What is important is that, as I started out to say, that we want to believe that change in beliefs due to increased knowledge would impact on sickness behavior. And for some reason, it's not as simple as that. We do not see this clear relationship that changes in beliefs imply on changes in sickness behavior. What is sickness behavior? Well, that is like the need for, or the belief of surgery, the belief that you need to slow down and take it easy and rest, and that you need an imaging for all kind of back pain, and that you need a sick leave every time you have a back pain. This is what Rick Dio mentioned as the 7 myths already 30 years ago. I think this is important, say, reasons for why we don't necessarily see this relationship between changes in beliefs and behavior. To have to remove this a little bit. In order to get this to produce changes in behavior, the individuals should believe that they are at risk for negative health outcome in order to perform recommended health behavior. This is what we talk about in all changes, all situations where we need a primary prevention. It is difficult because we act on people who don't necessarily believe that they are at some risk, like in cardiovascular diseases, for example. So this is the first criteria, that individuals should believe that they are at risk for negative health outcome in order to perform recommended health behavior. It's hard to get people to change behavior if they don't feel sick. The other thing is that the person must believe that the positive outcomes outweigh the negative outcomes. That is, the burden by changing behavior must be less than the believed gains, and the person must feel capable to perform this alteration. In other words, when people have back pain, it's easier to take it laying down, to slow down, to rest, because that is easy and it doesn't provoke pain, while staying active may provoke pain, although this is beneficial. So we did a summarizing paper some years ago, where we summarized the experiences that we had from these campaigns. And the conclusions that we made was that in order to have a successful media campaign, you need to define the target audience, because the media campaign, they spread out throughout the society to all people, even if they don't have any back pain, and they pay less attention to than those who actually are at pain. So this is where the GPs might come in, and they receive people who actually do have back pain and are more, so I say, capable to understand and take into account these messages. Also, that people are different, so we need to address these messages according to our knowledge of the individual. Also, that media campaign not necessarily have that great impact all by itself. It should probably be supported by laws, healthy public policy, and social marketing. That means that if we are to change behavior, we need the support from legislation and social marketing and the general public policy. Oh, a little quick. Sorry about this. My last slide. What does this bring to the primary care? Well, the primary care should adhere to guidelines and current knowledge. That is the first criteria. And still we struggle with this, having all kind of healthcare providers to actually provide the same perceptions, the same beliefs, the same attitude. This is still 20, 30 years after this presentation of the myth, and 30 years after these guidelines, and long after the new knowledge about back pain, we still struggle with having primary care physicians and other healthcare providers to stick to the guidelines and current knowledge. A media campaign of or official websites may support the provider's assessment and recommendations. It's easier for me as a general practitioner to present these guidelines if I have the official websites or a pamphlet with the official guideline to lean to and to deliver to the patient. And maybe the legislation should make limitations on the use of imaging. We know that in most countries there are huge waiting lists to have imaging, and that the amount of imaging that has increased a lot during these years, specifically MRI, and all of these are not so evidence-based. So limitations on the use of imaging and other not evidence-based interventions and sick leave may help the clinicians to avoid medicalization and overuse of healthcare. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. And now we move to the panel discussion.
Yeah, thank you for all the speakers. My name is Markus Arendt. I'm from Germany. I'm the president of the German Spine Society this year. I think we have one problem. We just have 6 minutes left for the panel discussion. So we would not be able to have a discussion. I don't see any messages in the webinar chat. So I personally would like to summarize a little bit this session. So we have heard many very interesting presentations on the low back pain. We have heard the first presentation of Professor Slawomirski, in which we were told that we have 87% of harm, of costs of harm, not realizing the correct diagnostics, the correct treatment, and only 5.4% of costs of acute care. I think this is something we have to change. We have to change, and it's not the operative care, it's the conservative care, and it is, and this is went through all the presentation, it is, in my vision, it is prevention. Of what people think about low back pain. I think this is one of the main things. So what we need is, we need to have more access to the knowledge of the problems of low back pain, about how does it come, how does we have to work with it, what treatment options are possible, not the operative treatment options. In most of the countries, only a low amount of people have options of operative treatment right away. And I think the next thing is the patient involvement. That's very important. We have seen that the access for people, especially in the low-income countries, is very limited to all kind of radio, of TV, of social media. And the problem as well is the people who are in the social medias is not the majority of people who get lower back pain. So these are the young people which are in the social medias. So we have to work on that. Then if we get more access to the people during especially for the young people in education and training, and we can proceed that to the growing age in the world of the people, then we will have more access. What I think in the next talk of Professor Costa, it's I think it's very right. So don't go all the way at first on the MRI. So that's a typical thing, what happens in Germany, what happens in United States, wherever. So the first thing, people want to have an MRI. Tell them this is not the option. You need an MRI with when you have red flags, really red flags, red flags. And don't go for the MRI. Explain them. We need many other skills. And then we can, if we have a neurology, we can go for an MRI. This is, I think, very important. For example, in Germany, the access to MRI gets worse now because too many people want to have an MRI. So about 10-15 years ago, we had an access to the MRI 1-2 days after the indication was told. Now, right now, we have to wait 2, 3, 4 weeks for an MRI. Only an emergency MRI you can get if you have neurology. So this is something which develops if things are going wrong. So we have to tell the people. And we, again, also in the talk of Leonardo Costa, the term prevention is a very important point to go for. From Shikhar Bonurai, we have seen the programs in India. I think this is something we have really look on. The low-income countries with many people living in, that step by step, the people, they are informed about what means low back pain. We have seen in the first, the economical problem of low back pain, we have seen in the first presentation. And this problem, this is the same problem for low-income countries and for high-income countries. So the problem is the same. So we have to work with it. And again, in the last talk, the access to the medias is a really crucial thing in getting the knowledge spread out of the problem of low back pain. And this is a question for the future, what I think we have to work on and to work on and to work on. So now it's exactly 1 o'clock. And I'm sorry that I was not able to discuss the single presentations. They were so perfect. I have really to congratulate all, and especially Carlos Tucci, for your hard work to make this scene of the Congress real. I have to thank you very much for that, what you proceeded. And thank you for all of you, and thank you G20. The best wishes to G20 from the German DVG president this year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marcus. Thank you for wonderfully summarizing this talk. Now I hand over the mic to Dr. Chabra for the next session.
Thanks for a wonderful session. Before we break for lunch, there are a few housekeeping announcements. Our friends from abroad, any of them have any shopping to be done or anything to be arranged, kindly let any members of the team know so that we can arrange for everything. Again, for our friends on the wheelchair, we apologize for any accessibility issues, but the restrooms, as you turn right on the corridor, seem to be more accessible. But we'll also follow it up with the convention center management subsequently in order to have the rooms and other places more accessible. You are aware that there was a press conference yesterday. Our aim is again to create awareness. That's one of the ways that we move forward. I just want to share with you some of the press coverage that took place today in the various print media. There's also some in the electronic media which has come in, which we'll share with you subsequently. And we'll also share subsequent press coverages that come later on. This is for Delhi, but there will be press releases in various parts of the country, and so that we can reach out across India and also create a movement towards a national spine care program, so that there is also pressure on the policymakers in this regard. So this Asian Age is a national newspaper, and so as you can see, National Spine Care Program is getting highlighted in the media. This is a Hindi newspaper which also talks about Spine20, and again National Spine Care Program has been mentioned, but also the theme and other aspects of Spine20 have been highlighted. Statesman is a reputed national newspaper. This is a very popular Hindi newspaper, and which talks about how spinal ailments are the commonest cause of disability, and also about the various other objectives of Spine20. Another popular Hindi newspaper which talks about the National Spine Care Program, forthcoming National Spine Care Program. This also talks about the National Spine Care Program, that Spine20 is working towards it. This another popular Hindi newspaper which also talks about the objectives of Spine20. So Times of India is one of the leading English newspapers of India. This is an online news where we recommend to G20 about National Spine Care Program has got highlighted. This is another, yeah, it's part of the same, right? And again, from other Hindi newspapers and English newspapers, some of them talking about the activities of Spine20. So I just wanted to let you know that your efforts are getting highlighted in the Indian media, and hopefully we'll be able to sustain the momentum and push it so that we can make our dreams a reality. Thank you everyone for your inputs, and we will break for lunch and assemble here sharp at 2 p.m. for the next session. Thank you. Thank you everyone.
Vadva come forth and chair this session on social determinants and the impact on spine care. Dr. William Sullivan, it's too late for him in the US, and I believe he won't be able to join the session.
Very good afternoon, and it's a major task ahead of me to keep you all awake after such a sumptuous lunch. So taking up the cudgels, I would try to do my best, and more so because we have excellent speakers today. Dr. Sanjay is going to open up, and then we'll be having 2 online lectures by Dr. Bang and Dr. Bala. And after that, I would be taking the 4th one. And at the end of it, we can take some questions, some discussions, and then based on the 4 topics which will be discussed in the 4 lectures, we can do some sort of a panel discussion and see what are the social determinants that would impact healthcare in the perspective of spine well-being. So, Dr. Sanjay, can you start the first talk, please?
Thank you, Dr. Swamijit. Good afternoon, everyone. It is my pleasure to be in front of you, going to talk a little bit about the primary social determinants in health that can impact spine conditions. I was confused what to say in front of this already enlightened audience. You already know so much. And since yesterday morning, we have been talking about various spine conditions, spine related issues and all. At the outset, there is no disclosure from my side. The information that I'm going to share with you and present is from the scientific peer-reviewed published literature, which is available free of charge in the public domain, and anybody can have an access to it. Now, social determinants of health have been known for a long time. People have realized that health is determined by many factors, not just the biological factors or the causative agents only. So what is new now, and why are we discussing about this topic in this very important Spine20 annual summit? One of the main reasons is that the World Health Organization's Commission on Social Determinants of Health, it was established in the year 2005 to support countries and global health partners to address the social factors leading to ill health and inequities. It has been realized globally and among various countries that there is a lot of social and health related inequity within the country and among various countries. And realizing this thing in 2005, WHO established this commission, and the final report was published in the year 2008. And this is what brought social determinants again into sharp focus. And a lot of events started to be organized, a lot of reports, different countries took up certain initiatives. And because it drew the attention of society about these factors, so some efforts were also made how to initiate various programs and how to evaluate the ongoing programs, and wherever there is a need to strengthen that. So when the final report was released in the year 2008, the then Director General of World Health Organization, Dr. Margaret Chan, she remarked that this ends the debate decisively. Healthcare is an important determinant of health. Lifestyle are important determinants of health, but it is factors in the social environment that determine access to health services and influence lifestyle choices in the first place. So she emphasized the greater importance of the social determinants in the overall status of the health condition of the individuals and communities. And the WHO provided the following definition, which is now one of the most often quoted definition of social determinants of health, wherever there is a discussion and debate about this thing. The social determinants of health are the conditions in which people are born, grow, live, work, and age including the health system. These circumstances are shaped by the distribution of money, power, and resources. The social determinants of health are mostly responsible for health inequities, the unfair and avoidable differences in health status seen within and between various countries. Now, health has become a very important political issue also. Now, I'm very glad to share with you that a few years after this commission final report came out, India formulated and released the official National Health Policy of India in the year 2017. And I was very pleasantly surprised when I went through the details of this policy document that there are 4 important places where there is a clear mention of social determinants of health. But I am also not so happy because the mention is very brief and sketchy, and there is no detailed, specific plan of action to follow from that. Other than that, in the year 2001, when the biopsychosocial model of the disability was released by the WHO, the International Classification of Functioning Disability and Health, that was also a very important document, a framework, a model to understand the disability and how environmental, personal, social factors come into very active and dynamic play when determining the disability experience. Disability is not entirely due to the health condition or an injury. Next came in the 2008, the Commission report and the 2017 National Health Policy. In between, there was a very important development specifically in India that in November 2011, the then Planning Commission of India established a very high power group to look into the various factors which determine health of the people in the country. And there they had a specific chapter devoted to the social determinants of health. They also suggested what should be the programs that should be launched in order to achieve the objectives and to reduce the inequity and disparities among various individuals as far as the health condition is concerned. But as very often happens in different countries, in India also, about 2.5 years later, there was change in the government and the priorities changed. This is the diagrammatic representation of that ICF model of WHO. You are all very familiar and using it. But I am very disappointed to say that despite this model coming into the public domain in the year 2001, among the healthcare professionals, no disrespect to any category of healthcare professionals, the physiatrists, the orthopedic surgeons, the allied health professionals, the nursing staff, they are not making adequate use of this ICF model in their day-to-day practice and communication and conversation. Its use should be more and more because it clearly includes and incorporates the social determinants of health. In India, if you review the publications, you will see very few publications from India on ICF. This is the diagrammatic representation of the various social determinants of health. And when I was looking at the specific topic assigned to me, I was a little puzzled because the word said primary social determinants of health. In most of the documents that I could access, the social determinants of health are not divided into primary, secondary, or tertiary. Maybe there was some lack on part of my search and review, but this is one diagram which I came across. The source is the Alliance for the Determinants of Health, Intermountain Health, Utah in 2020, where they have in different colors indicated what are the primary social determinants of health and what are the secondary social determinants of health. But still, if you make the search today, you will not see many documents which specifically have the word primary social determinants in their title or secondary social determinants. Coming specifically to the National Health Policy document, there are 4 places where they have clearly mentioned, and this is in 3.2 under the preventive and promotive health, that the policy prerequisite is for the empowered public health cadre to address social determinants of health effectively by enforcing regulatory provisions. Now, this is not sufficient sentence. It does not give us a clear clue how to proceed further. But something is mentioned, we can make use of it. Then 4.1, it also states that the policy strongly recommends strengthening of the general health system to prevent and manage maternal complications, to ensure continuity of care and emergency services for maternal health. In order to comprehensively address factors affecting maternal and child health survival, the policy seeks to address the social determinants through developmental action at all sectors. It was again focused on the maternal health. Then third mention is under the strengthening knowledge for health. Research on social determinants of health along with neglected health issues such as disability and transgender health will be promoted. 2017, the policy came, 6 years have passed. On the ground, there is not much action seen. And one of the reasons perhaps could be the great disruptor in India as in other parts of the world, the COVID-19 pandemic. Then the fourth place is the role of Panchayati Raj institutions. Not many of you may be familiar with the administrative structure. There is a clear-cut structure under the Panchayati Raj system. Panchayati Raj institutions would be strengthened to play an enhanced role at different levels for health governance, including social determinants of health. There are some states in which Panchayati Raj institutions are strong and active, but again on the ground, this is not translating into action, and the common public and persons with spine-related issues and disorders are not able to feel the difference or mention in their day-to-day practice or healthcare programs. A deeper level analysis identifies that a socio-political understanding of health, reflecting internationally recognized understanding of the social determinants of health, such as WHO Commission on Social Determinants, has yet to emerge in any strong or uniform manner across India. I randomly asked about 120 faculty colleagues in my own institution. The total number of faculty colleagues is 950 plus. Except for some in the Department of Community Medicine, hardly anybody else knew about what are the social determinants of health. In the undergraduate medical education program also, there is only one paragraph which is covered about this topic. There are so many other details at the molecular level, cytological level, and whatnot. So what we feel is important at the ground level is being taught less often and in far lesser details to the undergraduate medical students and other health care professionals. So if they are not being exposed, how will they realize the importance? And they don't see it being put into practice because the entire focus is on the acute medical conditions and trauma care. And recently on COVID-19 pandemic and some non-communicable diseases. There have been some recent publications which have mentioned the word social justice and social determinants in the title of their publications. But again, these are very few and far between. Social determinants of health in India, progress and inequities across states. There was a realization that there are tremendous inequities in the health sector in India. But again, the solution offered is not proper and adequate. And the messages of these research publications remains confined to the journals and their publications only. Tomorrow, if somebody is taking up research in this area, he or she may come across. But in the policy planners, the bureaucrats who are sitting in the ministry making policies, the message does not reach. The social determinants of health, the time to rethink. And here they have emphasized that what was enunciated and written in 2008, after passage of almost 15 years, there is a need to rethink on that and maybe modify our approach to take a stock of it in 15 years. Has it made any impact? There is a need to reassess and evaluate before we move forward. Specific spine conditions which have been studied with reference to the social determinants like low back pain and social determinants of health, they concluded that issues such as poverty and low level of literacy are important factors which determine the final outcome of persons suffering from low back pain. The gender does not have much impact. Social determinants of health influence early outcomes following lumbar spine surgery. So this is also important thing because the spinal surgeons and people involved in spinal care must be aware that how social determinants can be influencing the final outcome of the surgical intervention or conservative management of spinal conditions. There are several unmet healthcare needs and health inequities in people with spinal cord injury also. And again, in this very important group of persons, there is less attention paid to the social determinants and very little by way of specific programs to address this particular aspect. Now, this particular previous publication concluded that unmet healthcare needs explain a big part of the socioeconomic inequity of health in people with spinal cord injury. However, this is not a unique factor. The reality is prevalent in low, middle, and high income countries across the globe, with disproportionate effects on people that are highly dependent on the effectiveness of the healthcare system. That is one of the very important factors which influences the health of the people and the outcome of any intervention and program. In order to achieve health equity, it is important to quantify the size of health inequities and identify the main driving factors to better design policies. We have listed in a subjective or qualitative way what are the social determinants, but quantification is also recommended by the recent research. Management approaches are fueled by counting and countable objective measures. Most of the health policies and programs have measurable outcomes. This ignores the warning, which is often attributed to Albert Einstein, that not everything that can be counted counts, and not everything that counts can be counted. For health system analysts, there is a need to be wary of the application of measurement tools and frameworks, as these are liable to measure activity and resource usage rather than improvement in the health condition per se. And there is very little use of tools to measure the quality of life of the individuals. Now, I would like to conclude by reminding that 4 days from now, India is going to celebrate the Independence Day. And it is a very important day in our life. And I give greetings in advance to all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Sanjay. Really appreciate your thought processes. One has Dr. Bang joined?
Yes, I have.
Anand has joined?
Yeah, I have joined.
Yes,
Right.
I've also joined.
So Dr. Anand is the Joint Director, Society for Education, Action and Research in Community Health. And a warm welcome to you, Dr. Anand. We did hear a few minutes back from Dr. Shekhar Bhojraj when he was speaking on his journey through the social aspects of spine care, and we're all eagerly awaiting your talk. Over to you.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much. I assume the presentation is visible at that time.
Yes, it is visible. Are you sharing the screen or it is a recorded talk?
I am sharing the screen.
Right. We can see your screen.
You.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm speaking from Gadchiroli. Gadchiroli is here, literally the central part of India. I would build upon what has been shared about the primary or other social determinants and take the example of Gadchiroli to enunciate some examples, concrete examples as to how determinants are affecting spine care. Gadchiroli is a mixed tribal and rural district of India. 3 decades back, the people of Gadchiroli twice in the annual health assembly voiced that spine pain, back pain was one of their most important health priority. This was much before the global burden of disease or any of the other initiative. So it was very prescient how people identified their priority. So we meticulously measured the 12 months period prevalence, intensity of pain, duration, and the proportion of chronic pain in the population. As we can see, 3/4 of the adults had back pain. Low back pain was commonest. The high mean duration of 171 days of pain and 48% prevalence of chronic pain indicates predominantly chronic nature of the problem, compounded by the lack of availability of pain relief in the community. This magnitude corresponds with the global burden of disease 2017 estimate, of course, where the pain in back and neck were identified as one of the most important causes of years lived with disability. Hence, this is a universal and global challenge, as well as a local challenge specific to tribal and rural Gadchiroli. And hence, it is crucial to identify determinants in a place like Gadchiroli, which essentially is a microcosm of India. Geography is destiny, Abraham Varghese said, and nothing can be further from truth. By the virtue of being tribal and rural village, access to spine care is limited. For example, the nearest MRI center from this photograph, this village, would be at least 150 kilometers, and the nearest reliable spine specialist would be about 250 kilometers. As geography is destiny, it adds to the poor physical infrastructure and transport facility, further creating challenges in access to spine care. And to that, natural forces, especially with changing climate, further adds to the determinant of health. And hence, geographical barriers underline the limitations of a centralized spine care, which is dependent largely on specialized care, which can be costly. Relatives are unwilling to accompany a patient to the distance, and compliance to daily physiotherapy is also significantly lacking in such a situation. The next determinant, interestingly, is a large part of India, especially the tribal communities. There are 10 crore, almost 100 million indigenous tribal people of India. We Indians have thankfully preserved our tribal communities, unlike other countries. On the other hand, we have preserved their unfortunate health conditions. Now, they live in forests, which were initially deciduous, multiforested, which unfortunately are now primarily monocropping of teak and bamboo, essential for commercial forestry. This has led to impoverishment for a community dependent on forest. Now, additionally, poverty, as we all know, one of the key determinant of social health, and the National Commission on Macroeconomics and Health, chaired by during the UPA regime, very clearly identified that as forest is controlled by the government since 1870, a historical injustice legacy of colonial history, it further adds to lack of people having control over the various forest produce, and instead of becoming owner, they remain slaves. The work and posture, undoubtedly, 12 hours of paddy cultivation, especially by women, leads to them earning only 225 rupees or $3 per day with a bent back. We can imagine the impact. And unfortunately, despite all the efforts or talk about appropriate technology, we don't have still found appropriate technology devices which will make these women Atmanirbhar in terms of their bent back. Similar to monoculture of forest, the public distribution system only provides double polished rice, no pulses, so protein content is less. Double polished rice, so hardly any vitamin B12. Milk consumption is limited, so no calcium intake. So again, dietary practices in such area further adds to spine care. The manual labor and posture in forest and in field, as I said, continue to add to the burden as a determinant of health and spine care. And construction labor, one of the commonest activity in such area, again without any appropriate devices, further adds. The tribal culture is unique. The tribal culture and their belief system further acts as a determinant of healthcare. Because spine care is negligible, they either try to seek care from the gods outside the villages or traditional healers inside the villages. But instead of blaming them, the question arises as to the onus is upon modern medicine to whether we have demonstrated feasible, effective, low cost and accessible alternatives which will allow them to seek alternatives. And on the top of that, whether it is insurgency in India or other part of restless India, further adds to lack of human resource and of course a challenge to access to care. As we studied, as this points out, being a woman, being a farmer, and elder age group is clearly adds to the risk of spine pain. The care seeking, if we see, significant care is from the private doctors. Now, these are not trained private allopathic practitioners. These are quacks or usually called local Bengali doctors in this area or otherwise. As you will see, public healthcare system only 17.2%, which shows both that number one, this is not a priority for the public healthcare system. And second, people don't have belief in the public healthcare system to deliver. So private quacks who essentially give injection of Overon or home remedies are the mainstay of care, which is in effect causing further damage. And this all, the lack of access and the belief system ultimately leads to chronic disability, moderate to severe, for both men and women as it is visible. Now, this also begins the question as to if there are so many social determinants ranging from insurgency to infrastructure to geography, how do we solve the problem? A range of challenges and determinants affecting access to spine care and the impact. General Montgomery in the World War II, he gave us this principle. He said that the strength of a chain is equal to the strength of the weakest link in the chain. And hence probably for us, the access to spine care may be considered the weakest link in this entire chain of social determinants of health. And hence creating a solution which is community-based, addresses the large scale of the problem, improves functionality and ensures return to work, addresses expectation that complete pain relief may not be possible, evidence-based, effective, identifies red flags for referral, low cost, and using human local resources has to be the model to address the challenges of social determinants. To conclude, we may follow this principle. How far a claudicating elderly on foot can walk with the only support of stick, spine care must be available within that distance. And hence, lack of healthcare model for spine care as a social determinant. Medical care for spine currently is largely urban and hospital based, and hence we need models universal capacity to care for spine to reduce spine pain and disability by developing low-cost models of primary spine care, which will address our burden of spine care as well as the social determinants of health. Thank you.
Thank you, Anand. That was a very exciting deliberation. I think we'll take questions after Bala's lecture is.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, Dr. Bala. Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good afternoon to the esteemed guests, and thank you for the organizers to invite me for a very inspiring day of discussion. Well, today I'm just going to share some of my experiences and also to talk about the impact of social determinants on health, on spine care for very specific conditions. So I'm going to talk a little bit about spinal cord injury and scoliosis in children. And we all know that the impact of social determinants of health has multiple factors, socioeconomic being the largest, physical, environmental, behavioral, healthcare and health care providers. So let's talk about specifically about spinal cord injuries.
Bala, are you sharing your screen?
Yes, I am.
The screen is not coming in.
Just 1 second.
I think there is some technical glitch. We can't see your screen.
Can you see my screen now?
No, yes, we can.
Okay.
Right. So
yes, I'll just continue with that.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm going to talk specifically more about spinal cord injury. And we all know that globally, the incidence of road accidents has been increased from about number 9 to being number 2 in the last 2 decades. So the impact of these on the spinal cord injury is multifactorial. So let's look at some of these factors which we've been discussing in the last 2 days. One is the limited access to specialized care, particularly in the rural versus the urban area. If you look at India specifically, 70% of our population live in the rural and have only 20% of hospitals, whereas 80% of hospitals serve to the rest of the 30% of the urban population. So there's a 0.7 million beds, which caters to only 11% of population. And we've seen from Dr. Shekhar Bojrad, my previous speaker, and so many other people, how people have problems to access healthcare from the rural to the urban area. Next comes the rehabilitation service. So we know that the global population requirement for rehab is significantly high. And if you look at that access to people, which we are estimating by 2050, less than 10% of people will still have access to rehab. And there is a huge gap between the requirement and the service that's provided. The most other important thing in a country like India or the Southeast Asia or the low-income country is the awareness and education, not only to the public, but also specifically, I find, to the healthcare professionals. The healthcare professionals I'm meaning is not just only doctors, but physiotherapists, social work, and everybody needs to be aware of various problems. So there's a very serious lack of awareness of safety, about regulation, about the seriousness of some of the problems, because you see that sometimes we see a spinal cord injury after probably 2 weeks or 3 weeks after they've even developed a bed sore. So there's huge lack of data, and this adds to the problem. India now being the #1 in population, we're also the #1 in head and spine injuries. And approximately the data that we have, about 5 to 10,000 people are affected with disability from spinal cord injury and more with head injury. So 75% of our population, we estimate to be between the age group of 20 to 40, which is our future of our young generation, is literally dying. 90% of these are men who are breadwinners and economically, and these are people who are economically downtrodden. So these breadwinners, they completely paralyze an entire family. So the loss is tremendous. It's not just about the patient, it is about the family, which loses the financial and security, the society as a loss of jobs, psychological support, economy, a big workforce in our country is going down. So this problem is multifold. And infrastructure, obviously, it is not as good as in the Western world. And so we have very serious problems. The two main reasons for spine injury being road accidents and falls, and more falls we see because of lack of safety at workplace, construction sites, a fast-growing economy. And there's also a big difference in the cost of treatment. If you look at the GDP that's spent worldwide, India comes somewhere way down. So countries like the West, compared to these other countries, need to learn lessons from about how to manage their GDP. And there's a big social isolation and stigma in the community. As we've seen from our previous speakers there's a huge stigma about people coming from rural to urban. They're not able to cope up with the urban population, the language, the people. They have to spend a lot of money even to travel for a single appointment. And this leads to mental health, and people with spinal cord injuries are significantly affected, and suicide rates are very high. The emergence of medical services is very skewed, even within the urban population, unless it's a metropolitan city, even within smaller cities, still within a state, there is not very good healthcare provision. And the policies and advocacy which is provided, a lot of think tanks like these meetings are required on a regular basis rather than once a year or once every few months. There needs to be a team or think tanks that need to continuously look into these things. And we have to adapt to the local content about the country, the economy, the culture, the religion. So all of these social determinants worsen the problems with spinal cord injury. Now, just looking a little bit about scoliosis. So if you just look at this child who I've operated, she has a significant, isolation and stigma that she had. She's about 12 years of age. We operated her a year ago. And this is how she is after she was operated. A very happy child, a significant curve which was operated. And this is a child I quote to most other children who come to me of how they have been bullied. The entire family was isolated from the village, and this child did not seek any medical attention, and they thought it was a curse, and they were trying to do other native treatments. So delayed diagnosis is a major problem in our country because of lack of awareness and the various things we saw. Quality care, the cost of surgery, cost of implants. Again, this needs to be addressed, and this is a serious problem that's going to lead into, children who can come to urban population, to cities to have the surgery. And if you look at the waiting list in any hospital, is significantly high for scoliosis patients, and they get worse by the day and by the month, and then they lead to further complications, and surgery is also difficult. So there is a big disparity in the rural area with scoliosis as well. If you look at the global disability adjusted life years, for some diseases, it's decreasing, but for diabetes, Alzheimer's, and especially stroke on road accidents, it is almost 210 million per year. So even though the life expectancy is better, the health life expectancy is increased in percentage, yet the years lived with disability has not reduced because we would not been able to change the policies and the way we work. And 1/3 of our population will benefit rehab. And the first time in the history, our children will die before us because of obesity and lifestyle disease, which is very alarming. So we need to look into multifactorial things of social determinants. And I'm just going to list out some of the opportunities where we have to improve. And I think that's what we've been discussing in the last couple of days in terms of health education, school programs where they test scoliosis, a simple test which can be done, which is not done in most places, including the most advanced states in the country as well. The education has to be at the school level, has to be at the corporate or work level, on the roads about safety when it comes to road traffic accidents, about how to do these things. Telemedicine is taking advances, AI is coming up, and these are all some solutions how we can tackle these problems. Community outreach programs where we can empower women, empower lots of people in the community who can take forward these things. Collaborations, there are so many NGOs who are willing to give money. In a country like India, where you have about a 5 to 10% population who are very rich, who want to share and want to do something, we need to approach such people. And I just want to highlight a few examples of what I have done. Was through Rotary. When I was in Ganga Hospital in Coimbatore, we started off a program called Rotary Aid for Spinal Treatment, where we give free rehabilitation. And this program has been ongoing. We give them vocational training. They are able to then get back to a vocation, because these are people who cannot go and work. They did Warli art, they did various other things. We created lots of public awareness, and this also got lots of awards, and I was awarded from the president of the country, because we try to innovate. We try to innovate, what can we do here locally? And what are the social determinants that we can alter, what we can change, what we can help with. So we need such innovations, we need health policies, we need lots of local adaptation. And recently, one of the rehabilitation centers that I pioneered and started, we've taken over about 3 centers in the urban urban city. But we have communities where we are downtrodden, especially from the tsunami relocation in Chennai, which was severely affected. So here we actually have a community-based program where we have taken over 3 centers with children, about 100 children in each center with severe disabilities, where we have physiotherapists, speech therapists, special educators who go and look after these children. So these are community modifications that you have to do. Corporate wellness, of course, we need to do medical training. I think there's a lot of discussion about that. Early intervention programs, trying to identify these. And health insurance is something very important. A country like India with a huge population, we do not have health insurance for rehab. Very recently, something is coming up in the media about this, but I think that's a very important change. We have to capitalize alternative treatments for back pain, which is very popular in our country, which has some benefits, which need to be tapped into more scientifically, and also, more than importantly, adopted by the healthcare professionals. Preventive measures have to be there, specialized centers for emergency trauma, specialized center for rehabilitation and wellness. We have to invest in technology, assistive technology, AI. So these are the things that we have to invest in. And we have to have a more inclusive infrastructure within our setup. We need to have more inclusive infrastructure where people are able to access the common people. Peer support groups have been very helpful in India, and that's the only way that we're able to penetrate to the very rural parts. Not only healthcare professionals, but also people within peer support groups are very active in our country, and it really is important. Another example of a public-private partnership, we started off a project in my hospital called Talirgal, which looks into children with severe spinal abnormalities. So about 1 in 100 live births are born with congenital abnormalities in the spine and brain, and one of the causes for scoliosis as well. Interestingly, it is very common in southern India. Rather than 1 in 1,000, it's about 3 to 8 in 1,000. So we developed a program, which is a partnership between the hospital I work in, within the government. So the government has special aids, and they've increased the aids for these procedures, and with Rotary. So it's a combined project where the child gets born in the government hospital or at home, they're shifted to the private hospital, and they go back for post-operative care to the government hospital. So this has been very successful. We've operated more than 600 children in the last 5 years between multiple hospitals, multiple surgeons, and this has been very successful. So some of the thoughts that I want to conclude. Who has to change? Who has to lead the change? The change has to be from private societies, NGOs, government, local bodies, and meetings like us, the Spine20, the G20 summit. So it has to be a change that comes across a wide spectrum, which we've been discussing: political, economic, social, technological, environment, and legal as well. We have to lift poverty and unemployment. We have to provide education, infrastructure changes, and a big governance change that needs to impact on multiple areas in order to change this. So everything is an important thing: the housing, the food, the education, transport. So it's not just the healthcare system that has to change, and everything from the grassroots has to change. And the hospitals have a very important role, both internal and external, in how do we screen, how do we connect, how do we provide cost-effective treatment, how do we engage with the community, how do we partner. And I think private hospitals, because the number of private hospitals in India is significantly high, have to engage with the community. And some of the concluding statements, some potential next steps that I feel are important is to know and engage with community. We need to gather more data. So we need to know where to target our resources. We need to develop, organize, internal engagement strategies, integral determinants in finance planning, explore funding options, and establish a good strategy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Bala, for a wonderful presentation. Please stay back because we have one more presentation, and after that, if there are any questions. So now I have great pleasure in requesting Dr. Somijit Basu for delivering his talk. Somijit Basu is head Department of Orthopedic Surgery. He is MS Orthopedics, DNB Orthopedics. He is the president of Association of Spine Surgeons of India, and he will be speaking on promoting social justice and social and equity for spine health. Yeah,
fine. Very good afternoon. Thanks, Chairperson, for introducing me. I have the pleasure to torture you for the next 15 minutes on a topic which has already been discussed over and over again. But I just would talk to you about a few already talked about things and then go on to some few clinical examples and how should we look at it in the way forwards. So initially, we understood that social justice and health equity are core values in health sciences. And yet, it is often not made clear what these values should mean in practice. Health equity and social justice are related concepts that aim to eliminate disparities and improve the health and well-being of disadvantaged and marginalized groups. So if we understand that this is the opening statement, do we know the definition? Healthcare in terms of education, in terms of educational economic upliftment, whereas the definition of health equity, this is the CDC guideline, it is a state in which everyone has a fair and a just opportunity to attain their highest level of health. And of course, achieving this requires ongoing social efforts to address historical and contemporary injustices, overcome economic, social, and other obstacles, as has been so well laid down by Dr. Bang, eliminate preventable health disparities. And the World Health Organization describes health equity as a public health concept describing equity of access to health resources for genetic, socio, environmental, and economic determinants of health varying according to individuals, families, social or societal groups. Now, understanding that spine health is an extremely important part of your general health well-being. We know that back pain is the commonest disability which causes a huge loss of working days. It is one of the largest health expenditures in any budget. And of course, it is one of the largest disbursement for all health insurance companies. And of course, along with back pain, we have spinal injuries, neck pain, spinal deformities, and so on and so forth. And spine health, thus, is extremely important also in the geriatric population. We know that with the extensive degenerative processes and osteoporosis, in the geriatric quality of life, this is one of the most important determinants of health and well-being. So that is what is the importance of spine health in the current health situation. Now, do we understand health disparities? So health inequalities are differences in health that are unjust, and possibly clarity is required about what is a just state of population health. Failing to explicitly articulate the standards of health equity and social justice is likely to lead to ethically dubious, inconsistent, unsound policies and programs. So there are many factors giving rise to these disparities, which has already been explained: socioeconomic, caste, creed, race, geography, gender. I'm not going to the details of those, but how can we address the barriers to spine health equity? So far as poor referral systems, poor transport facilities, a lack of capacity development. And we also know that there are major financial barriers. For example, even a basic healthcare program, as Dr. Bhojraj has repeatedly gone to Gadchiroli and has given this message, he often speaks to us in ASSI forums and tells us that out of, say, 500 patients you see, this basic understanding that the commonest cause of back pain is degenerative disc disease, which is a self-limiting problem. There is acute back pain, and within the next few days, it gets well. You do not need an MRI. You do not need expensive treatment. You do not need to travel for 150 kilometers, as Dr. Bank has said, for an MRI, or 250 kilometers to get to a spine specialist. All you need to know that is a self-limiting disorder. So there are very few trained specialists who can offer you this advice. And if you really require one of those surgeries, as Dr. Bala was showing you, the complex deformity correction surgery, it is prohibitively expensive because of it's highly technology dependent. Only those centers, those surgeons can involve themselves in these surgeries when they have access to this technology, and this financial burden can be borne by some person, either the patient himself or herself or a third-party payer. Look at this example. He is just 4 years, 4 vertebrae lost, severe dorsal tuberculosis, and he comes from a tribal area, more than 200 kilometers away from the nearest health facility. And by the time he presented to us, he could hardly sit up and breathe because it is a collapsing spine. And all we could offer to him with his limited resources is something called a halo vest immobilization. And he left with this deformity. His disease got healed, but there was a major deformity which needs to be corrected. This girl was a little luckier because she was 14. She also had destruction of 4 vertebral bodies, but she was older. She had completed her maximal spinal growth. More than 90% of the spinal growth is completed by the age of 12, 13, or 14 years, but cannot afford surgery. And it is only through a major transpedicular decancellation osteotomy through the ages of a spine research foundation organization for no profit, which funded the surgery. All the doctors treated for free, and this is the result. So, but this surgery requires a huge lot of technological expertise, not only from surgery, but also from rehab, ICU services. Major complications can happen. So if you have to actually give some sort of a social justice to these unfortunate patients, so we need to understand that social justice at its core is about fairness and equality. It requires us to recognize that different individuals face unique challenges and barriers when it comes to accessing healthcare facilities. Socioeconomic status, race, caste, gender, creed, geography, they have all been discussed and rediscussed. And addressing health disparities is a central component of social justice. Alleviation of poverty, alleviation of educational knowledge gaps, alleviation of health disparities, these are all common platforms in which we look at in a much more holistic fashion, and that is where the future policymakers should really look at. One of the key factors to address these barriers is the promotion of knowledge. Promoting health awareness in terms of spinal cord injuries, in terms of degenerative disc disease, or in terms of spinal deformities, whether it be adults or pediatric. One of the key factors is to, and this is not very expensive, and this is not a very procedural challenge, as we in our country have many health workers who are visiting villages. All we need to do is educational awareness regarding these issues. And spreading awareness needs to be done for spinal trauma, as we've seen, prevention of falls, prevention of road traffic accidents. The concept that you need to wear a guard so that you do not to protect your skull when you're riding a two-wheeler. This concept, this awareness is unfortunately not there in many of the villages. The other important aspect is community engagement for effective solution. If you engage the communities, just like scoliosis screening program in schools, if you engage the police or the army or some local municipalities to help propagating this knowledge and health awareness, it will go long steps ahead in achieving our goal of social justice. And one of the successful community-centered initiatives is what Dr. Chabra has been spearheading for the last few years, is commemoration of 5th September as the Spinal Cord Injury Day. It is an effort to integrate them into mainstream society. It's an initiative, it's an exclusive initiative for inclusivity. And in 2021, we did this very beautiful play, which is known as Turning Point by Meher Bestinji, which is an award-winning script. And the Red Curtains is a group which does a theater for a cause, and they came ahead, and to commemorate that 5th September in 2021, we had 3 societies, the International Spinal Cord Society, the Spine Society of West Bengal, and the Association of Spine Surgeons of India, all coming together to promote this virtual play. Now let us look at some preventive measures and early intervention. We know that many of these disease processes which we've been discussed throughout the day, be it spinal deformities, be it trauma, importance is prevention. And prevention is the key to planning out a proper perspective regarding healthcare. And it has been proved and reproved that early intervention for the golden hour in spinal trauma, or the importance of early treatment in congenital scoliosis, they really help a lot. Again, I'll give you a clinical example. So this is again a very small, it's a 4.5-5-year-old, a 3.5-year-old child who had a scoliosis due to one extra vertebra there, it's a hemivertebra, and all he required at this age was a single stage, a posterior alone, small surgery. But if this gets neglected, see this girl, 2014, 2016, 2020. By the time she came to us, you see, from hardly a 30-degree deformity, we have a 100-degree deformity, which arises out of neglect, which arises out of the unawareness, because the proper knowledge is not there, the referral systems are poor, the surgical skills, the capacity development of centers which can devote themselves to this surgery are poor. And if you compare that with the previous child, a small surgery, this leads to a very major 8-9 hour surgery with a vertebral column resection, and that ultimately led to a good outcome. So what are the calls to action? The audience, I do really highly encourage you all to identify yourself to promote social justice and get involved in setting up community initiatives. Major academic societies like us should and has to have an advocacy committee, which we should all come forward to. Various NGOs can be actively involved, and support groups. You know, there are certain disease and disorders, especially genetic disorders, which are so rare that in the times of the internet, we have support groups. An example is the Cure SMA Foundation. So spinal muscular atrophy is a devastating genetic disorder in which there is a major disability of patients, of children, who ultimately become wheelchair bound with faulty sitting postures due to major pelvic obliquity. And these are very major surgical challenges. And it is only through a foundation like this, which is basically individuals affected by SMA, they all have come together to form the Cure SMA Foundation. And this is what a surgery would look like, in which a patient who was on wheelchair with a very faulty posture could ultimately have the luck to sit straight with a very major staged surgery. So education and awareness, accessible and affordable healthcare, research and data collection regarding what are the possible disabilities, their prevalence and incidence in the society, advocacy and policy change, formulating procedures and formulating principles over which the policymakers can decide further, community engagement, engaging communities and involving them to the decision-making process, and of course, prevention and early intervention. These are the key factors which needs to be acted upon. To conclude, promoting social justice and health equity for spine health is not only a moral imperative, but also a practical necessity. By working together to eliminate disparities and barriers, we can ensure that everyone has equal opportunities to live a healthy and fulfilling life, irrespective of their background, irrespective of the situation in life in which they are in. And finally, let us commit ourselves to this cause and create a society where spine health is a right and not a privilege. I thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for giving me this opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Dr. Basu, for this masterly presentation. Now we will have some time for discussion, and after that, voting on recommendations.
We have the virtual speakers there, please. Dr. Bala is there, Dr. Bang is there. So any questions from the audience which will actually lead us into the panel discussion? I will, yes, Komal.
Yeah, okay. I just want, there are a whole lot of health professionals, doctors in this audience, and of course on the dais. There are some of us, like including me, who are doctors because of their PhDs. My question is very, very basic. One, our healthcare system is on a medical model, not on a social model. Right from the bottom to the top, a person comes, presents himself to a doctor and says, I have fever, a few investigations and a few medications and a few advices. Ice pack lagao, do this, do that. And the patient is gone. Now, that patient doesn't have a refrigerator at home and doesn't have the systems to work, or maybe the money to have, whatever it is. So we don't even bother after giving that prescription whether the person actually acted upon that prescription, because there's no social model. So that's where the problem arises. That's what I have to say. The second question, the second statement that I want to make is, we talk about prevention. There are age-old practices which people resort to, like, for example, the rice cultivation. Will you be able to stop them from doing this? I know that people talked about certain technologies that should be introduced to do this. That's only one practice. So prevention is a huge, huge task for a country like ours. The third point that I want to make, and the last one, is that spine health involves not me, but involves my family. So when I talk about, I'm not me, meaning any one of us. So that is what is important. When you talk about a spinal cord injured person or a spine pain person, you've got to talk about a family which has one person who is affected, and how can we alleviate this issue? It's not just that one person. These are three statements which we all need to address within this segment. And that's it. I mean,
Thank you so much. Now, from that side, you have expressed certain statements and posed questions. Can I request you to please come on this side and offer a solution as per your own experience and understanding? This will be helpful. Please.
Sure.
You can come here. If... No, everybody will be able to see you and then listen to you. Thank you. The points that you have raised are important and very valid. And It is not just applicable to spine related conditions, but for a whole lot of other health issues also, whether non-communicable diseases or communicable diseases. Yeah,
Right.
please, your own point of view.
Now he's put me on a spot where I have to answer. What's important, what was a learning for me, and I must from the bottom of my heart thank Dr. Chabra when in January I said, this has come to me and should I be a part? He said, why not? You have to be a part. So I came in as an observer to this segment. I chose this segment because it was closest to my heart. When we talk about a healthcare system, I think it is not, it's not difficult to change the system. We know that we always talk about the population that we have, 140 crores. Look at it the other way. That's a huge human resource that this country has. Think about that. And that, use it as a human resource. Don't use it as a burden. And the mindset will change. And when next time a patient walks into any of the doctors here into their cabin, just think about that person as a person who's not coming with an ailment and asking you for a prescription, but is coming from a family or a community and give your prescription accordingly. That's all that you need to do. And the second thing is that you need to ask for a follow-up. I mean, don't just leave that person there. I don't think it is difficult if you think about it. I think it is possible. The second thing that I wanted to say was the age-old technologies that and people sitting on the floor and making food. The moment the person comes on a wheelchair, we try making some changes as peer counselors. We've done this. Take a table, do this, you can wash your clothes. We have alternatives, very simple alternatives. So I think our rehab professionals and rehabilitation has taken a center stage now with WHO. And I think India should lead the way, and it can. So let us come up with these, rather than saying, don't do this, say, do it this way. That's it. And there are ways. When we can take the Chandrayaan to the moon, I hope before the Russians do, we are having a race up there. But I think it's not impossible. And the third one is about spine health. I think it's not difficult. Again, look at a person with a spinal cord injury. When I became injured in '93, my house was a little different than, say, for example, Preeti here and many more. There was a family which was affected. They had the means or made the means to come through. My family was gone completely with dependents. In '93, there were no smartphones, there was no Wi-Fi, no way to access information, no hospital to go to, I didn't have the money. And I had to go back to my work somehow to earn money for the children, my own children who were school going, and with the two sisters who were lost. So, and my mother had a spinal cord injury too in the same accident. So I'm not saying my statement, but there are so many. From this level, we came to this level. Today, when people say, oh, madam, you are educated, you have money. I pose, I have everything, but I still live alone. And I know the means that I live from. I do have a pension from the government service that I retired from. But there are people who don't get medical insurance. With a back pain, a medical insurance is given to you. If you say you have a spinal cord injury, You don't get a medical pension, Mediclaim even today. Why? I can have dental issues. There have been issues that have been brought up. So I think these things, a UDID, if Indians would know, is the ultimate medical certificate or disability certificate that we get. If I make it in New Delhi, where I was serving, and now I've gone to UP, after retirement, I have to make it all over again. In one state, it's not valid in another state. Why? So there are lots and lots of these things. I don't think time permits, but I felt that in these last few months, I learned a lot, but a lot more questions came up and a lot of things to do also came to me. And I said, I must do them as much as I can. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Komal. I can just share a bit of information regarding the last point that you made. There are now discussions fairly advanced to make the validity of UDID card nationwide, not be restricted to a state only. So things are changing, but the more voices are there, the more will be the momentum to bring about that change. So the purpose served by such summits like this Spine20 is to highlight what are the issues, to bring it into sharper focus, to gather all the stakeholders, and then present evidence-based, doable recommendations to the people who matter the most, as yesterday was mentioned by Shri Amitabh Kantji. And I'm sure there will be a significant positive development. Thanks to all of you. Thank you. Now, Dr. Bala, do you want to add anything or make any comment?
Yes, I could probably add a couple of comments. Yes, there are huge problems in our country and we are so big. But what I feel is that, like how Komal had said that what she has done her part, I think everybody can do their own part within their region. So I cannot make a change in difference to the whole country, maybe not in the short term. But I could make a change in my hospital to the way I treat my patients. I have active people in my community through various NGOs like Rotary and Lions who I can approach, who are willing to help. I can approach my local government to make changes, who can do it. So I think it's a responsibility of all healthcare professionals, especially doctors, to take up this responsibility and not wait for the government to come up with the policy, not for the government to make a substantial change, because that may happen, may not happen. So I think we have given the privilege and we've given the responsibility to do that. And I think it's very important that, as doctors and healthcare professionals that we have to do. And I think that's the only way that we've seen so many speakers who have made a change to some place, to somebody in this country. So that's my only take on this.
Thank you, Dr. Bal. Dr. Anand, your take on this or a comment?
Yeah.
If you can.
Yeah, as you may have seen, I do play a significant role with government of Maharashtra. In my understanding, I have come to believe that government is also sometimes like a child with learning disability. It takes significant persuasion, perseverance, and maybe a decade for government to accept something as a priority. And so spine health to become a public health priority is going to take its own time, especially because there is no immediate death, more of a disability. So for it to become public health priority, it is crucial that we prove to the leaders, the policymakers, that number one, this is a large problem, which of course is very clearly proven by the data. Number two, there is a low-cost evidence-based solution available for that. And number three, it will ultimately benefit maximum number of people. And number four, it will create multiple additional offshoots, such as task shifting for spine care, which is absolutely essential, creating a cadre of, let us say, physiotherapy assistants. Now, physiotherapists are not going to go to the villages, and physiotherapy and rehab, which, as it was pointed, is so crucial, cannot be done by once a month or once in 3 months visit to a distant clinic. It has to be done on a daily basis. So it has to be literally home-based or community-based. So cadre of physiotherapy assistant. Similarly, task shifting to medical officers, what spine specialists do. So I think these things are crucial. Finally, for physiotherapy and rehab for people to accept it. Now we repeatedly try to tell people.
Dr. Anand, perhaps your data transfer speed is slower. That is why there was interruption. Okay, we got the message from Dr. Anand.
Yeah, my sincere apologies. I had said that geography is destiny. I am also suffering from the same problem currently in Gadchiroli. The rain is causing constant internet shutdown.
No.
So my last point is that when we try to convince people to undergo rehab, and when we use the word exercise, people react. People say our manual labor on a daily basis is exercise. Why are you telling us to do exercise again? So I think the packaging of rehabilitation in a different way is crucial. So these are some of the things which I would like to share.
Sure, thank you. My experience has been over the last close to 40 years in rehab field, that greater the degree of specialization, greater is the distance from the end user. I think there is a need to relook at this trend and bridge the gap. I have seen that when there is a rehabilitation or remedial gymnast, that was the post that we had in our healthcare setup before the qualified physiotherapists became available in larger numbers. So they were more closely interacting with the people and also making home visits without charging any fee. Then came the era of graduate physiotherapists, then subsequently postgraduate physiotherapists. Similarly, specializations and super specializations in the medical profession. In the nursing care also, basic nurse used to look after most of the nursing needs of the person. As the specialization came, MSc in different branches of nursing, the distance increased from the end user, and the domain of expertise, although it increased in terms of depth and height, the spread became much less. So today, if the person has a pain in the knee joint and the person that you consult happens to be a cardiologist, he will say, sorry, I don't know. I won't be able to touch you. Arey Baba, you have done basic medical graduation. You can at least begin the assessment of the person with knee pain. Similarly with surgical branches. So people tend to forget what they learned in their basic medical graduate school as they become more and more specialized. No offense to any specialist. There is a definite need for specialization. There is a role for specialists and super specialists. But that kind of basic empathy towards the healthcare needs of person has diminished, and everything cannot be purchased. So now any other people who are, yes, sir, there is a hand that I have seen raised. Please.
My name is Dr. Adip Jain. Okay. Just 2 points of observation that I've made, I'd like to point out. First, Komal ma'am, I think the Supreme Court of India has said that now there will be insurance for disabled. I'm seeing on certain companies' websites that they're starting to post it. I will share a list on my page and I'll mark you in that. I'll send it to you separately as well. So that's my first point. Second point is, I know we are talking about change in policy, which is really important in order to have like wider reach. And in order to do that, we need to convince authorities. And in order to do that, you need stats. And for stats, we need data. And we don't have data. So I think it's really to start thinking about how we're going to gather that data. I was just thinking maybe, the forum here reaches out to somebody of the stature of Mr. Nandan Nilankani, who set up our Aadhaar system. And maybe he can tell us how to deal with all the issues around privacy of data and setting it up and gathering that. Because if we don't do that, I see that, how do we then prove our point? So that's my only take. Thank you.
Thank you. Just responding to Dr. Wadhwa's statement that the more specialization we achieve, the more we distance ourselves from the roots. I think there is a lot of truth into that statement because, when we graduated as medical persons, then we post-graduated as orthopedic surgeons, then we sub-specialized as spine surgeons. And there are across the world, across the globe, there are people, for example, Koji comes from a country. I was a couple of months back, I was invited to the JSSR meeting as an international speaker. and I had a very good chance to interact with them. Unbelievably, they have 2,000 members in their spine society, and more than 1,200 were attending the Congress. And so I interacted with one of the Japanese surgeons, and they said that, he said that, I don't do anything else but cervical spine. So the question of super and super specialization has come into a point that in our country, in our society, we have no takers for basic spine care. And as correctly pointed out by you, madam, that a patient comes to us, we need to not only prescribe a treatment based on our knowledge, but also modulate that treatment based on the society or the social circumstances from which the patient is coming to. That's something which we do not discuss with the patient. For example, how many times do we write a medicine and ask the patient whether you can afford this or not? Many a times we do not know the cost of the medicine ourselves. The medicine might have been launched a few years back, the prices might have come down, but we still cannot tell the person what is the exact cost of medicine, which might be the sole determinant of compliance, whether the patient is going to take that medicine or not. We occasionally say that we see patients who come with 5 sets of MRIs in 6 months for a patient of an infection in the spine, where we know that before 6 months, there can be no MRI changes which can be visible. But that is the faulty practice which is going on. And once these policies are put into place, I think there should be guidelines regarding what sort of medical practice should we do.
Any other expert comments? Komal.
I might have gone astray, but I'm a diehard optimist. That's one. The second is that we still need the National Spine Care Program. We still need something to come from the top. And we are all here, all of us from different fields, to work with them. But the policy has to be there. That's my line.
Thank you. Dr. Chavda, do we have any time or 10 minutes? Okay. Okay, thank you. So I would like the experts in the front rows, please make some comments or share your own words of wisdom. Anybody? I know there is a hesitation always to begin the innings or be the opening batsman. Otherwise, I will be forced to call the name. Anybody? You have your own points of views. It is not that the people who are on this side only have the expertise. Dr. Sami, your point of view, because you are at the corner, so I thought, let me begin with you.
Specific question, so I could answer immediately. So, I mean, I'd like just to ask me specifically, then we could answer what you want, what is the opinion that you want from us?
So how often do you find geographical barriers in your practice? How often do you find a patient or a person who requires care comes from a geographical area in which there are no transport services, there are no referral systems, and how do you address that problem?
Well, thank you so much. I was thinking of this even yesterday throughout the discussion, that poverty doesn't mean money. Access to care is not just money. There are a very rich country where they have poor access to care. So it doesn't mean that you're living in a very rich country that your patient get good access to care. Now, sometimes in a situation like Saudi Arabia, for example, and I believe some other developed country do have the same, that they're having fantastic, huge health institute, beautiful hospitals, very sophisticated hospital, but so many people do not have the access to this care. So in a place that I'm coming from, we are having this problem. We have very advanced health system, we have very advanced hospitals, but we know very sure there are many people that they have poor access to this. You might be feeling that in a place where poverty is very common, that they have poor access. But believe me, even in rich country, we do have poor access. Would you agree, Pierre and Giuseppe?
Absolutely. And if I reflect on my own country, I mean, the country is also very big. The population is very small compared to you, which creates a different set of problems because in rural regions, there's basically very, very few providers to provide the services.
Yeah.
But Sami, you make a very good point, and you make me think of another issue related to access and poverty, which is how connected are you with people who can actually help you jump the queue? And in our country, it's a significant problem. If you are connected to people in positions of powers of decision, you are more likely to have a much shorter waiting time than someone who lives in a lower socioeconomic status. So there is distance, but there is also connections and how you can actually use the system to your advantage.
Yeah.
So these are two issues that we have in Canada. And I don't know, Jen, if you want to.
And in India, there is another thing which may be there in many other countries also. Although there is a large number of doctors and other healthcare professionals being trained, they tend to concentrate in the cities only. So there is a maldistribution of trained manpower. So there is always shortage of manpower which is trained at the places where they are the most needed. The first contact of a person in the emergency system, for example, acute spinal cord injury, is with a person who has the least experience and the lowest kind of training in handling that situation. Whereas emergency situation should be such situation where you have the maximum and the best expertise available. But it is the reverse thing. By the time he has gone through the whole chain, a few weeks have passed, then he gets to see the spine surgeon. So there are so many issues, but it is good to voice what are the issues so that someday there will be some solution. Any other person?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Actually, I'm Jörg Franke from Germany. Yeah, maybe, we are kind of have a little bit of a population compared to you, but our country is much smaller. So the density is pretty much the same, but there are essentially the same problems, that in the cities and we have a much better supply with doctors, hospitals and rehab possibilities as we have in the rural areas. So that's pretty much, even though given the fact that the possibilities in our rural areas are potentially much better than here. We may get another problem which we discussed earlier with the with the care provided, right? A lot of things are that so we see patients rather late, maybe not as late as here, but very late, and then this happens even in Western countries. So essentially we kind of have to work on the same problems, maybe on some aspects with different views.
Right. I think we have about 4 minutes left. We'll just end off with one final discussion before Dr. Chabra comes in. Yeah, please, Dr. Chabra.
No, I only wanted to make a comment. I'm sorry I didn't follow the proceedings of the symposium to the hilt, but when we're thinking about the domain for the session, social determinants of health, one of the very important determinants that I think should be considered is the voice of the consumers. Right, and that is a social determinant of health. And I think even though with time we have involved them or they are being involved, but I think we have a long way to go to ensure that the voice of the consumers is properly heard. WHO strongly recommends that all policy matters should have a consumer input to it. And I think we are very happy that a lot of consumers and consumer societies have joined hands and will be also voting. But it would be good to also consider having as a part of Spine20, a consumer means committee, which should vet all the recommendations that we make and have their inputs before we put them up and finalize them.
I think that's an excellent suggestion. We should be really doing forwards to it. The last thing which we could discuss a couple of minutes about is yes, please.
I'm sorry,
Yes,
Komal
please,
is there,
Ketan.
Dr. Chabra is there, I'm Ketna Mehta from Mumbai. And because Dr. Chabra mentioned about the consumer's voice, I would like to very strongly say this point that even if we belong to a middle-class family, but something as life-changing as a spinal cord injury happens, what happens? The poorest of the poor is taken to the hospital in the rural areas, and like the kind of people that we serve in Maharashtra and some other places, that awareness about that if you are poor, you are a farmer, you're taken a loan, then there is a policy by the government that, the surgery will not be charged. They come to us when they have nothing left and no information is given to them about, the hope is, Mera beta kab chalega. I think, we are here all together to work together. We are getting these friends of ours who are poor, absolutely at the bottom of the pyramid. And believe me, they've sold their land, they sold their property, they sold their jewelry. They have even taken loans. And, we have these pictures of abject poverty in which they live. I think even within us, we can have
Yeah, there is some voice.
a long way to go.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Ketana. You have made your point. Now we are nearing the end of our symposium. I would like to say towards the end, just one thing that in India especially, there has been a lot of positive development since India became independent in 1947. And as I mentioned in my presentation also, 4 days from now, we will be celebrating our Independence Day. But in the recent 10 years or 9 years, if I may say, a few important nationwide initiatives, and one of them is the Ayushman Bharat scheme of the government of India, which basically ensures that all the people are treated and there is a financial assistance to the tune of 5 lakh rupees. There are certain criteria to be met. So these are also some of the initiatives which give hope to the people that even if they are poor, but they have a valid Ayushman card, they will be looked after without too much burden of treatment being put on them, and the state will play its part and help them. So many things, but the road is so long and so tortuous with so many barriers. We have covered only a part of it, but I am optimistic. Thank you so much for your inputs, and this sharing of experience is always valuable. Thank you.
Thank you, chairpersons and observers, for the wonderful session. We will break for tea, but a housekeeping announcement. One, we will be giving, there'll be e-certificates which will be sent to all of you. But as is the Spine20 tradition, we also want feedback from all of you so that we can then get a feedback on how the event went, but more importantly on how we can improve things subsequently. So as is the tradition, as soon as you send the feedback form back, you'll get the e-certificate, which will also entitle you to the credits in various parts of the globe. So the certificate would be framed accordingly. So again, any last minute requirements, all people who will be traveling may contact the registration desk for the travel arrangements which will be there. Just confirm that once again. Rahul will also be there to ensure, both Rahul and Rohit, to ensure that your arrangements are made appropriately. And we will wish you a safe travel back. Let's break for tea, but requesting all of you to assemble here again in half an hour for what I think would be the most important session for the whole event, where we have discussion on the recommendations which have been framed for 2023, and they'll be voting for that, and we'll be finalizing them. So please get back here sharp at 4 o'clock for discussions in this regard. And after that, we will have a brief message from Brazil for the next year's Spine20, but work for that has already been initiated, and so that next year we come out with stronger recommendations. So I look forward to interactions over the tea break. Thank you.
I don't know, we haven't seen it. That's fine. Can you ask the Queen's You piqued my interest. I'm sorry. Well, I think you dropped your conversation on Mafia. You piqued my interest. Oh, God. We can outsource this thing. We can outsource that. Exactly. All right, but I was just saying, on the data, I think we really need to think about how to do that. No, but I'm saying we need to our database. I think we are being secure on that. So we need to engage somebody with the level. Not saying we need to build huts, but we can have how we should go about doing what we want. And we need to engage them. That's the way to do this. We had real solid goals and real solid credentials. I don't know. But I'm saying that because you mentioned that this is my this is the biomedia and understand what all the problem is. If you don't do that, we're not getting out of want to go on the first yeah. We was properly, right? I really need this one to back it up. You need to back it up. It is going to back it up. All right. Want to do it here? All right. Yeah. How's the background? Beautiful. Down. Come on, look at the have a great one. I'm supposed to have like Google. I have to answer right in the art. You have to hold it like this. You want a nice one? No. No, I didn't. Come on. More than there. To fight to this. The soccer. I wouldn't do that. That's Somebody else can. Yeah. Yeah. More pictures? Okay.
You know the meeting gonna start. And
Second round.
yeah.
Okay, now everybody is.
The Aug'23 quick timing around.
Thank you. Come, one more. No. Yeah.
That's fine.
Yes.
That's the idea. Your face is coming.
You won't get off without letting.
Let's go, Professor Shabra.
I'll come there behind. No. Yeah. Sorry. I was missing. Yeah, first we have what's now. I'm told that Ami's role will be augmented in 90 minutes from now. Come.
That's so exciting. My favorite kind of. Oh, we should find a meet here later.
Hey, yo, come. Half asleep. Where? Thank you. Outside. Yes.
That's fine.
Okay.
This is great.
You started sometime. Coach, if you mess up the slides, change the words on the. Marco. He made me do it. Don't blame another one. Yeah. So.
Good evening. Almost the penultimate session, the most important session of the summit. Discussion and voting on recommendations of Spine20 2023. May I request Koji to be on the dais? Koji? Would you want to start by mentioning about the way you would proceed with things, though you had sent a mail yesterday to everyone in this regard.
Yeah, I have a presentation, so yeah, I will start the reporting system. Okay, good evening, everyone. I'd like to start the final symposium of this very successful summit. So this section, we would like to vote for the recommendation. And after this symposium, after this section, we can consider our proposal recommendation statement will be the official one or not. Okay, I have nothing to disclose. One future, one family, one us, one family, one future without spine disability. This is the main theme of this summit. And I have 7 proposal of the recommendation and all of the recommendation was developed under this umbrella. And we had the first Delphi consensus meeting, as I said in the first section of the summit, and we have selected 6 main domain, which would be each theme of the recommendation statements. And we have assigned each 3 professional writer who is a very professionalist of the spine care area, but we try our best to have the diversity. I mean that every statement has several countries professional writer, and also their professional right and medicine and psychosis or something like that is completely different. That would be the diversity of our recommendation statements. And finally, each domains developed one recommendation statement after our second Delphi consensus meeting. And now, as I said, we had the 7 recommendation proposal now. And this is the very important point. What we do today and after summit is this one. And firstly, we will discuss again each recommendation statement. However, detailed discussion is not always necessary because all of the recommendation statement is reviewed many Spine20 members. But this is a last chance to say something or to have a comments. So this would be the very important step. And after the discussion, I will vote for the agreement for publishing as a Spine20 recommendation. And if this was approved in this voting, and the recommendation statement could be considered as the final one. And after summit and publication and the recommendation task force will wordsmith allowed to have a wordsmith which indicate that a minor change could over the statement based on the comment if necessary. And then we will publish our recommendation statement, and I definitely we will definitely publish our recommendation statement before G20 in India. And this would be very important points. Although we had a very high work to develop the recommendation proposal. However, if majority of the participants here disagree to publish a specific statement, it will not be published this year, unfortunately. And also, if we need to have a major revision, major revise of the specific statement, it indicates also it will not be published this year. We will take the recommendation statement to the new next year and to reinforce or to revise. But at least this year we cannot publish. This is a rule of today's this session.
Okay, and so your comments or your opinion would be very important to finalize our recommendation statement. If you are too shy to have any speech to hear, please mail to this address, prc@spine20.org. And if you, I will collect all your comments. I will bring all your comments to the PRC publication and recommendation task force, and we will consider whether we need to wordsmith our statement or not. And please, if you mail your comments, please mail all by the August 17th, because we will try to publish our recommendation by the G20 India. Okay, and finally, our recommendation statement will publish with two forms. One in the long document, it would be already, tentative one is already uploaded on our website, but it will be the very long one with a long rationale. And short document would be the summary of the long document, and it will be published from the scientific journal. So, and both of them will go to the G20 countries via many ways. For example, the summit's very important economy symposium. One speaker promised us to directly connect our recommendation to the G20 Sherpa, and that would be the very good thing for us. And we are always seeking to such a chances. Oh, and again, and if you have any comments, opinion, and my colleague Sokato from Japan is now recording all comments and all opinion here, and his English ability is very much higher than me, so I'm very convinced and I'm very relaxed now. What I have to do is a presentation. Okay, so I would like to start the vote for the recommendation session, but before that, do you have any question or about our steps? All right. So I would like to start the recommendation. And please, the supporter team, please let me know if you have any comments from the website. You can, yeah. All right, thank you. First one is the poverty. And this is the poverty and the spinal disability domains, which was the highest point in our first Delphi's consensus meeting. And the Dr. Piero Cote, Calorosi, and Rajani chaired this very important symposium. And I remember that there was a so long discussion about the influence of the poverty on the spinal disability. And then now we can bring one recommendation statement from this domain. So I would like to Pierre to come here and to have some explanation. Thank you, Pierre.
Thank you very much. So our recommendation is Spine20 calls on the G20 countries to eliminate structural barriers to accessing timely rehabilitation for back pain to reduce poverty. And I'll just say a few words and then I'll ask Rajani to ask her or add her comments. So one of the main incentive for this recommendation is that we know that people who have disability are more likely to live in poverty. And we know that if you live in poverty, you're also more likely to have back pain or spine pain related disability. And we've demonstrated that some of the main root causes of both poverty and disability and how they actually travel together are structural barriers. Examples are discrimination, marginalization, lack of access to care, lack of transportation, lack of accommodations. So therefore, we believe that if we can eliminate those structural barriers, we would actually help reduce, both poverty and spine disability together. Rajani?
Yes, adding on to that, and particularly certain perspectives that we have about how poverty can move people with spine disability, either from the mainstream community to an institution or from the community locked up into a family, would be decided by the social determinants that we have been talking about. So it's so very interlinked, and therefore particularly the marginalized sections of the community. And these are the ones who get most vulnerable to face the consequences of spine disability. There's some
Question here. Instead of back pain, can we use the word spine disability? Because back pain is just anybody can get back pain for a day and a half, but spine disability is something altogether different, isn't it?
That's true. We agree wholeheartedly with your recommendation and would like to suggest that back pain be reduced by spine disorders.
Thank you. And I will definitely bring your comments to our publication, the recommendation task force, and we will try to wordsmith our recommendation statement based on comments. Thank you. Spine disability or something. Yeah. Do you have any other opinion or comments on this statement? How about the website? No? Okay. All right. So I would like to take a vote. So do you agree to publish this statement as a spine recommendation from the Spine20 2023? Do you agree? Could you raise your hand? Yes, that's right. After modification.
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much. So I definitely say that this would be approved. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks so much. Okay, so next statement is next domain is the patient safety. Actually, this was a very interesting and very important domain. So that we already have published several recommendations regarding the many aspects of the patient safety. But also this year, we decided to publish the patient safety statement. And I remember that Carlos was so exciting in 2 p.m. or 3 p.m. 3 a.m. But yeah, and discussion was so good, and each talk was so nice, and I was so impressed about that. Carlos, are you available now? Is he online? No, he's now 8 a.m. Yeah, online? No.
Yeah, Carlos is there online? No.
Dr. Garg is here? Okay, so I will do the instead of the Carlos. He might be so tired because he was so exciting in the very midnight. Okay, so this is the domain, the patient safety, and subdomain, the culture of the safety. This would be the very important word for the patient care of the spine with a spine disability. And the statement is like that. Spine20 calls on the G20 countries to raise awareness of safety risks in primary care, including misdiagnosis of serious spine pathologies and risk factors for spinal disability and chronicity. Oh, Carlos, are you available?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm still very excited. That was not as a so yeah, I'm here. So
could you have some explanation about that?
Just let me, yeah. So let me back to your slides. I'm sorry.
Could you change? Yep.
Yeah, just a sec. Yeah.
Maybe we can not.
Okay, so what we had in mind when we wrote down this statement is to focus patient safety in primary care in a manner that it could be included in future initiatives that would avoid harm in primary care. So the statement is to G20 countries to raise awareness of safety lapses in primary care, including missed diagnosis of serious spine pathologies and risk factors for spinal disability and chronicity.
Right, thank you. Thanks, Carlos, to join this session. And do you have any comments or opinion about that, Lisa?
Thank you. I just wondered, in the light of the discussion yesterday about the wording that we use in recommendations, whether raise awareness is strong enough and whether the team that organised this might consider taking it a step further of either saying monitor or measure, because in order to raise awareness, there would have to be some kind of counting. And I just wondered if that would be something that you might be able to take it further, Carlos. I don't know if you have any thoughts. Oh yeah, reduce. I mean, that's even a, yeah. The team are just saying here to calling on the G20 countries to reduce safety lapses. Would that be stronger than just raising awareness?
Yeah, I truly like it. I think it's more, let's say, concrete. It's bold, and maybe I would foster on going that direction, like I don't know, measuring, managing, and I don't know, something like tackling it, right? Well, something like that. I'm not against it, not at all, and I think it's a bold move, and still concrete. As some of the speakers brought it to their talks, you know, things that are already the next step.
Thank you, Carlos. Now, from the floor, that would be the suggestion that the Spine20 call on the G20 countries to reduce safety lapses in primary care, including blah, blah, blah. And many is looks like now agree about that. So I will bring this one to the PRTF meeting next. Yeah, I know. And Margarita, oh, sorry, Ketura.
Margarita, Hannah, they also have their hands up. Please, go ahead.
Go ahead, Ketnai. I was after you and after Hannah. I'm number 3.
Okay, thank you. Going by the Sherpa's talk yesterday, he was very categorical about mentioning what is required for anything to be implemented. And I think the focus this year of Spine20 is whatever we do, we need to have implementation. So I think Lisa has a valid point. We need to restructure rather than just broad awareness to something which is a measure. For example, covering all the school-going children who are into devices, you know, for back pain analysis or back pain diagnosis, something of the kind, or whatever diagnosis has been done, how much of it, the numbers which are accurate and you know, which were misdiagnosed, because we very, very clearly mentioned that. Thank you.
Thank you. Now Dr. Sokato is very working so hard to record your comments, all comments. Thank you. And I will definitely bring your comments. And Hannah?
Yes, thank you so much. I agree with what has been said. I think two words are important to reduce or mitigate as well as monitor. So we want to monitor over time. So if we can add these two points, just following up to the discussions yesterday. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And Margarita.
Very short. I agree with the two previous, and I would suggest reduce and monitor and reduce.
Monitor and reduce. Okay. Yeah, he recorded. Thank you. And Carlos, do you have any comments about these comments?
No, Koji, I don't. I think we're on the right way. I like everything that's been proposed so far.
All right, so I will send a summarize to the all members to consider about the modification in next meeting. Anyway, after modification of this statement, do you agree to publish this statement as an official recommendation statement from the Spine20? Could you raise your hand? Okay, I can see many hands. Thank you. And yeah, thank you. And congratulations, and Carlos, that would be approved. Thanks so much for your great work, and you can go to bed. All right.
Or to work. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Okay, and the next one is the life. This would be the very important words of the Spine20 and also the G20 in India, because the Indian government proposed this life word. And this symposium was chaired by the Bambang and Donna and also the Dr. Hassan. And Bambang, do you have any comments? And I believe Dr. Rajasekaran did a very great presentation regarding the oral abuse, and also we could have here the many other very interesting topics of this symposium. And from this domain, from this symposium, we can bring the one recommendation statement here. So I will invite Bambang here to explain, to have some words.
Thank you. I, Dr. Donna and Dr. Rumaisa Hassan would like to say thank you to all the speakers in the symposium, Dr. Rita Roy, Dr. Donna, Dr. Rajasekaran, and also Dr. Edward for excellent contribution on the subject of Earth resources and relevant with the lifestyle changes. Change the habit will change the life from a bad habit to the good one. And this will have a relevancy with the earth resources. And number two subject is carbon dioxide concentration. And this will impact in the healthy lifestyle, healthy spine, and also wellness. And this is related with the human activity. And the subject number three is about spine health, because we are the only standing erect creature. So all activity, all related with the healthy of the spine. And all of this is already included in the recommendation relevance with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, number 3, good health and well-being, and number 13, the climate action. So already included in the two Spine20 calls on the G20 countries to raise awareness of how our everyday lifestyle decisions regarding wellness, physical activity, smoking, and nutrition, because this can affect the world resources and our spine health. Please any comment or?
Thank you, Dr. Bambang. And Hassan, do you have any words? No? Okay. All right. Thank you. And do you have any comments on that, regarding this statement? Pierre?
Yes, may I suggest that the word decisions be removed? Because decisions implies that you are aware of the consequences. And to me, it sounds like you decide to damage the world or have bad spine health. And I think that these assumptions are very strong. So I would suggest taking the word decisions out of the recommendation.
Thank you. Thank you for your very great comments. And Andre, so sorry, next.
Yes, thank you. For the same reason as the previous recommendations, perhaps to suggest reformulating something like Spine20 calls on G20 to promote and facilitate healthy lifestyle choices, remove barriers to physical activity, eating habits, or healthy eating and smoking cessation strategies affecting the world's resource and our spine health. I put it in the chat if easier.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Andre. Go back to my slides. All right, and okay.
Yeah, I need to see it in writing.
Can you ask him to speak again?
Okay.
We can see it here. Just ask him to speak again.
Okay. Could you?
Yes, certainly. Sorry. So Spine20 calls on the G20 to promote and facilitate healthy lifestyle choices, remove barriers to physical activity, healthy eating, and smoking cessation strategies affecting the world's resources and our spine health.
Thank you. Do you have it?
Yeah, maybe I'll just, I'm really grateful for having an opportunity to vote. Thank you for including me. Given that the voting process is not precise, I just want to note that I won't be voting yes, given that I don't think that we can make a recommendation that talks about affecting the world's resources. I'm not sure that that was proven convincingly in the panel that was held. And I'm not sure why we would be recommending to governments that have a high concentration of wealth that, like, if their responsibility is to distribute better or to make use of that wealth in a way that will promote a spine program, just seems like we're blaming people for resource scarcity. And I don't actually think that that's an accurate representation of why there's such a thing as resource scarcity. So maybe I'll see.
Thank you. Any comments? No.
No.
Okay. We have a long rationale with this recommendation statement, and we will try to include the reason why we recommend this one as a recommendation from the Spine20 when it would be approved here. Thank you. Any comments or questions? Okay, so after modification of this statement, do you agree to publish this statement as on Spine20 2023? Please raise your hand, or do you? Yeah, after changing, we will modify this one. Okay, could you show the chat box? Okay, so sorry, this is a very small one, but
Just one comment. Of course, the suggestion from Andre in the chat box is more explicit in comparison to the previous statement. However, because we have so many components here, on one hand, we're talking about promoting and facilitating. It's just the framework of the sentence does not kind of still imply, because it reads currently that to promote and facilitate healthy lifestyle choices, which is great, remove barriers to physical activity. But then what are we talking about? Healthy eating and smoking cessation strategies affecting the world's resources and our spine health. It starts to get a little ambiguous here in order to understand what is it that we are recommending. So the first half of the statement is explicitly clear. However, the second half still needs some more work. So we could probably buy some time.
I just wonder if a solution to that might be inserting the word "and." So if it says Spine20 calls on G20 to promote and facilitate healthy lifestyle choices and remove barriers to physical activity, healthy eating, and smoking cessation strategies affecting the world's resources and our spine health. That puts it together.
Okay, thank you. Any other opinion or comments? Yep, Pierre.
To simplify it even further, we could probably remove, we could basically say healthy lifestyle choices affecting our spine health. And I agree with my colleague Jen that speaking about the world's resources as it relates to physical activity, healthy eating is a very tricky thing. To make a causal relationship between the two is challenging, I would suggest.
Thank you, Pierre. That would be the very nice suggestion. To reduce wording is also very important to make a simple recommendation. That would be the very powerful one. Any other comments? I believe that we definitely talk this recommendation statement in our next PLTF meeting to modify, but we cannot change the meaning. So that this is because so we will discuss in the PLTF meeting next. But I would like to have a voting after modification of this statement based on the comments here and on the website. And do you agree to publish this recommendation as an official statement? Could you raise your hand or not after modification? Yeah. Manabu, Dr. Ito.
No, just raise your hand, sorry.
Okay. All right. So I believe the majority of the participants is raising a hand, but I will definitely discuss this statement in the next PLTF meeting. So we will take the, let's say, we will ask the PLTF decision whether we publish this statement or not. Sami?
In order to move forward, I believe we need to know if anyone object this statement. If there is some objection, then we can't move to we can't discuss it in the BRT meeting. Am I correct?
Yeah.
So maybe we ask him, anyone objected, not agreeing, but at least objecting.
Okay, so I need to change the question. So could you raise your hand if you disagree to publish? Oh,
Can you state what the language is before the voting on the objection? I just wasn't sure what people voted on in favor of.
okay. Mhm. Yeah.
So what we want to know is the meaning is the same, but maybe the sentences is not matched with what, yeah, maybe. So we should
I'm a
modify.
legal scholar, so I need to know what the sentence would be that we're
Final
voting on.
sentences.
Yeah.
The exact sentence that was on the board prior to the chat suggestion.
Okay, so now the current sentence is I believe the PL's suggestion. We can reduce the many words, but the sentence itself would be discussed in the, oh, this is not one. Oh, okay. Okay, so I will ask you, I'd like to ask you, do you disagree to publish this statement? And I cannot bring this statement to the PRTF meeting. So could you raise your hand if you disagree to publish this statement?
This one. This one on the.
After modification. After modification.
What others?
Yeah, PL final. PL one.
Okay. Right.
Yeah. I believe that your would be the final one.
Okay.
Your suggestion would be the final one.
Was that? Okay. Yeah, Margaret has a comment.
Margarita? You are muted.
I'm muted, I'm sorry. Could you type up the sentence suggested by Pierre? Do you have the possibility to type it up on the computer in front of you?
Okay. Could you, someone can type on the chat box? Andre, can you type the chat on the chat box?
Good.
I already wrote it.
Thank
So
you, Hannah.
yeah.
Thank you, Hannah. So the Spine20 calls on the G20 countries to promote and facilitate healthy life choices affecting spine health. Okay, this is our tentative statement. I will bring this statement to the PLTF, whether it would be okay or not, or whether we need to wordsmith more. But now I would like to use these sentences as a tentative, tentative definition, tentative decision of the current voting system. So again, do you disagree, please? Okay, do you have any? Dr. Wadva?
I have a small doubt. Is spine health the officially recognized and defined phrase or term, or we are creating a new term? Because somebody tomorrow may ask, what actually you mean by spine health? Is it well defined, well understood by majority of people who are working in the spine sector? Just my query, pardon my ignorance, because I myself cannot recall the definition of spine health.
Okay.
That is my worry.
Thank you.
Yeah, those are better understood words, because I have never heard anybody saying kidney health. Is my ignorance, but if there is anything, I would like to be enlightened. Because sometimes my experience in the last 40 years has been, we use certain terms, though we are meaning very well, but tomorrow it can be a source of confusion.
Any comments?
Yeah, I agree. We need to describe him well. What is healthy life for spine? I agree with Andre. Spine20 calls on G20 countries to promote and facilitate healthy life choice, remove barriers, and not healthy eating, remove barriers to physical activity and smoking cessation to spine health.
Could you still show the chat box, please? Okay, thank you. So someone can upload the chat box on the chat box, the new one. Hannah one, okay.
Yeah, because healthy lives is multi-interpreted. So maybe we can describe what we mean about it.
Hassan, do you have any comments, opinion on this statement? Because they are the responsible writer of this statement. But yeah, we are very welcome to have the opinion. This is a time to discuss about that. And Andre has a suggestion. Spine20 calls on the G20 to promote and facilitate healthy lifestyle choices and remove barriers to physical activity, healthy eating, and smoking cessation strategies.
On social inclusion. That also can be added.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, good suggestion. Thank you.
Social inclusions and the physical activities.
Okay. Sami?
And agreeing on the disagreeing on the phrasing. So if there is agreement in the concept, if there is a full agreement in the concept, we can take it, I guess, to the BRT committee to rephrase it, because we cannot rush people today just to phrase it in a way. But the whole concept, if we agree on the concept,
okay,
then we could move and rephrase.
So the vote should be for taking the statement to the committee.
Exactly.
But then there should be a follow-up.
Yeah, but if you disagree on the concept, then
Yeah.
that's something else.
Good speaker.
Okay, Sami. Yeah, thanks for your help. And
Koji, one important thing, Pierre,
Yeah.
as you said, and then it has to come back to us.
Yes.
That might put, our publication prior to G20 at risk.
You have 24 hours
just,
to vote.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, but that's very important, Koji, right? That if he put that back to the whole group, right, then everyone gets 24 hours, because it's not a major kind of reading through. It's just a simple thing, and otherwise our timetable is really at risk.
Just phrasing the way.
Yeah, and okay, but if there are other phrases coming up, what's happening then? No, just a question.
Yeah, that's right. So now I would like to again to ask you to agree about the main concept of this statement, because we need to modify the statement, and I think that we need to take some time to modify the statement. It would be very fair for the writer. So could you raise your hand if you agree to about the concept?
Editing would be a better word, because modifying means you're modifying the statement. It's just the editing or rephrasing.
Okay, rephrase would be the best word. Okay, again, yeah, could you raise your hand if you agree after rephrase the statement? Thank you, everyone. So I see many hands of the majority. Okay, Thank you, Bambang, and thank you, Hassan, for your
Thank you,
great-
thank you.
But I believe that we need to have the hard
That's
discussion in
important.
next
What,
PLT meeting.
what I want to know is that the concept is already created before, that lifestyle will influence impact, positive or negative to the work resources, right? Only how to make a statement in a strong word. Because if we put all the component inside, this is not a statement. We need to do it, but we use it together, make it together. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we had a very hard discussion about the recommendation statement from this domain. And next one is the digital spine care and the transformation and subdomain. And this would be chaired by the Giuseppe and Lisa and Hannah. And in the discussion, yeah, I also am very impressed about the discussion between the speaker and also the content itself. And Margarita Nordin participated in the discussion. That would be so good because she is the Spine20 speaker now. And from this domain, one recommendation proposal would be provided. So that I'd like to invite Giuseppe and Lisa, could you come here? And to have some short presentation.
Thank you very much. From our statement, we started with an action verb. We want to implement because we don't just want to raise awareness, we want things to change. We've put in there about being cost effective, and we heard today about importance of safety, effectiveness, and affordability, because no health system has unlimited resources. We've also put in there about evidence-based, and we heard from Giuseppe yesterday his excitement of being like a child in a sweet shop with technology. And we know that the future looks very bright with technology. There are exciting interventions and educational possibilities, but we also know it's important that they are researched and disseminated appropriately. We've put in there self-management because we heard yesterday that that could be in all care episodes. It's very low cost and there's no excuse for not doing it. We've heard a lot at this meeting about prevention, and there's clearly much to do, and it was very exciting to hear about the mass media this morning. And I do think that would be a great topic for a future Spine20 meeting. We've talked about evaluating and measuring outcomes, and we heard that very strongly from Hannah and the team this morning, that when we have common outcomes, we can all talk the same language in evaluation. And so what I would finish by saying is, we fly high with technology, we also need to keep grounded. And no more is it the question of can we, but should we? And that's really important as we move forward with technology. And I just wanted to draw everyone's attention to the comment that's on the conference bags. It says about being the change you wish to see in the world. And I think technology and digitalization has a huge part to play in that. Giuseppe, do you want to add anything?
Just a big thank to every people who participated to the discussion. A big thank to my co-chair. And we know that digitization with the possibility to communicate also images, interpreted images, and giving advances to the surgery is something that will arrive. So the problem is that we have to put it to the politician in the way that they can, with us, can drive the change in the correct way. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Lisa, and thank you, Giuseppe. Any comments on this statement?
Approval. I have my flight.
Okay, no comments. If you have any comments, please mail to the. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Kato, for your very kindly support on the chat box. So could you go back to the main slides? All right, so hay là Johnny.
The statement is very explicit, which is great, but we're just wondering to deliver self-management and prevention. It reads like there's something missing there. To deliver self-management and prevention, solutions, strategies, and evaluation of practice and measurement of outcomes. Would that read better? Self-management and prevention interventions and evaluation of practice and measurement of outcomes. Just open suggestions.
Doesn't change.
Thank you, Dr. Kato, for your very kindly support on the chat box. So could you go back to the main slides? All right, so hay là Johnny.
The statement is very explicit, which is great, but we're just wondering to deliver self-management and prevention. It reads like there's something missing there. To deliver self-management and prevention, solutions, strategies, and evaluation of practice and measurement of outcomes. Would that read better?
Sorry, can you just
Self-management and prevention interventions and evaluation of practice and measurement of outcomes. Just open suggestions.
Doesn't change. If it's better in English, I will be absolutely happy. I can phrase it in Italian if you want.
And I can do that in Marathi.
You think
Maybe we should trust Lisa, right? We trust an original English there.
Maybe the only one.
Self-management and prevention intervention, or just that bit seems missing.
No, free.
No, to deliver self-management and prevention, something. So what are we delivering? Self-management and prevention, strategies, interventions.
Yes, if we added the word to deliver self-management and prevention strategies, evaluate practice and measurement outcome, does that work? Yeah, so can we, so we're going to insert the word strategies after prevention.
But actually, I like it this way better. And just for the fact, if we talk about strategies, we are confined to strategies. We are not going into action, right? Because if we leave it like this, we can deliver strategies, we can deliver actions and everything. So if we, right, I would leave it like that, because self-management is clear. It's, do yourself something, and prevention is clear. There is something about prevention. And I would not add the word. Sorry.
Well, you need an action there. You need an action there. So you need a prevention strategy.
Can I just come back, being technical in English here, that the verb is implement, and the self-management and prevention are, as Jörg says, nouns. So the action would be to implement self-management and prevention. Does that work? So what we've got is Spine20 calls upon G20 countries to implement cost-effective evidence-based practice for digital transformation in spine care. So that's what we're trying to do. And then it's to deliver self-management and prevention, evaluate practice and measure outcomes. So the verb is to implement, because that's what we're trying to do. And self-management and prevention are nouns, so that we're not confining ourselves to strategies. And so we're wanting to implement self-management and prevention and evaluate practice and measure outcomes.
You're saying instead of deliver,
To deliver, implement and deliver, yeah. Implement, yeah, so implement is a verb and deliver is a verb. So both of those are verbs, yeah.
statement and doing.
Yeah.
Thank you, Lisa, for your clarification. And yeah, and any other comments? Okay, yeah, Giuseppe, we can go to the vote. Yeah. Do you agree to publish this statement from the official Spine 2023 recommendation? Could you raise your hand? Okay, thank you so much. We can find out the majority of the participants. Yeah, congratulations. I have another 3 recommendation. So next one is yes, economy session. This would be the very important topic, especially for the government and policy makers. And I was so surprised because there are many participants and many speakers were on the screen in this session, and we had a very important topic. So Sami and Yaya, could you go ahead with this domain?
So I would like to know if Professor Cristiano Muniz and Frank Kinzora are with us. Professor Frank, Professor Cristiano, the co-chair of the economy symposium. No. Okay. Well, first of all, I would like to thank Sami very much. As we know, he's always there to help. I had a small issue, even my name was there. I have missed many sessions and Zoom meeting, but he was there and he did better than what I have done. So in our economy symposium, we came with this recommendation. Spine20 calls in G20 countries to support the development, implementation and evaluation of standardization process for spine care delivery system encompassing genomic, physiological, social and cultural dimensions of population health needs. I would give Sami a moment to explain or answer any question you would like.
Thank you. And do you have any comments on that? No comment. Oh, Hannah.
Thank you, Koji. I just wonder if the last part of the statement encompassing genomic, physiological, social, because we cannot be comprehensive in a small sentence. So I wonder if we remove the encompassing blah, 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 and just keep it to processes for spine care delivery systems, full stop.
If you allow me to answer, Hannah?
Yeah.
So the meeting today or the symposium today actually explained this very well, because we listened to you, we listened to Reem and to Alexandra, and we listened also to Matthew and to the Brazilian group. So when we dig in the literature while trying to build up this recommendation and building up the symposium of standardization, we feel that there is a huge trend toward the standardization all over the world. And in some cases, you really need to customize or personalize the treatment. So you can't always standardize the practice everywhere. So there are like we need to balance between customization, between standardization and customization / personalization. Personalization take care of the genomic things, and customization for the social, cultural, and psychological dimension. So we felt that if we just put standardization, then we just ask the government not to give that room of customization or personalization when it's needed. So we felt that any standardization process that you need to develop and adapt or adopt need take in consideration that the population are not the same, geographical location is different. So in many circumstances, we need to have in mind the importance of customization and personalization, which comes here for the genomic, ecological, social, and cultural dimension of the population health needs. That's the reason of having it, not to limit.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Sami. I think I agree 200% agree with you on this. But we don't want to be limited to genomic, psychological, social. Can we change it to taking into consideration population health needs? So it will have everything. Population health needs will have the genomic, the psychological, the social, the cultural, the economic, everything. So if we can we say standardization processes for spine care delivery systems take into consideration population health needs?
Well, the floor is open for audience. I'm more toward stating them, but whatever you feel appropriate. Any suggestions?
May I just raise my observation? See, there is so much diversity and disparity within the world, and sometimes within the same country. So my observation is that the word genomic at the beginning of the last sentence looks a little odd. I am not against it, but maybe it's positioning towards the end of the sentence. Because when we are struggling to have the basic spine care, basic digital health, then we are putting genomics at the beginning of the sentence. I am not against it. This is maybe the way to the future. But shifting of this word from the beginning towards the middle or later, that is my submission. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, so the Pierre?
Yes, and to continue on this, Sami, can you explain the context of genomics within that recommendations? Because it's very hard for me to understand.
That's right. So genomic reflects the personalization of care. So we need, we always think of when we move out of standardization, we're having either customization or personalization. Then if I kind of put both customization and personalization, we feel that it's going to be confusing. So we get genomic reflecting the personalization, or we get the psychological, social, and cultural dimension to reflect the customization and put them in one statement. So honestly speaking, we actually meant standardization, keeping in mind personalization and customization when it's needed.
So I really like that, because genomics to me means the genetic code of an individual. So just now I understand what you're talking about modifying the genetic codes of individual.
No, yeah.
So I think the word genomics there
confusing
is very confusing, but I really like personalization
So would you, when you go, in order to go with Hannah's suggestion of limiting its should we mention customization and personalization when it's needed? Hannah is here. Sorry, Lisa. You take the lead.
Another word that would encompass that is tailored, because that covers all of that. So that was one possibility.
Yeah.
And the other thing I was wondering at the beginning to make it stronger was Spine20 calls on G20 countries to develop, implement, and evaluate standardization processes for spine care delivery systems, or tailored, and that could be the rest of it. But I think at the beginning, if you get rid of the support the development, implementation, and evaluation, and make it stronger with develop, implement, and evaluate, that will be strong. And then if you put tailored in, that addresses the standardization and the personalization and all the rest of it. Tailored will cover all of that.
Perfect. So that goes also with Hannah's suggestion somehow. So, and Pierre's suggestion. So would you?
I believe that Margarita has some comments.
Yeah, go ahead.
Margarita?
I'm always muted. So thank you, Hannah and Lisa. And I tend to agree with Hannah to simplify it and to make it more active, as Lisa has suggested, and to put in the word tailor, because I think it's still a bit confusing with genomic, psychological, and I agree with Dr. Sanjay also that the population needs are very different in very different parts of the world. So I would simplify it, and I think if we keep it simple, it may happen.
Great.
Thank you. Any other comments?
No, I think if people here are not able to understand until explained, we can't expect the people who are going to be implementing if we want them to.
I have to go with the minister.
So you have to go to the ministry. So that is what, yes. As a zoologist, I understand genomics, and even I needed to know why it's there.
That's right. Thank you so much. Beautiful comment.
Thank you for your comments. We will rephrase. We might rephrase the recommendation statement about this one, and this might be the final one, Dr. Kato. Okay, so the Spine20 calls on the G20 country to develop, implement, and evaluate the standardization process for spine care delivery system related to individual and population health needs. Do you agree that?
This is Lisa. This is beautiful. Where you were since 2 months ago? We've been struggling phrasing it for 2 months. Thank you so much. That's really beautiful. Thank you.
So if you agree to publish this statement, and we will discuss again in the next PRTF meeting, but do you agree? Please raise your hand. Okay, we can see the many hands. Thank you. Thank you on the website. Okay, we have another 2 recommendation statement. And the next one is the social determinants. That was the symposium was held immediately before this session, and I'd like to Dr. Wadwa here to explain about his statement. Dr. Sanjay Wadwa.
Thank you, Dr. Koji. And I'm very glad that throughout the 2 days, the importance of social determinants has been appearing again and again during various presentations. Our group made the recommendation that Spine20 calls upon G20 countries to ensure accessible and affordable quality care to persons with spine-related disorders, deformities, and injuries throughout the lifespan. So in this single sentence, we have tried to emphasize and include all that we considered essential without disturbing the flow and emphasis and comprehensiveness.
Thank you, Dr. Wadwa. And do you have any comments on that?
Yeah.
Malcolm?
Anyone? Yeah, please feel free.
No, I was just wondering, because so far we use spine disorders for everything, and now we are separating them again. I'm just for being consistent. Okay.
Can I say something?
And Hannah?
Yeah, sorry.
Yes, same comment as Marcos. I think we need to either say spine health conditions or spine disorders, which will incorporate all the individual terms.
Thank you. And Ketuna?
Could we add by when, a timeline? Because this is going out to all the G20 countries, and to accept this recommendation or not would depend upon a timeline.
Thank you. Any other comments on that? Could you go back to the main slides? All right, so I found that some suggestion about leaflets would be suggested, so we will discuss it on PRTF meeting. However, do you agree to, after rephrasing the statement, maybe the possibility of the, after discussion about the possibility of the rephrasing, do you agree to publish this statement as an official recommendation statement from Spine20? Could you raise your hand? Okay, thank you. I can find many hands here. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
And Dr. Wadwa, thank you so much. All right, and next statement would be the last one. Implementation. I believe that this would be the most hottest discussion in the in this summit room, and I believe this picture could show the very symbolic of this successful Spine20 India summits, because we can talk with the very high degree politician, and also here not only the physician but also we can show our multi-professional attitude about to develop the symposium. So I was so impressed to see this picture, and this would be the very, I believe this would be a highlight of our summit. And from this domain, we could bring here the one recommendation statement about implementation. And I would like to our host, Professor Shabra here, to have some words regarding this recommendation statement.
No. I'd want to request the co-chair, So Kato, to be there, and Andre was also involved. So we've been repeatedly discussing that spine disorders are the commonest cause of disability across the globe. And we know that the SDGs have a strong emphasis on promoting healthy living, well-being, and inclusion, as well as empowerment of persons with disabilities. Right? So, national spine care programs and recommendations for robust health prevention and management policies, which Spine20 does, will help in all the G20 countries to achieve SDGs and to improve equitable spine health care. So that was the rationale behind this recommendation. So, any suggestions?
Lisa?
Thank you. I would just take recently compiled out, because then that means hopefully they can do all of the Spine20 recommendations.
Agree.
Be aspirational.
Right. Agree.
Hannah?
Yes, it's just the word equitable. I think not just equitable, it has to be also inclusive, diverse, blah, blah, blah. So if we say just equitable, we are just narrowing it down to equity. So let's just keep it open and improve spine care. And spine care should include everything.
Yep. Okay.
Thank you.
Could you go back to the main slides?
So what Hannah has recommended is Spine20 recommendations, not recently, and evaluate spine means it will read like Spine20 calls upon the G20 countries to establish national spine care programs and to prioritize, implement and evaluate Spine20 recommendations across health systems to improve spine care. That's it. No, improve spine care. That's it.
Okay.
Right.
All right. Any other comments on that? This might be the very important. Yeah, this can be.
I think we should. I think we should keep the health outcomes. So improve spine care and health outcomes. It's just we remove the equitable.
And why then health outcomes? Spine care and outcomes. Why health? Right?
Spine care and outcomes. Yeah.
Windows on the shortening mode.
Could you open the chat box? Is that any new comments? Okay, no new comments. So thank you. Go back to the main slides.
Yeah, very good.
No, I just want to say that the second part of the sentence is, it makes the first part conditional. If you implement the National Spine Care Program and you evaluate the recommendations and you find that they're not useful, then you invalidate the National Spine Care Program. It's all bundled in one thing. It's all conditional. So I'm wondering if prioritize, implement, and evaluate the Spine20 recommendations is necessary. The crux is the National Spine Care Program to improve spine care and health outcomes. So, do you know what I'm saying? It's all conditional. So if you discover that the recommendations have not led to positive outcomes, then it invalidates the spine care program. That's my, so I would remove that. Logically, it
Or could we say Spine20 calls upon the G20 countries to
So as to prioritize.
No. To prioritize, implement and evaluate Spine20 recommendations, including national spine care programs. Right? I don't know. But
Yeah. I think in this recommendation, we're asking two things. And I think we should ask one thing in a recommendation. So in this recommendation, we're asking the G20 countries to establish national spine care. And then we're asking them to look at our Spine20 recommendations. So in my opinion, we should ask, in each recommendation, we should ask one thing. That's my opinion.
Maybe we could be even stronger and back up our own recommendations a little more by just saying to establish national spine care programs using the Spine20 recommendations. So then why shouldn't we behind our own, and actually we just counted them, it's 48 already, so there should be something for the National Spine Care Program. Why should we ask them to prioritize or implement or evaluate our recommendations? Because we have done that. And how should national government, kind of do it better than us? So, and just, using, kind of get rid of, kind of N2 prior and so on, using Spine20 recommendations, and then the other thing could be left without, and to get rid of the improve and equitable. Right? Would that be okay? Good.
I have something to say.
Come out.
Yeah, to establish national spine care programs so as to prioritize, implement and evaluate the recently compiled recommendations to improve spine care.
But this is again two things. This is two things in one recommendation. So rather, for the moment, I would rather stay with the concept. So we want national spine care programs. Please use our recommendations. That's it. And maybe next year we can come up. If you want to do so, kind of assess those. Because why should governments reassess the things which have been assessed by a lot of experts from different kinds of spine care?
There are two things to that. We are not asking them to evaluate the Spine20 recommendations. We are asking them to evaluate the implementation, right? So when you talk about programs or recommendation implementation, you prioritize that, implement and evaluate, right? So as to sustain that. So that is what is the essence on that. But the other thing is, these are recommendations, right? And these can't be universal. So in each country, they may need to be adapted to local requirements. So they need to be, even if they evaluate it, we don't have an issue as long as they implement it, right? So, but I can see the sense of it being made stronger, right? If you ask too much, we just ask for a national spine care program to be implemented. That's it. That's it, right?
No, but
right.
how, I mean, can you say that the national program will include all the recommendations?
Yes.
So that is what I'm saying, so that,
How about implementing?
whatever, I mean, like, it's important
National program
to say,
implementing recommendations.
how do they know that in the national spine care program, we want the implementation of all these
But-
on a priority basis?
But Komal, we can't say that our recommendations so far are comprehensive and comprehensive. We are still working on them, right? So whatever have been the recommendations so far, there may be something else other than that in the National Spine Care Program. We know that, right? So we can't say using recommendations, right? I think if we say National Spine Care Program, I think we have to achieve that goal of having countries implement National Spine Care Program. So focused recommendation, I feel, is better, but open to discussion.
Dr. Badwa?
I agree with the last sentence of Dr. Chabra, and if we can mention, can I see that slide? Yeah. So if we can mention, Spine20 calls upon the G20 countries to establish comprehensive national spine care program. Because the next part of the sentence basically mentions we have doubt ourselves about our recommendations and we are asking somebody to evaluate. So instead of the word evaluate, to consider, if that may be a softer but more appropriate word. Otherwise, I agree with your last sentence that let us focus on the national spine care program, but add the word comprehensive before that if it is acceptable.
Lisa?
I would probably say not to include comprehensive because it adds a judgment and it makes the sentence longer. But I really liked the prioritize and implement, and I wondered, to make that stronger, if you could put that in instead of establish. So we're going to call on 20 countries to prioritize and implement national spine care programs, because that's stronger than just establishing. We want them to prioritize and we want them to implement.
Yeah, okay.
No, absolutely. Keep it simple to just focus on the spine care program.
So I understand Prof. Chhabra in putting the Spine20 in the recommendation. So can we go back, Koji, to the recommendation?
Can we have the
Margaret?
main slide again?
The main slide, just to finish my comment.
Could you go back to the main slide?
So if we're going to take the second Spine20 things, could we mention, Lisa, in the first slide, somehow Spine20 initiative?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I was meaning that if you keep the...
just mentioning the Spine20 initiative and that national spine program things.
Yeah, so if it was suggestion, calls upon the G20 countries, to prioritize and implement national spine care programs using Spine20 recommendations to improve spine care.
Could you wait a bit? Okay. Go ahead, please.
Fine. So we have Margareta also and Preeti.
Yeah, I was just thinking, like they said, we could put prioritize and implement ahead, and then say implement the national spine care program on the basis of the recommendations of the Spine20.
Yeah, I was trying to say the other way, that Spine20 calls upon the G20 countries to prioritize and implement Spine20 recommendations, including establishment of a national spine care program. That's it.
Margarita?
Very short comment. I would go back to what Lisa said. to really shorten it, to prioritize and implement national spine care programs, period. You know, the shorter the better.
I'm happy with that.
Well, you know, Spine20 recommendations, so we don't need to put Spine20.
Yeah, these are recommendations anyway, right? Right. And we go by the Sherpa's advice of making it brief and concise, right? And in fact, if we even put only this recommendation for the year, the rest get incorporated anyway. So I feel this should be the first recommendation which should be there, right? But since we are talking about this, and when we saw your recommendation which goes to the Sherpa for distribution amongst G20 countries, then if we give even our short version, I don't think it fits within what the Sherpa tried to highlight, right? And you give a big document to the government and it goes into the scrap box, right? So I would rather say that I also emphasized on that in a previous meeting, that we should have overarching recommendations or executive summary in the beginning, and there Spine20 calls upon G20 countries to prioritize and implement national spine care program, first bullet, second bullet, third bullet, fourth bullet, fifth bullet, sixth bullet, seventh bullet. Then you have the detailed document subsequently for that, but this is what they will read. And if they get interested, like the abstract of any publication, right, any article, if they get interested, then they will read the remaining. So I would strongly suggest that we start with this.
Yeah.
They have just these 3 pages.
Sami?
What it is and what is the need.
Yeah, exactly what you've done is what we did at Riyadh. We did executive summary and we did recommendation package. So we call it recommendation package and we call that executive summary, and that executive summary is what we gave to the Sherpa. And it was, I remember, was 2 pages. Koji were with us. So that was, I strongly support your idea, Prof. Chapra.
Any other comments? We have a very hot discussion about that, and I believe we need to rephrase the statement. Oh, Ketuna?
Agree with the final word by Dr. Chabra. I just wanted to recall what Mr. Abdul Ghaffar said in his talk yesterday, and I think it was a very valid point about the Pakistan government not providing for any rehabilitation for people who work in the government. I think that would be true for most of the government bureaucrats, etc. And it's a way to touch their hearts, because whatever gets accepted by the undersecretaries, etc., would be what works in their particular department. So I think it was a very valid point that whatever we do in that 1-page or executive summary, somewhere what also hurts the people who are going to take the decision is somehow included, and I think Dr. Chabra would be the best person to find out through his network in the government and place it there in that executive summary bullet point.
Thank you, Ketuna. Any comments on that about from the Harbinder? No? Okay. So we need to rephrase, we need to talk about this point in next PRTF meeting. We have a lot of things to do. Anyway, do you agree to publish the concept of this statement from the official recommendation statement? Please raise your hand. All right, thank you. So it would be basically approved, but we can discuss it, how to publish the statement. Thanks so much. Thanks so much for your contribution. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, so we will publish our recommendation statement by September 9 and 10. So we will work hardly after this meeting to rephrase all recommendation statement. And this is my final. Okay. This is my final slide. And after this session, I believe Cristiano have the video to introduce the Spine20 next year. But before that, I'd like to thanks to the Professor Harvinder Chabra. He's a very, very great leadership and very active speaker. And one of the family of the Spine20 and of the heart of this very successful summit. So I sincerely, I'm very happy to show my thanks to the Professor Harvinder, Chabra, but very thanks for you and your great team for your dedicated work and the beautiful hospitality. Thanks so much.
Can we have a standing ovation for? Thank you.
No, the very fact that all of you spare time to gather here for a cause which will, I feel, benefit India the most. This was the least we could do. And we would only want to apologize for any lapses on our part. But I would only say on behalf of the 18 societies that have got together and who are also represented here, we would want to thank every one of you who have put your minds together for this wonderful summit. But here I would want to acknowledge everyone also who has put in an effort to realize the summit. My team, I think they owe the biggest ovation. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much.
I think we are coming towards the end of the session, and one of the last items of the agenda is to for the host of the successive summit to welcome everyone to the subsequent summit. So would request Cristiano to take over. I think there's a video that needs to be played. And subsequently, there will be a brief closing ceremony. So please stay on after this as well.
Hello, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends from Spine20. I salute you on behalf of the chairperson of this meeting in New Delhi, Professor Chabra. We are enjoying the meeting the last 2 days in New Delhi with outstanding arrangement, warm hospitality, and very inspiring talks. Thank you so much, Harvinder, and the Indian team for the organization. I'm Cristiano Menezes from Belo Horizonte, Brazil, and it's my satisfaction today is to welcome you to the Spine20 2024 in the city of Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. This will be the 5th Spine20 meeting, preceded by others around the world, always at the G20 headquarters, which have had big names as hosts since the year of 2020. We know the responsibility of hosting Spine20 and our commitment to the future of this organization. We will represent the desire of the 4 founding societies, and today, with more than 35 partner societies around the globe, we intend to organize themselves as a federation or association of spine societies in the summit Spine 2024 in Rio. What to expect to see in Spine 20 in Rio de Janeiro? Rio de Janeiro, or simply Rio, is the capital of the state in the same name, our Brazilian third most populous state, and the second most populous city in the country, after São Paulo. It's the home of many universities and national institutes, as our former capital until 1960, and is the second largest center of research and development in Brazil. Rio de Janeiro is one of the most visited cities in the Southern Hemisphere, and is known for its natural settings, cultural things as carnival, samba, music, bossa nova, and balneary beaches, such as Barra da Tijuca, Copacabana, Ipanema, and Leblon. In addition to the beaches, some of the most famous landmarks include the giant statue of the Christ of Redeemer in the top of Corcovado Mountain, named one of the new seven wonders of the world, the Sugarloaf Mountain, and many others. Our venue in a conventional center in a hotel in Barra da Tijuca, which has already hosted several national and international events, such as the Brazilian Orthopedic Society, the Regional AO Spine Latin America, and will be the headquarters of the Global Spine Congress in 2025. Barra da Tijuca is a 45 minutes from downtown Rio. Once a desert sandbank, today is one of the noblest and most vibrant areas in Rio. It's the longest beach in the city, 11 miles, full of shopping malls, hotels, and restaurants. There are two airports in Rio, which receive direct flights from different countries around the world. The travel between these airports and Barra da Tijuca is around 45 minutes. I would like to present a short video that shows a little of what to expect of the city of Rio de Janeiro. Anyway, the video was not working, unfortunately. Finally, on behalf of Brazilian Spine Society, President Robert Meves and its board, I would like to extend an invitation to the various multidisciplinary societies in Brazil and Latin America to participate together with this Brazilian Spine Society Committee in the organization and promotion of Spine 20 Brazil. We have already started conversations and contacts with the Brazilian government through the valuable work of my co-chair, Carlos Tucci, and with the Brazilian Diplomatic Corps that is in the organization of the G20, so that the Spine 20 message can reach the highest level of relevance in 2024 in Rio de Janeiro. Thank you so much.
So that was a good teaser which invites us to Brazil, and I think something which will motivate us to be there will be implementation of some of the recommendations that we have this year. So I think now is the time for action, right? Though it may be the time for the end of the summit, it's the time for action. We have the last session, and it's my honor to invite Sami on the dais. Margareta, can we see Margareta also? virtually. I think it will, yeah, Margareta is there. Sami, please. I would request Margareta to say a few words and then Sami. Margareta, you have some slides to be presented. Muted, you're muted, Margareta.
If they got my slides, that's fine. Otherwise, I just talk a few minutes. So the first thing I want to say is, of course, namaste and thank you. Dr. Chabra, you are a formidable leader and your team has been formidable also. And my request for all organization and to all keynote speakers and contributors over the years and to all Spine20 contributors over the year. I am a little emotional because this is my last meeting as a Spine speaker, but I must, with Spine20, perhaps the most impressive is the participation and dedication of the Spine Society and its people and all the friends that you make within Spine people and all the wonderful, wonderful discussion, presentations, and that we have attracted the world top leaders from the world to speak about Spine20. I also must say that all individuals in Spine20 are donating their time, their motivation, their desire to improve spine care and access to our spine patients, and through collaboration on national and international levels with government agencies. And this is formidable, the cross-fertilization that we have between Brazil and India, Saudi Arabia, France, United States, Canada, the UK, Italy, etc., etc., etc. And I also must say that after 4 years, we have the first national spine care program that is, of course, it's a seed. It was an excellent, excellent discussion led by Harvinder, but it's now suggested, and thanks to Harvinder and the Spine20 team all over the world, and everybody is supportive. And we hope, of course, that in 1 or 2 years, this can be presented at the next Spine20, either in Brazil or wherever G20 will meet. And it is really due to the dedication, motivation, and strategic planning by Spine20 to reach governments through G20 and the Sherpa community. So I just want to finish up as the spine speaker to say Spine20 is has a little bit my baby, but the baby is now a toddler and it's doing well and walking well. Spine20 has done substantial progress. Spine20 will become a federation or association in 2024. About 34 global spine societies have joined, of those 17 from India. G20 Sherpas are interested. As I said, the first national spine care program suggested for India in 2023. And the future looks really bright and will enhance spine care for all, from rehabilitation to surgery to government. And on a more personal note, I want to say that being the spine speaker for 4 years has been an honor and a privilege. It has also been a joy and a pleasure. And now when I'm handing over to Sami, there will be some work. But I'm not quitting, I'm just taking a step back. But my mandate is over, and Sami was elected and chosen 100% by the board of Spine20. The only person who didn't vote was Sami himself as a founder for the Spine20. So there is 100% support. And as you know, Sami is, and I had a beautiful photo, but it looks like they don't like my slides. Sami is the chairman of the orthopedic department at the Ministry of National Guard Health Affairs in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, the founder of the Saudi Spine Society, a founding member of the Spine20, chair and co-chair of the Scientific and Publication and Recommendation Task Force for Spine20 from 2020 to 2023, a formidable fundraiser, and a dear friend and a person of excellence. So we can't have a better spine speaker. So welcome, Sami, and warm thank you to Harvinder Shabra and all the team. It has been a wonderful trip. I'll do it again. So namaste to all, and thank you for having me for 4 years.
I'd request Sami to say a few words.
You should take care because I talk too much. But anyway, I've got a few messages to Margareta. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Without you personally, we won't meet for the 4th time and the 5th time in Brazil next year. So I'm sure that next year we will be together going with Chapra and the rest of the group to Cristiano in Brazil, and you will be the first one there. Second thing, to you again, that you will continue as a co-speaker as we agreed this afternoon. So you will be, with us continuing, and you agree. I'd like to thank Chapra and the rest of the team for this amazing hospitality, outstanding. Really, your hospitality is unbelievable. And from the day we arrived to right now, everybody is just taking care of us as we are kings and queens. Thank you so much. Thank you to Koji and to all Spine 20 Scientific and Publication Committee. To Cristiano, I assure you that I'm a fan of Brazilian soccer team. So we will be good friends for the coming year, and we will be having a successful meeting in Brazil. And to all of you, I just notify you that I talk too much. So if you feel that I'm talking too much, just stop me at any time. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Sami. Towards the end of the summit, just a few words. I think we'd want to thank Spine20 for the opportunity they gave us. It was a great learning experience. Together, having participated in virtual meetings each Monday, we feel that it has become a big global family, right, where even if those who are not here today virtually, we have become so well knit that together we have brainstormed also during the summit on various important aspects, and that's the beauty of Spine20. So it's been a great learning experience. So we thank Spine20 for that opportunity. From the day we started planning, of course, Margareta has been guiding us, and along with Margareta, Sami, Eric, Thomas, for any point we have been approaching them, and they have been guiding us wonderfully, so we thank them all. But I think, as Sami very appropriately said, Margareta has nurtured Spine20 so far, and Margareta, Sami would not let you be away. You will need to, whether as a co-speaker or whatever, continue to be with Spine20. And we know that due to some unforeseen circumstances, you could not be here. But we also know that you love India. So at the earliest opportunity, we would want you to visit India, and we'll of course show you the summit venue, but we will create an opportunity to have another summit here and have people network from across the globe, as Spine20 can always join virtually for that. Again, we have people from all over the globe here. We have to thank them for being here for those 2 to 3 days and contributing so much to the discussions or the deliberations of the summit. But I think we need to also thank the 18 societies for whom, even though I've worked, I think the work starts now. And together, if we are able to lobby with the government, there's no reason why we shouldn't have the government start at least the process for setting up a national spine care program before we meet in Brazil again. And that should be our aspiration. If we can have the program going before we meet in Brazil, that would be great. I think the convention center by itself has provided us a wonderful venue. It was not only fantastic facilities, the food was very good, and as my colleagues also said, we were worried about Delhi belly, but that fortunately so far I don't think anybody has had that issue. So the convention center is a wonderful venue, and we would want to thank India Habitat Center management for this wonderful hospitality. For all our conferences, we rely on Grovers for audiovisual, and incidentally in this convention center they have the sole right for the audiovisual, and we have to thank those who are there behind for the wonderful audiovisual facilities which have been flawless. So having a hybrid event is not easy, but thanks, there were no flaws on your part. Then also we would want to thank Teamworks, who helped us with reaching out to the media, and today as we are talking there will be press releases in 5 other major cities of India, whether it is Kolkata, Mumbai, Bangalore, Chandigarh and Ahmedabad. We will be having press releases there, and we hope to reach out to have people sensitized to the need for having a national spine care program and to prevent spinal ailments. Of course, a special thanks to the sponsors who made this happen, and would want to thank NAS and Sami, right, for having contributed to the coffers so that we could also, together with the sponsors from India, make this happen. You all know it is not easy to organize an event, so the event managers have a tough job on them, and of course they also have to face the brunt of it if something goes wrong. So I would want to call people from Mike Hospitality on the dais and thank them for the work that they have done. Swapnil is not here, but we have other members of the team here. Rohit and Anushka, as you see here, they've been working. I was asking Rohit yesterday, how does it feel to work 36 hours round the clock non-stop, because starting from day before, please come on the dais. Starting from day before, I think Rohit may not have had more than an hour's sleep, and I have been troubling him throughout the night as well. as the other colleagues here. So a big round of applause for them, please. Last but not the least, I want to request my team to come here on the dais, right? And that's Rahul, Shashi, Kamlesh, Indu, Dr. Shanu, Anuj, Sachin, Preet, Ayush, and Vishal. So a big round of applause for them. When it came on me to be the chair for Spine20, I was in a slightly difficult phase of life where there was a transition taking place from an institution where I'd been working for 31 long years to another institution. And in the transition, you can't foresee how things would move subsequently, and it becomes a bit difficult to plan it out. At my previous institution, also we would hold 3 to 4 events in a year, and so team was well geared. Everybody knew their roles and things would flow smoothly. Even our venues were pre-decided and they also knew us, we knew them. But to work on this, especially something which is not a routine medical conference which you organize, it was a bit of a challenge for me, but I can only say that the team took the role wonderfully, and we have been able to live up to your expectations, and that is what motivates us to do further. So big thank you to the team, and thank you to all of you, and we hope together we will jointly be motivated to work for the cause and alleviate suffering due to spinal disorders by preventing them, and if they happen, getting them managed appropriately. So thank you, and with this we call this summit to a close. Thank you. Margareta, will see you in Brazil next year.